Audiobook title Overwhelming Firepower 01 to 198 Part 0, for the goblin hero's nostrils flared, its jagged teeth bared in fury. You dare mock me, humans, do you have no honor? Robert laughed even louder and more raw than before, his voice cutting through the chaos of the battlefield. Honors? What use is honor when your entrails are scattered across the snow, when your body melts into nothing but ash and ice? You chase meaning where there is none. To me, you are merely materials, things that I will use in my pursuit of the ultimate truths, to see the very ends of alchemy and more. Robert's manic eyes that were hidden behind his bird-beak mask felt like it was almost glowing. The goblin hero snarled, slamming its blade into a ready stance. The blade in its hands shone from the moonlight, a sword taken from a knight it had defeated in combat. Its voice thundered with conviction. Your madness dies by my blade. Robert's shoulders shook, and then he doubled over in laughter, clutching his mask as if it could barely contain his glee. Magnificent! You even talk like them. You truly believe you're more than a beast in a stolen helm. Fine then, show me this honor of yours. I'll record every crack in your flesh, every shriek in your voice, and engrave your so-called honor into my mind to be part of my knowledge. The goblin hero lunged, blade flashing with the precision of a knight's thrust. Its stolen armor rattled, its steps thundered, but its technique was unmistakably human. Robert leaned back, the tip of the sword grazing the beak of his mask. Instead of fear, a shrill laugh tore from his throat. He flicked his wrist, and a vial spun through the air. The goblin hero did not know what that was, but its instincts were telling it that it was dangerous to come into contact with whatever was inside the vial. The goblin hero evaded the vial and continued to attack Robert, who used a third ring spell to summon a wall of stone. The goblin hero slashed at the wall of stone, and when it did, Robert was already a distance away. As expected of a beast, you were able to instinctively understand that it was something dangerous and avoided it. It's also quite fun to see that you're able to copy the sword techniques of knights. Robert was smiling wildly behind his mask as he spoke with glee. I must admit that you are not a simple monster, but I'm disappointed. You have gained intelligence, but what do you do with it? Instead of seeking the truth of the world, you mimic a knight's honor and dignity, his sword techniques, his way of life. Everything about you is simply stolen, from your weapons to your very ideals. Robert used this chance as he was talking to conjure a few more stone walls. The goblin hero pressed forward, not responding to Robert's words, and was now focused solely on the fight. Its blade moved in disciplined arcs, each slash carrying both power and precision. Sparks scattered as the edge cut through stone and shattered Robert's hastily conjured walls. The techniques of human knights, with the desperate weight of a mercenary's slash and the heart of a true beast. You are a chimera made of steel and will. You truly are a wonderful test subject. The hero snarled, thrusting again. Robert twisted aside, the blade grazing his shoulder and drawing a line of blood. He didn't flinch. Instead, he bent close, eyes gleaming behind his mask. Oh, fascinating. You even angle your thrust to puncture organs. Did you learn that from killing my kind or watching them die? I have only fought honorable knights in duels. I have not fought any of your kind. The goblin hero answered, enraged. Its anger stemmed from Robert, saying that he was of the same kind as those honorable knights. It swung its sword wildly, making it easier for Robert to predict its movements as he evaded. How funny. You might have gained intelligence, but you don't know how to use it. Robert tossed a pouch at the goblin hero, who was at mid-swing, making it slice through the pouch. Black powder spread to the goblin hero. Robert had quickly distanced himself from the goblin hero by using a wind spell to push himself backward. How unfortunate. You may have intelligence, but you lack originality and imagination. Robert then snapped his fingers as a fireball spell came hurling towards the goblin hero. The goblin hero was a monster that had fought mages before and was not afraid of a fireball spell, which he could cut in half. The goblin hero sliced the fireball, but the second he did so, the black powder that was all over his sword and itself exploded. The knight erupted in a blinding flash. A thunderous explosion tore outward, swallowing the hero in fire and smoke. The shockwave knocked lesser goblins flat, their ears bleeding from the force, while a spray of molten shrapnel scythed through their ranks. When the smoke cleared, the hero staggered, its armor scorched and cracked, flesh burned and bleeding. Half its helm had been blasted away, exposing one blazing yellow eye beneath. Its once pristine knight's blade was warped, its edge jagged and blackened. Robert stood several paces away, his coat fluttering from the blast. The goblin hero roared in fury, battered but not broken, and charged through the smoke, its monstrous vitality carrying it forward. All that talk about honor and such, in the end, you truly are nothing more than a beast parading itself as a knight. Robert once again snapped his fingers, and the black powder that was in the path of the raging goblin hero exploded, finally killing it. Once the goblin hero he was facing was dead, Robert looked at the goblin mage that has been gathering mana for a while. Now onto the next test subject. As Robert was about to dash towards the goblin mage, the corpses of lesser goblins smoldered in the snow, but their stronger kin stepped forward. One by one, more goblin heroes emerged from the tide, their stolen blades catching the moonlight, their movements eerily synchronized like knights drilled on the same battlefield. They fanned out, circling Robert, their guttural growls vibrating like a war drum. Each stance was disciplined, each step precise, their mimicry of human warriors sharpened to a terrifying edge. Robert only laughed, tilting his head back, his beaked mask gleaming with frost and firelight. He spread his arms wide, as if welcoming the encirclement. Well, isn't this interesting? An entire species of goblins pretending to be knights. His voice rang sharp, giddy with hunger. Very well, come then, show me your so-called honor, your rage, your stolen steel. Show me what truths your broken bodies will scream when I carve them apart. The goblin heroes tightened the circle, blades raised as one. Robert's fingers twitched over his vials, his manic eyes burned behind the mask. Let the next experiment begin. Chapter 152, Sniper shot Milos, who was at the battlements, kept on firing his arquebus. He could feel his heart beating faster than ever. Who would ever have thought that his first battlefield experience would be something like this? He had heard stories of the monster waves. He already knew that the main duty of the North, of Stelhart, was to protect Norvigard from all outside threats. As the son of the Iron Duke, Milos understood that Lucen, who was the leader of Thornifang, would join this kind of battle. He already knew all that, but he would never have expected that the time to face the monster wave was going to be his first battle. He had almost died at the hands of a legendary creature like the Frost Titan, and now he was a part of a battle against a goblin army that seemed to have no end. In the face of all of this, what Milos was feeling was not fear, but excitement. The story he wanted to be a part of was something like this. He now fully believed that the decision he made to join Thornifang was truly the right one. From the battlements, he saw Robert's crazy fighting style. He was dealing with those more powerful goblins that Milos could have never imagined existed before coming here. Goblins like giants, and goblins that wore nice-looking armor, and there were the three goblins at the back who seemed to be the most dangerous. As he and everyone else continued, using whatever means of attack they could, on what seemed to be an endless horde of goblins, Milos noticed that two of those goblin gladiators had gotten near the walls of the fortress. The giant goblin gladiators started attacking the walls. The rune defenses of the walls were already barely holding on due to the Frost Titan attack. So now it was easier to break, as cracks started appearing on the wall. Everyone, light up your iron spheres and throw them at those monsters, Harlech shouted. Hearing the command, Milos quickly took out an iron sphere and lit it before throwing. Every person who had an iron sphere threw it at the goblin gladiators. The iron spheres blew up in front of the goblin gladiators. The many iron spheres blew up the goblin gladiators. Unfortunately, due to the goblin gladiators being near the wall, they weren't the only ones that blew up. But that part of the wall blew up as well and crumbled down. Seeing this scene, Harlech gnashed his teeth. He had made a mistake. No, that was not a mistake. It was the only thing he could do to stop those two goblin gladiators from breaking the walls and entering. Still, he quickly moved and started running to the part of the wall that crumbled. Thornifang, head to the gap in the wall and do not let a single goblin in. Varden also noticed what Harlech had done, and he understood that with Harlech's abilities, that was the only decision he could make. Support Thornifang and hold the line, Roderick shouted at the soldiers of the first fortress. The breach gaped like a wound in the fortress wall. Smoke, dust, and shards of stone rained down, but through it came the sound of snarls and guttural roars. A few goblins that were able to get past the bombardment were about to arrive in front of the gap in the wall. Shields in front, spears and arquebuses behind. Hold them here, don't let a single one of those monsters enter, Harlech ordered as he smashed his shield onto a hobgoblin rider. He then opened the slot in the new shield where he placed the arquebus to shoot. Milos's fingers fumbled as he pinched the black powder, the grains sticking with sweat to his skin. His breath came ragged, and the acrid bite of smoke scraped at his throat like sandpaper. Every muscle screamed at him to hurry, yet he forced himself to move with care, to measure each step of the reload. After he was done reloading, he sprinted after the others, his heart pounding in his throat. This was a battle of life and death. One wrong move and only death would follow. Yet even though there was no fear in his mind, and only excitement in riding the next page of their epic, Milo's and a few others of Thornfang blocked the gap in the wall using their new shields, opened up the slots in the middle, placed their arquebuses in position, and started firing at the incoming wave. A few of them had the new arquebus, Thunderstorm, that could fire 4 shots in succession. Smoke poured from the muzzles of their guns, stinging eyes and throats. The roar of the arquebus, Thunderstorm, cracked louder than any other, its repeating volleys shredding through the first ranks of goblins. Bodies fell into the rubble, but more clambered over them with claws and rusted blades. "Reload faster," someone shouted. Milo's hands moved on instinct, his fingers blackened with powder. He snapped the weapon shut, aimed through the shield slot, and fired again. The lead ball punched through a hobgoblin's throat, dropping it where it stood. Beside him, one of the men using the new arquebus, Thunderstorm, let off all 4 shots in rapid succession, the echoes rolling like thunder. The spray of goblins collapsed in a heap, but due to exhaustion, the recoil nearly threw the man onto his back. Milo's helped steady him, heart hammering, as the loud sounds of gunfire echoed in their ears. The 2 of them reloaded their weapons, and once again aimed and fired. While Thornfang was making quick work of the lesser goblins and hobgoblins, another goblin gladiator appeared as it raised its massive club, a shadow blotting out the moonlight. Then came a roar like a forge erupting. With a deafening crack, the Crimson Lord MK-4 burst to life. Blades glowing red with heat carved arcs of firelight across the battlefield. The gladiator barely had time to howl before its torso split open, molten flesh spilling as the smell of scorched meat filled the air. "We can't have Thornfang take all the glory," Knight Garrett's voice boomed as he cleaved another gladiator from shoulder to hip. "We will cut through the wave." The Knights of Stelhart roared in response, following their crimson blaze into the horde. The Stelhart Knights surged through the breach, their blades hissing as they cut through goblins like wheat. Each swing sent showers of sparks across the stone and snow. Varden watched the knights showing their prowess in battle in front of Thornfang and made a sound of amusement. Those new toys the young lord gave to them seemed to be useful. Thalos, who was beside Varden, commented, "Yes, because of those things my son invented. Those that were supposed to die were able to live another day." Varden's voice was low, almost proud, but his eyes sharpened as he looked past the chaos. "Did you notice, Thalos?" "Yes, my lord. That goblin mage has been gathering mana for a while now." High above the swarm, the goblin mage staff pulsed with sickly green light, runes crawling across its length like fireflies. The air trembled around it, warping as mana spiraled into a growing sphere. "I don't know what kind of spell it is about to unleash, but we must kill it before it does." Varden wanted to make a move now, but he was still trying to regain enough stamina and aura. In his current state, he was not sure if he would be able to kill the mage, who was beside the goblin king and general. "I'll do it, father." Varden and Thalos looked behind them and saw Lucen, who was supposed to be resting, standing before the 2 of them. "Did you say that you would kill the goblin mage?" Varden's brows furrowed. He looked at his son's condition. Even though Lucen seemed fine on the outside, the way he was breathing, the way he stood, his body wobbling ever so slightly. But then he saw the look on Lucen's face. It was a manic look similar to Robert when he starts to experiment. There was something his son wanted to test out on the battlefield, and he was eager to try it. "Are you sure that you can kill the goblin mage?" Varden asked this time in a different way. "Yes, I can." Hearing Lucen's confident answer, Varden sighed inwardly and smiled. "Very well, I will entrust this mission to you, my son. Kill the goblin mage before it finishes whatever spell it is trying to cast." Lucen smiled viciously as he did a knight's salute. "As you command." Lucen, who had upgraded his gun knowledge to intermediate, used gun creation to create 2 Colt Model 1900s. Lucen then loaded them using bullet creation, and then imbued elemental fire into the bullets using his new skill Elemental Bullet. Lucen then enveloped himself in his first mantle aura and jumped down the battlement. He then pointed his 2 handguns behind him and started shooting in intervals. The bullet that came out made a small explosion, propelling Lucen forward. Lucen then repeated the steps and made himself look like he was flying by propelling himself with explosions. If his body wasn't strong enough and the guns he created were normal, his body and guns would have broken already. It was a good thing that his body was strong. and the guns created using gun creation will not break as long as his mana is strong enough. Hahaha, it seeking worked, Lucen said excitedly as he propelled himself above the torrent of goblins. The goblins below snarled and shrieked as they threw spears and fired arrows at Lucen. Unfortunately for them, Lucen, using his battle instincts, was able to avoid each attack by changing his trajectory every now and then. The second new skill Lucen unlocked was now in effect. It was the passive skill Kill Zone. The more enemies targeting him, the more it increases accuracy and chance for critical hits, strengthens agility and dexterity, depending on how many enemies he is facing. Right now, at this moment, Lucen caught the attention of many enemies, increasing his accuracy, his agility, and his dexterity to an incredible degree. When Lucen was close enough, he shot himself further upward. He then let go of the two handguns and used gun creation to create a Duer 98 bolt-action rifle. Since he stopped propelling himself upward, Lucen was now falling to the ground, so he quickly loaded the Duer 98, using his bullet creation. Then, with his marksmanship skill, he aimed at the goblin mage at a distance of slightly over a kilometer. Despite rapidly falling to the ground, all Lucen was feeling was excitement. He then used elemental bullet to imbue the bullets with the wind element to speed up the bullets. Lucen's marksmanship skill then took into account the speed of his fall, the new element imbued into his bullet, the wind resistance, and the distance between him and the target. He let the skill guide him and made his shot. Due to the height he was at as he was falling, no weapon the goblins had could reach him. Even the goblin gladiators, with their immense strength, were unable to throw their spears accurately enough to hit Lucen. The bullet Lucen fired flew through the air faster than sound, wrapped in a spiral of cutting wind. The instant it struck, the goblin mage's skull did not simply crack. It burst like an overripe melon under a hammer. The elemental wind expanded on impact, shredding flesh and bone into a fine mist. One yellow eye popped free, spinning away in the air, while jagged shards of skull whirled outward like shrapnel. The back of its head detonated in a spray of blood and brain matter, painting the snow behind it in steaming crimson. The body stood for a heartbeat longer, twitching, staff still raised to the sky. Then the headless form collapsed forward, twitching spasms shaking its limbs before it stilled forever. Mission accomplished, Lucen murmured to himself as he quickly created two handguns again and stopped himself from falling, propelling himself back to the fortress. Chapter 153. Relentless Robert, who was dealing with the goblin heroes with glee, felt a change in the flow of mana. While dodging a goblin hero's attack, he looked upward and saw Lucen flying in the air. Robert, whose thoughts were always moving fast, quickly dismissed the thought that Lucen was using the 6th circle spell flight. Of course, Lucen wouldn't be able to use the 3rd circle spell float either, seeing as Lucen was just a 1st circle mage. Robert then saw Lucen using those new types of guns. Different from the revolvers, he usually summoned using his unique magic to shoot out bullets that explode. When he saw Lucen's body being propelled forward from the push made by the explosions, Robert smiled his manic smile as he understood what Lucen had done to fly without using the 6th circle spell flight. In fact, the way he's moving in the air is a little faster, and the maneuverability is better than the flight spell the old man showed me once before. Still, as expected of the person I acknowledge, to walk forward to the future with me, using controlled explosions to push yourself in a certain direction. How interesting. Robert licked his lips behind the bird beak mask. He then saw something even more incredible right after. Robert dodged the incoming slash of a goblin hero, and then he took out a spyglass hidden in his coat. He looked at Lucen, who had now created a different type of gun using his unique magic. Robert then looked in the direction Lucen was aiming at, and he saw the goblin mage that had been building up mana for a while. It was at the very moment that Robert saw the goblin mage's head explode and its body limp to the ground. To hit something that far with his unique magic. Incredible, so many ideas were now flowing in Robert's mind. Damn it, I can't wait to try them all out. He then shifted his attention back to the goblin heroes that were running towards him. For me to do that, all of you need to disappear now. Playtime is over, it's time to end this experiment. For the first time since he entered the battlefield, Robert was now emitting killing intent. The second the Goblin King saw the death of the Goblin Mage, he roared. The Goblin King's roar split the night, a guttural bellow that rattled the very stones of the fortress. Snow and dust shook loose from the battlements, tumbling down like ash. The Goblin gladiators shrieked with wild laughter, smashing their weapons against their own chests before hammering toward the walls. The goblin heroes bared jagged teeth in grim smiles. Their honor now demanded they challenge the human who attacked one of their leaders from such a distance without any ounce of honor. The goblin general simply sneered. He did not really care about the death of the goblin mage. His army of lesser goblins kept surging forward in perfect waves, bodies piling high near the fortress breach. Each one that fell was simply fodder for the next to climb upon. The battlefield shifted from chaos to calamity. Every goblin now pressed harder, faster, crazier than before, as though the death of the mage had ignited some deeper madness. The Goblin King, who had finished roaring, looked at the retreating Lucen and engraved his face into his memory. That young human had disgraced him by killing the mage beside him and not attacking him. It was as if Lucen was telling the Goblin King that he could kill him at any time. Of course, the real reason Lucen retreated after sniping the Goblin Mage and not continuing to snipe at the Goblin General and the Goblin King was because his mana reserves were about to reach 0, so he needed to recharge first. Varden and Thalos watched as Lucen completed the mission given to him in such a ridiculous way. To think a young man who just a year ago was considered talentless was able to replicate a sixth circle spell using his unique magic and creativity. Heth, the young lord is turning out to be a truly incredible individual. Thalos chuckled as he looked at Lucen, who was in the air. Which is to be expected of a thorny heart, Varden replied with a tiny curl on his lips. I can't deny that. Thalos shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. It was then that Lucen returned. He was feeling a little tired as he had exhausted a lot of mana. I have completed the mission, father. Indeed, you have, Varden said, voice steady. A faint smile tugged at the Iron Duke's lips, but his eyes narrowed, catching the subtle stagger in his son's stance. He grabbed hold of Lucen's hand and felt that his mana had depleted rapidly. Someone bring me a mana potion. A knight rushed over with a vial in hand, bowing his head. Varden uncorked it and pressed it into Lucen's grip. Drink, he ordered. Lucen looked at the thing that was being given to him. He had seen this item in many other games, and also quite a few times in Robert's lab. But this was the first time he was going to try to drink such a thing. Lucen took the vial, and under the watchful eye of his father and Sir Thalos, he drank the mana potion. Surprisingly, the mana potion tasted like an energy drink, which made Lucen feel a little nostalgic. And like an energy drink, the second he finished drinking, he felt energetic. Now we need to prepare for a long siege. Once Varden was sure that Lucen had finished drinking the mana potion, he looked at the battlefield and spoke. Even though they had killed hundreds of goblins and only suffered a few losses, with a few injuries and fewer deaths, but in Varden's eyes, things weren't getting better. They had killed hundreds by now, but there was still no end in sight for the horde of goblins running towards them, intent on killing them all. Someone get that wall fixed already, Varden commanded, making a few soldiers scatter to find the tools needed to fix the wall. The sun rising over the battlefield didn't bring relief. It only revealed how many goblin corpses had piled before the walls, a grotesque carpet of green and red. The stench of blood and smoke was so thick it clung to every breath, to every scrap of cloth and armor. Despite attacking the entire night, the wave of goblins continued to rush at them. It was like they had endless stamina as they kept on shrieking and attacking. The gap in the wall had been fixed, but the endless wave of goblins was affecting morale. Still, after the initial frenzy they showed after the goblin mage died, the wave became less aggressive. The firing thunder spears were able to keep the lesser goblins and hobgoblins at a distance. The goblin heroes no longer charged forward and seemed to be waiting for something. As for the goblin gladiators, there weren't many of them in the first place, and only a few remained. Of course, there were some people like Robert and Thrall who remained unaffected. In fact, Robert was now asking Lucen a few questions about what he did to make himself fly. On the other hand, Thrall was having the time of his life as he shot down another goblin. In fact, Thrall wanted to dive into the wave of goblins and start punching, kicking, and shooting. Unfortunately, Harlech had stopped him on numerous occasions. Lucen, who was resting a bit, trying to regain some more stamina and mana before once again going back to the battlefield, watched as Robert was trying to fly the same way he did. Unfortunately for Robert, even with using mana to enhance his body, it was not good enough. As he controlled his mana to make a small explosion with his hands nearly bent from recoil, so he was indeed able to fly a little from that. Also, even though he got hurt and failed to reproduce a similar result to Lucen's flight, he was not discouraged. In fact, he was even more excited. If my body isn't able to withstand the force, then I need to make something like a medium that won't break from that force, similar to Lucen's unique magic. Robert started mumbling to himself again, his mind already sketching out designs only he could understand. Lucen closed his eyes, breathing deeply as the mana potion's heat spread through his veins, slowly easing the hollow ache inside him. For a brief moment, the fortress felt almost steady. Arrows clattered harmlessly against shields. The boom of thunder spears rolled like distant thunder. Even the cries of the goblins sounded farther away. It was then that something happened. A silence spread across the battlefield, eerie in its suddenness. The goblins stopped shrieking. Even the waves of lesser ones seemed to pause, their claws digging into the mountain of corpses instead of climbing higher. Lucen's eyes snapped open. The skill battle instinct was sending an alarm in his mind. He looked over the battlefield. Across the field, the Goblin King had finally risen from his throne of stone and bone. His massive frame loomed over the army, muscles bulging like coiled chains, eyes burning with hatred and challenge. The ground quaked as he stepped forward, dragging a colossal jagged sword that screeched against the frozen earth. "It looks like the real game is about to begin," Lucen spoke under his breath. Chapter 154. Tyrant Lucen looked at the Goblin King, who was holding a colossal jagged sword, and focused on seeing what he would do. In the game, there were goblins of different levels, but the strongest type he had seen was only the Goblin General. There wasn't any Goblin King that showed up in the game, so he had no idea what kind of being or what kind of tricks this monster had to offer. As a veteran gamer, he knew the first steps of winning were to learn about the other party's patterns. The Goblin King shifted his grip on the colossal jagged sword, dragging its edge across the ground. Sparks hissed as steel scraped against frozen earth. His breath steamed in thick, bestial clouds, and with each exhale the air seemed to grow heavier, as though the battlefield itself bent beneath his presence. Even the lesser goblins, mindless fodder driven by the general's commands, slowed their charge. The gladiators howled louder, feeding off the madness radiating from their king. The heroes lowered their blades in solemn salute, ready to follow wherever his will pointed. "All right then, show me what kind of movesets you have," Lucen thought to himself as he became even more focused than ever before. His eyes did not miss a single movement the Goblin King made. "Humans," the Goblin King suddenly shouted, his voice sounded like a snarling beast. "I was planning to conquer you and use you as slaves, but now that you have killed one of my close aides, I change my mind." The Goblin King then emitted a killing intent that could be felt through the entire battlefield. The Goblin King pointed its jagged sword at the fortress. "Now I will butcher every last one of you. I will use your skulls and bones on my throne. I will tear down your houses and break your families, so that your names rot in my lands. Your screams will be my hymn. Those that I fancy will help breed a better goblin, a better soldier. Be grateful to be a part of my conquest." The way the Goblin King spoke was full of malice, and it was obvious to all that, unlike most of the goblins present, it held a high degree of intelligence. The Goblin King stood among the other goblins with a powerful body. It was not as large as the goblin gladiators, but it was bigger than the goblin heroes. Its muscular body was refined to the utmost for battle. It was like a sculpted body made from marble. There was a sort of beauty to the viciousness of the Goblin King. Even at such a distance, those who were sensitive to the flow of mana could sense the difference between the Goblin King and the other goblins. The mana from the Goblin Mage was not that large, and it mostly used the mana of the environment, but the Goblin King's innate mana was large. It was not at the same scale as the Frost Titan from before, but it was large enough to be seen as a massive threat on the battlefield. The Goblin King made a command to all the goblins present: "Kill all of the humans, torture them, bring upon them suffering, and show them that death is an honor they do not deserve." The goblins roared in unison as their frenzy became even wilder. This time, even the goblin heroes who waited and only attacked people with aura or mana were now charging forward madly. The tempo of the goblin army had changed entirely. The people in the first fortress had barely eaten or rested, and no longer had a chance, as they needed to keep the wave of goblins away. Even the goblin general that was controlling the lesser goblins and hobgoblins was now getting near to the wall. "Beasts that only know how to take, we will not give you anything. We will protect our homeland, our loved ones, and everything we care about. For Norvigard." Varden, the almost always stoic man, spoke with such passion and such vigor that the men and women of the first fortress had no time to feel fear. All they felt right now was righteous rage at the monster that said it wanted to take what was important to them. For Norvigard, the people in the fortress shouted, "Don't let a single one of those bloody monsters in. Kill them all. Those beasts need to die." The men and women of the first fortress felt their fatigue disappear as they started attacking with whatever they had with much more energy than before. It would seem that it is truly time to go all out. Let me see if I can do this better. Robert took out a mana potion, but unlike the others, this mana potion was of a darker color. This was one of his creations, a mana potion with stronger mana concentration. A mana potion like this wouldn't be able to be used as a normal product since it had a lot of defects. One of which is that it had a 20% chance of killing the one who drinks it. The high concentration of natural mana would forcefully enter your body if you're unable to control your mana precisely. Either you die or you become crippled. Of course, Robert was not bothered by that problem since his control over his mana was better than most. Once he regained enough mana, Robert used his mana to disrupt the outside flow of mana and control it. He copied the way the Frost Titan controlled the surrounding mana, but of course, he did it in a way that a human could. Robert lifted his hand upward, then once he was ready, he smashed his hand to the ground. The surrounding areas near him turned into ice, and the monsters that were near him were frozen. TCH, not nearly as good, but I can get better. Robert took out another concentrated mana potion and drank it, ready to use the new spell again. **** on the battlements, Lucen, who had regained enough mana, once again created the Juair 98 bolt-action rifle. The distance between him and the Goblin King was around 2 kilometers right now. Based on the knowledge given to him by the skill gun knowledge, he knew the effective range of this Juair 98 bolt-action rifle was around 1 kilometer. But the maximum range it could reach was 700 meters. The difference between the effective range and the maximum range was the accuracy and lethal force of hitting the target. The effective range was basically also the kill range. The maximum range was basically the farthest recorded distance the bullet could travel. At that distance, its power and accuracy dropped drastically. Still, that was with a regular person shooting. Lucen was a gun mage, and his current skills allow him to shoot with accuracy further than the effective range. His skill killing zone was still working. Even though fewer enemies were targeting him, there were still quite a few. So his accuracy, dexterity, agility, and critical hit rate were higher than normal. Lucen felt like he could hit the Goblin King at this distance. Lucen then aimed at the Goblin King, using the same element of wind imbued in the bullets he fired. In a speed faster than sound, creating a sonic boom, the bullet flew towards the Goblin King. When the bullet came in front of it, the Goblin King deflected the bullet with his jagged sword. "Human child, you think you can kill me the same way?" The Goblin King roared in anger. "Come here, you coward, and face me." Lucen did not bother to answer with words. Instead, he changed the element he imbued into the bullet and tried to hit the Goblin King with lightning. He was hoping to recreate something similar to a railgun with this element. Lucen's lightning round screamed through the air like a spear of white-blue light. The Goblin King, who deflected the earlier bullet, used more force to deflect this one. Even though it successfully deflected the attack, the lightning damage was felt through its body. The Goblin King was infuriated. Even though it wasn't truly injured and was merely tickled by the attack, the very fact that the attack got through made it angry. "You human child!" The angry Goblin King charged forward even faster. The Goblin King's charge trampled the goblins in its path. Lucen then tried to attack the Goblin King using different elemental bullets, but no matter what he shot at the Goblin King deflected it. The only thing that damaged the Goblin King was the tiny elemental damage caused by the bullets, like the explosion created as he deflected the bullets imbued with the element of fire. This just angered the Goblin King even more. Still, Lucen now understood a bit about the stats of the Goblin King, the speed at which it deflects bullets, and the damage it receives from the elements that hit it. He also understood that even though the Goblin King was sturdy and most likely had a high health bar, the fact that it deflected the bullets, instead of simply taking them like the Goblin Gladiators, might mean that it knows it would sustain damage if it took the bullets head-on. Seeing the Goblin King nearing the fortress wall, Varden was about to take action, but Lucen spoke to him. "Father, please allow me to face the Goblin King alone." The second those words came out of Lucen's mouth, it was like the entire battlefield became quiet. Chapter 155, VS Goblin King. Father, please allow me to face the Goblin King alone. Lucen spoke with a lot of confidence and a bit of eagerness to it. Varden, whose face was mostly always stoic, looked at his son with a quiet stare. The soldiers near them were still attacking, but also trying to listen to the conversation. The two locked eyes for a few seconds before Varden spoke. Why? It was a single word, but Lucen understood what Varden was trying to ask. Even Lucen himself did not understand why. But for some reason, after gaining new skills and seeing a new monster he had never seen in the game, his gamer blood was boiling. He wanted to face the new monster and see what kind of moves it would use, what lines it would say. I won't lie to you, father. I just want to fight the Goblin King, Lucen answered. That's the spirit, young lord. Thalos clapped his hands. Varden's eyes narrowed slightly at his son's bluntness. The son he knew in the past would do anything to impress him, and the son he knew now was someone who seemed to plan every move he made. But the son standing in front was neither of those. It was a warrior wanting to challenge a powerful foe. Varden studied Lucen in silence, the clash of steel and roar of goblins muffled beneath the weight of the moment. In the past year, you kept on changing, and it would seem that I, too, would need to keep up with your changes. Then go and fight to your heart's content, but always remember to never bring shame to the Thorny Heart name. Don't worry, young lord. The others and I will make sure that you and the goblin get to fight one-on-one without anyone bothering you. Thalos clenched his hand into a fist and smiled. Thank you, father. Thank you, Sir Thalos. Lucen gave a knight's salute and then used his new technique to fly through the air towards the Goblin King. Lucen did something that he had wanted to do ever since he got strong enough to do it. Lucen landed on the ground in front of the Goblin King, doing a superhero landing. The ground cracked beneath his boots as Lucen rose from the landing, smoke and dust curling around him. He straightened slowly, rifle already in hand, eyes locked on the towering Goblin King. A few goblins tried to attack Lucen, but they were shot down, and those that were able to get past that were smashed into the ground by Sir Thalos's fist. Sir Thalos appeared near Lucen, making his knuckles crack. He was ready to take down anyone who came close to Lucen and the Goblin King. The Goblin King's lips pulled back into a jagged, toothy grin. His breath came out in a rumble that shook the air, half laugh, half snarl. There was also a hint of anger in there. You dare stand before me by yourself, human child. You continue to insult me. I will make sure that you scream in pain and beg for mercy, which I have none. The Goblin King was ready to fight. Lucen, on the other hand, replied with something he wanted to say the very second he saw the enemies were goblins. A person I once knew said that the only good goblin is a dead goblin. Lucen spoke of the meme. Obviously, he knew that the real line was the only good ones are the ones that never come out of their holes. Still, it was the same meaning, and the meme was the cooler line to say right now. Hearing what Lucen said just made the Goblin King even angrier than before. He pointed his colossal, jagged sword at Lucen. You truly are a brave human child. To mock me, the king of all goblins, I will enjoy making you scream. The roar rolled across the battlefield, making even goblins flinch for an instant. Lucen raised his rifle, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. His stance was steady, unyielding. Then come prove me wrong. As if that was the signal to start the battle, the Goblin King, who was a few meters away from Lucen, charged at him with incredible speed. Still, Lucen had already expected this, as he had observed how fast the Goblin King was. The Goblin King's colossal blade howled through the air, the ground splitting where it struck. Lucen had already sidestepped, boots skidding across the torn earth as the shockwave rattled his bones. He exhaled slowly, finger tightening on the trigger. The rifle cracked like thunder. A bullet wrapped in fire mana screamed toward the king's temple, only to be cleaved aside by a blur of jagged steel. The bullet, upon contact with the sword, sparks erupted. Even at this distance, the Goblin King was able to react to the bullet. Lucen didn't frown. Instead, his smirk widened. So it really can react that fast. The Goblin King lunged again, every step cratering the earth. Lucen leapt back, chambering another round in a smooth, practiced motion, this one imbued with ice. The shot whistled forward, freezing mist trailing behind it. The king twisted his sword, deflecting it, shards of ice exploding across his chest. The shards of ice were unable to pierce too deeply into the Goblin King's sculpted body. The Goblin King roared and suddenly moved faster than before. Lucen could not dodge, and was forced to block using the rifle in his hands. The jagged sword came down like a thunderbolt. Lucen braced, the rifle's steel frame screeching under the impact. Sparks burst between the clashing weapons, the sheer force making him fly a few meters away. As he was flying, Lucen snapped the bolt, chambered another round, and loosed fire. But this time he was not aiming directly at the Goblin King. It felt like he was aiming at nowhere, but then he made a second shot. The ricochet bullets screamed through the gorge, bouncing with impossible precision. One caromed off a jagged outcrop, the other curved after striking the frozen ground. They converged at an angle impossible for a straight shot, streaking toward the Goblin King's exposed flank. This was one of Lucen's less used skills, ricochet. Seeing the incoming bullet that was about to hit him, the Goblin King knew he could not dodge or deflect them in time. The Goblin King's veins bulged as mana flooded his frame. His green flesh darkened, skin rippling as though stone and iron were crawling across it. The bullet struck, sparks exploded, but instead of piercing, they bounced off the shimmering armor that had suddenly covered his body. Still, there was some damage from the attack, which was seen in the Goblin King's muscular body. 2 bruises where the bullets were supposed to pierce. This was the first time the Goblin King had been truly hit, and that made him furious. So it has a defensive skill, making its body into some sort of metal. Still, the bullets were able to damage him. Lucen analyzed as he was ready to fire his next shot. The Goblin King slammed his jagged sword into the ground, the impact cracking the frozen earth and sending a shockwave racing outward. Goblins near him were thrown aside like rag dolls, crushed by the sheer force of their king's fury. Thalos was also affected by the shockwave, but he withstood it. Lucen slid 1 foot back, bracing himself as the pressure in the air spiked. The metallic sheen across the king's body pulsed, each beat of mana making the bruises fade ever so slightly. Oh, it's healing. Lucen quickly noticed the regeneration, but he also noticed the slight decrease in the mana the Goblin King was emitting. The Goblin King raised his head, eyes glowing like molten gold, and fixed them on Lucen. His grin widened, fangs gleaming. "You think your toys can kill me, human child? Come closer, let me show you what true power looks like." Hearing what the Goblin King said, Lucen couldn't help but smile as he let go of the rifle, making it disappear. He then created 2 peacemakers in both hands, and loaded them with bullets imbued with the fire elements set to explode upon contact. "Fine, then let's play the way you want it, up close and personal." This time, it was Lucen who dashed towards the Goblin King. The second he came close enough, the Goblin King slashed horizontally at Lucen. Lucen slid on the ground and evaded the sword slash by bending his body backward and sliding forward. Lucen then shot the Goblin King's side. The Goblin King reacted quickly and made his body into iron again. The bullet exploded upon contact with the Goblin King's body, but it did very minimal damage. The Goblin King roared and slashed at Lucen again, but with his battle instinct, gun kata, and the growing agility from Killzone, Lucen once again evaded the strike. He then made 4 successive shots at the exact same spot as before, and the Goblin King once again made its body into iron to tank the shot. Unlike the last time, this one had created more than just a bruise. It made the Goblin King bleed. The final bullet hammered home, punching through the gleaming iron sheen. A spray of dark, viscous blood arced across the snow, hissing where it touched frost. The Goblin King staggered half a step, eyes flashing wide in disbelief, then narrowed in fury. "You do bleed after all." Lucen then created more bullets imbued with fire elements and pointed his peacemakers at the Goblin King. "If it bleeds, I can kill it." Lucen couldn't help but smile as he said that line. Chapter 156. Maxim gun deep, deep underground, in a place where the only light you'll find is that from a torch. This is the place where goblins are born. Unlike most races, goblins do not have any female counterparts, so to breed, they need females of other races. They not only take the females, but the weapons and armor as well. Every sword a goblin wields was torn from a corpse. Every scrap of armor is a stolen legacy. Every child born is not a blessing, but a curse dragged screaming into the dark. In this place, each goblin works for food. They hunt, they steal, they eat. The goblins even fight with each other to take what the other has. The entirety of goblin culture revolves around taking what they want. In this den, some goblins become greater than what they were. Some gained the ability to manipulate mana. Others grew in size to crush whatever it was in their way. Some stole more than just weapons and armor. They stole ideals, honor, skills, and everything that person was to become more than what they were. There were also some that became great at manipulating other goblins into doing their bidding. Then there was that one goblin that rose above all of that. One goblin that was absolute, the one that had the ability to do all. This was the Goblin King. Now, this Goblin King wanted to steal more. He wanted to steal entire kingdoms and empires and make them his own. Who knew that just after it left the darkness to steal the light of others, it would meet this army of humans and would face a human child. Using a weapon he had never seen before, the human child had wounded him, made him bleed for the first time since his birth. The Goblin King's roar split the sky, a sound of wounded pride that shook the battlefield. Never before had his flesh been broken. Never before had prey drawn his blood. To the goblins, their king was invincible. To the humans who had seen him, he was terror made flesh. The Goblin King's jagged blade carved into the frozen ground, gouging trenches with each step as he bore down on Lucen. His golden eyes blazed, not with rage alone, but with a promise. No human would leave this place alive. Lucen, smoke curling from the barrels of his peacemakers, only steadied his breath. He was now fully focused on the Goblin King's every movement. He wanted to see what other movesets this new monster had to show him. The Goblin King lifted his jagged blade, frost and stone crumbling from the ground where it dragged. Each step was a quake, each breath a furnace of hate. Lucen's eyes narrowed. The Goblin King's stance had shifted, lower, heavier. The blade came down, not in a single cleave, but in a storm. The Goblin King added mana to its attacks, extending the reach of its jagged blade. The speed at which each attack came was so fast that it was like a blur. Lucen parried each attack with his peacemakers, pushing the blade with them or shooting at the blade to redirect an attack. Sparks scattered with every clash, the jagged blade grinding against steel and gunfire alike. Each swing that Lucen blocked shook Lucen's arms to the bone, but his stance never faltered. Gun Carter would not let his stance break ever. Lucen tracked every blur of motion, every overextension, the heat of mana burning the air with each arc. Lucen's marksmanship and battle instinct were telling him that at this moment, he could only wait to see if an opening would present itself. It was then that the Goblin King made a feint. The Goblin King's sword twisted, its mana edge stretching longer than Lucen's eyes first caught. Lucen leaned back, his head almost hitting the ground, the blade missing him by less than a breath. Lucen fired upward as he bent away, the bullet imbued with the element of thunder ricocheting off the sword itself and sparking toward the king's jaw. The Goblin King snarled, jerking his head aside at the last instant. He could not gather enough mana to make his body like iron, since he focused his mana on attacking. The bullet nicked the Goblin King, making it bleed again with a bit of static. It was a shallow wound, but a wound all the same. In Lucen's eyes, he was imagining seeing the Goblin King's health bar going down bit by bit. On the other hand, the Goblin King became even more furious. The Goblin King's roar boomed, shaking snow from the cliffs. The mana in its body flowed even faster than before. The wounds it received disappeared as if it was never there. The Goblin King's muscular body then started growing. Its face, which could have passed as a slightly attractive human with green skin, was changing. It was growing tusks, and its muscular body seemed to have doubled its muscle mass. That wasn't the end of the transformation. Its bones seemed to be coming out of its body, making something like bone spikes sticking out of its body. As it was doing its transformation, Lucen used his gun creation skill to create the best gun he could think of at the moment with his knowledge. He created a Maxim gun, which was a recoil-operated machine gun, the first fully automatic machine gun created in his past life. Since it was taking some time for the Goblin King to transform, it also gave Lucen time to create the Maxim gun, which required a bit of time to create using the gun creation skill. He then imbued each bullet with the fire element, which was going to explode upon contact. Lucen had used up a lot of his mana for this, but it was the best damage dealer he could do at the moment. Between him and the Goblin King, Lucen was the first one to finish his preparations. Sorry, I'm not one of those guys who would wait for your transformation sequence to finish. Lucen started shooting at the Goblin King with the Maxim gun. The Maxim roared to life, its barrel shuddering as it spat fire. A stream of bullets, each glowing with runic flame, ripped across the battlefield like a blazing river. The snow hissed and turned to steam. Goblins on the periphery incinerated in the storm meant only for their king. Each impact erupted like a cannon shell, hammering against the Goblin King's mutating flesh. Chunks of frost, stone, and even bone spikes flew in every direction as the tyrant staggered under the ceaseless barrage. Smoke was coming from the area where the Goblin King was standing, as well as from the barrel of the Maxim gun. The Goblin King raised his jagged sword, bone and mana armor fusing together in a grotesque shield. Still, the Maxim gun's fury was relentless. Bruises blackened across his monstrous body, and for the first time, the king's golden eyes flickered, not with rage, but with a bit of fear. On the other hand, Lucen was having fun firing the Maxim gun. It felt like he was playing an FPS game. Now this is what a DPS looks like, you F***-seeking monster. If you got a third phase, better show it now. The Maxim gun bellowed, its voice a grinding thunder. Lucen's aim kept the storm focused, the majority of rounds hammering into the Goblin King with merciless precision. Fire blossomed across his flesh with each impact, a storm of miniature explosions that forced the monster backward step by step. Still, not every shot found its mark. A handful ripped into the frozen earth, erupting geysers of steam as snow vaporized in violent bursts. Stray rounds gouged trenches through the battlefield, splintering boulders and showering the field with shards of stone and ice. The watching soldiers could only stare, feeling the heat wash across them even from a distance. The sight before them was something they could barely comprehend. The thunder spears were already something hard to understand. Now Lucen showed them the Maxim gun, which was something else entirely. It was less a duel now, and more as if the battlefield itself was being erased by sheer firepower. Robert, who was watching the fight from a distance, wanted to rush and ask Lucen a lot of questions about the Maxim gun. He also wanted to see the Goblin King up close, but even he understood that intervening now was not something Lucen would want. The Goblin King was swallowed in the chaos. Fire washed over him, explosions masking his form in a boiling shroud of dust and steam. For an instant, even Lucen's sharp eyes couldn't see past the storm he had created, only the outline of something massive thrashing within. He tightened his grip on the Maxim. He was not going to use all his mana on creating more bullets, as he needed some leeway just in case. The Maxim's roar slowed, then sputtered to silence, its barrel glowing a dull red. Lucen's ears rang in the sudden quiet, broken only by the hiss of steam and the crackle of fires chewing through the snow. His gaze locked on the churning smoke where the Goblin King had stood. For a heartbeat there was nothing. Then, from within the smoke movement, a hulking silhouette staggered forward. Bone spikes cracked and blackened, green flesh blistered where the explosions had struck. Chunks of molten armor slid from his body like slag, hissing as they hit the ground. Blood dripped, steaming as it struck the ice, but his golden eyes still burned through the haze, brighter than ever. The Goblin King straightened, each breath a guttural growl, and slammed his jagged sword into the ground. The impact scattered the smoke in a wave, revealing the monster in full, wounded, furious, and far more terrifying than before. The Goblin King's body bulged again, the blackened flesh splitting to reveal something worse beneath. Bone and mana knitted into a grotesque armor. The Goblin King lifted his head, golden eyes locking onto Lucen with murderous clarity. Damn, I guess it's time for the final phase. Lucen thought to himself as he started thinking of what to do next. He was already breathing harder than before, and he was also sweating profusely, not just from the heat generated by the Maxim gun. His mana was already quite low, and his vision was tunneling from exhaustion as well as mana fatigue. He needed to drink a mana potion, but he could not let go of the Maxim gun or it would disappear. Not to mention, he feared that the second he took out the mana potion to drink, the Goblin King would make a move. The Goblin King then moved. The air split as the Goblin King vanished from sight, moving faster than Lucen's eyes could track. Chapter 157. Shatter Lucen's battle instincts was screaming at him as he quickly ducked. The flash of a sword came passing by. Lucen was almost sliced in half, but instead his trench coat was damaged. Since Lucen let go of the Maxim gun, the gun disappeared into nothingness, since it was just something created from the skill gun creation. Lucen unconsciously tried to grab his sword, the Crimson Lord MK Roman IV that was usually on his back, but he could not feel it, and he cursed under his breath. He remembered that he had left his sword back in the fortress since it was bulky, making dodging harder if it was on his back as he fought with his gun mage skills. Lucen then quickly rolled to the side as the Goblin King slashed downward. The ground where the jagged sword hit exploded, and shards of ice and water came flying all over the place. The gorge amplified the sound into a deafening boom, the shockwave bouncing between the walls. The Goblin King didn't pause. With a guttural roar, it ripped its blade free and swung sideways. Lucen jumped upward to dodge the attack. As he did that, he took out the mana potion hidden in his trench coat and drank it. He could feel mana flowing through him again. Even though he had fixed his mana problem, his stamina could not be restored in the same way. The cold air burned his throat as he landed, boots skidding across fractured ice. The ground beneath his feet was no longer solid. Cracks spiderwebbed outward from every strike of the Goblin King, water hissing as it met the lingering flames from his elemental rounds. The monster was already upon him. The jagged sword carved the air, its arc trailing mana like a comet's tail. Lucen hadn't manifested a new gun since he didn't want to waste mana. He was still thinking about what he should do to win against the monster before him. So for now, he decided to evade the attacks while thinking about what to do next. "Sathalos, I need my sword," Lucen shouted as he evaded all the attacks with his heightened agility in combination with his battle instincts. He weaved through each attack, but he was getting nicked every now and then. Still, it wasn't just Lucen who was getting tired, so was the Goblin King. Even though the Goblin King was a monster whose physical abilities were above the base Lucen, its second form consumes a lot of stamina and mana. Lucen, who kept on evading each strike, was finally able to understand the Goblin King's attack pattern. Despite this being real life and not a game, it would seem that patterns in an attack still existed. The Goblin King's timing, feints, and the way he likes going behind him to do a horizontal slash were now easy to predict. "How long are you going to keep dodging like a rat? Are you that afraid of me, child?" As the Goblin King was talking, Lucen evaded the strike and jumped up to touch the Goblin King's forehead with his palm. "I was just waiting for this chance." Lucen gathered a large amount of mana and used the same move he had used to open the wounded young fire dragon before. Lucen's mana came out of his body, and a condensed ball of mana exploded right on the Goblin King's face. Even Lucen was blown away by his attack. His arm was shaking from the power of the explosion. Lucen's regeneration skill and grit skill worked together to heal his body. Lucen's, who flew a few meters backward, took out another mana potion and quickly drank it. The power of that explosion was not as strong as the barrage from the Maxim gun, but it was done at close range and directly at the face of the Goblin King, which Lucen assumed was a weak point. The smoke cleared, and the tusk on the Goblin King's face broke. The monster reeled back, one golden eye half shut from the blast, its face blackened and steaming. The gorge trembled with its roar, a sound that was no longer pure fury, but laced with pain. Lucen pushed himself up, coughing, his right arm trembling from channeling too much mana at once. No arquebus, no peacemakers, no crimson lord. Nothing but his fists and the faint glow of mana crawling across his skin. The Goblin King ripped its blade free of the ice with a shriek of metal and frost, then leveled its golden eyes on him. The monster grinned with its broken tusk, blood drooling down its chin. This was the first time the Goblin King had the very thought that he could die, but instead of feeling fear, he felt excited. "You are a strong human. I will take that strength and make it my own. I will take your weapons to make my army greater. I will take everything that is yours." Take, is that all you goblins know to do? The Goblin King's jagged grin widened, his cracked tusk dripping with blood. "The second we live, we take our mothers' lives to grow stronger. We take because nothing is given. Everything out there is meant to be taken. Your lives, your love, your kingdoms, the entire world is meant to be taken. Victory or defeat, there's only the taker and the taken from." He raised his sword high, mana coiling around the blade until it howled like a storm. The gorge walls groaned, flakes of ice breaking free and tumbling down in avalanches. "Young lord," Lucen heard Sir Thalos's voice behind him. "Catch!" Lucen looked behind him and caught the Crimson Lord MK Roman 4. He then loaded the Crimson Lord with gunpowder and pulled the trigger, making a roaring sound, making the blade burn crimson. Lucen then grabbed one of the iron spheres on his belt and lit it up using the heat from the blade of the Crimson Lord. Lucen then threw the iron sphere at the Goblin King. The Goblin King sneered and swept his jagged blade across the sphere, certain it was nothing more than human scrap. The gorge erupted. A blast of smoke and shrapnel roared outward, shards of iron peppering his hide. They could not pierce his skin, but the blinding fog rolled over him, cutting his vision. That was when the Goblin King saw a crimson light coming down at him. The Goblin King blocked the incoming attack with his jagged sword wrapped in mana. That was when the Goblin King saw the barrel of Lucen's newly created peacemaker aimed at his eyes. The Goblin King quickly closed his eyes as the bullet was fired. Lucen fired twice in succession, trying to hit both eyes. With his iron skin, the bullets could not penetrate, but Lucen had expected that. The bullet he fired was an elemental bullet that made ice start to spread in his eyelid. Now the Goblin King could not open his eyes. The Goblin King roared, the sound rolling through the gorge like thunder. Blindness did not stop him, it only drove him into a frenzy. His jagged blade carved wild arcs through the open air, each swing blasting out compressed mana that split the frozen ground apart. Sheets of ice cracked and collapsed into the river below, geysers of freezing water erupting skyward. Lucen darted back, as getting hit by one of the frenzied attacks would hurt quite a bit. The gorge was wide, but every reckless swing of the Goblin King churned the battlefield itself into chaos. Fissures opened underfoot, boulders tumbled from the cliffs above, and the ground itself was no longer safe. Now that he had some distance, and the Goblin King was simply swinging wildly, Lucen stabbed the Crimson Lord onto the ground, let go of the Peacemaker, and then created a Duair 98. Lucen imbued the bullet of the Duair 98 with the lightning element, which helped increase its penetrating power. Lucen, using his first mantle aura to enhance his voice, shouted as loud as he could. "Listen up, you F***-seeking Goblin B** stards. Once I'm done with your king, I'm going to kill you all, so come at me." Lucen's shout echoed throughout the entire gorge. The goblins then shifted their attention to Lucen, many of whom directed their killing intent on him. This was, of course, part of Lucen's plan. Now that almost all the goblins were targeting him, his kill zone skill was in full effect. His agility, dexterity, and accuracy, as well as his chances for a critical hit, were practically 100% now. With all those factors on his side, Lucen aimed at the area where the heart of the Goblin King was. Even though that area was protected by his muscles, his iron skin, as well as the bone armor with mana, it was also surprisingly the weakest vital that was protected. Lucen, who had shot at different areas using the Maxim gun, as well as making his mana explode at the Goblin King, noticed that the head was the best protected vital area. The least protected vital was the chest, making the heart the perfect target. Lucen's marksmanship skill guided him to the best angle to fire from. Lucen breathed slowly as he squeezed the trigger. The lightning-imbued round screamed out and punched through the steaming air. A single, precise shot that had all the buffs from the kill zone skill. The bullet screamed through the gorge, trailing lightning that lit the mist in jagged arcs. At that moment for Lucen, the world fell silent. The growls of goblins, the shouts of soldiers, the firing of arquebuses, thunderspears, and spells, even the roar of the Goblin King, all of it was drowned out by that single shot. Chapter 158. To the one who had been given to the lightning-imbued bullet flew straight to the target. The Goblin King, who was blinded by the ice in his eyelids, had calmed down a bit and felt the bullet coming towards him. He swung his jagged sword, but the positioning and timing were wrong. The bullet pierced through his sword and broke it. The Goblin King's instincts were screaming at him that he needed to evade this attack no matter what. Lucen watched as his bullet flew. The world seemed to slow, the line of lightning tracing its path like a divine spear. The lightning round struck true. It slammed into the Goblin King's chest, with enough force to crack the bone armor enhanced by mana and tear through flesh. The monster's body jerked violently as arcs of lightning crawled across its skin, illuminating the veins beneath like molten rivers. For a moment, Lucen thought it was over until he saw the shift. The Goblin King twisted at the last instant, the bullet carving a searing path just shy of his heart. It tore through his chest and burst out of his back in a shower of blood and electricity. But even with that much damage, the Goblin King was able to survive and was forcing his body to heal. The king staggered, clutching the gaping wound, his breathing ragged and wet. His broken tusk gleamed faintly as he let out a low, guttural growl that echoed through the gorge. Lucen's eyes widened. He was able to dodge that. The Goblin King straightened, blood dripping from his mouth as he grinned. "Not yet, humans. You haven't taken everything." He raised what remained of his shattered sword, his body trembling, but his killing intent surged once more, heavier than before. "Heh, I gotta admit you have a F***-seeking thick health bar, you monster." Lucen's breathing came in ragged bursts, the cold air slicing into his lungs like broken glass. His arms felt numb, his heartbeat uneven, too fast, too heavy. The edges of his vision flickered, but through the blur, that stubborn fire in his eyes refused to go out. As expected of a boss monster, no time to rest or pause. I can't believe this sh*t is making me remember the time I went on a 24-hour game marathon wearing a f***-seeking diaper. Lucen did not notice it, but he was smiling right now. The Goblin King ripped the ice from his face with a wet crack, flinging shards that hissed against the ground. His roar wasn't just a sound, it was a wave of fury that made those who heard it tremble. Even wounded, even half-blind, the monster moved like an avalanche with purpose. He dragged his broken blade along the frozen ground, sparks flaring against the pale blue ice. The sparks that were flying mingled with the arcs of lightning, still dancing across his wound. Each step shook the gorge like the march of an army. Lucen steadied his aim, but his arms felt heavier than ever before. His body screamed in protest, muscles locking. The flow of his mana was like rusted pipes that refused to move as he wished. Every movement felt wrong, too heavy, too slow. The Goblin King swung his broken sword wide, but still fast. Lucen did not flinch as he fired twice. Both bullets struck true, slamming into the creature's abdomen, but neither was enough to drop it. The monster's sheer endurance was absurd. It refused to fall, even as its flesh sizzled from the thunder coursing through it. Lucen barely managed to roll away as the shattered blade came crashing down, splitting the ground open. A blast of icy mist surged up, frosting his coat and hair white. When the haze cleared, Lucen was crouched low, panting, one knee pressing against the cracked ice. The Goblin King was swaying now, bleeding, burned, and still grinning through the pain. Its golden eyes, half frozen, still found Lucen through instinct alone. Human, it rasped, its voice guttural broken. You would have made a find. Goblin, Lucen exhaled sharply, pulling the bolt of the dewar back with trembling hands. Sorry, I'm not interested in those monster-type reincarnations. He loaded bullets imbued with the fire element. Lucen's aim wasn't steady. Even with his marksmanship skill, it could not stop his hands from shaking due to exhaustion. The Goblin King dragged his feet forward, each step leaving behind smoldering blood on the ice. His grin widened as he lifted the remains of his jagged blade like a club. Let us see who gets to take and who gets to be taken. From Lucen steadied his breath. His vision blurred a bit due to declining stamina. It was getting a bit harder to focus, but he did not stop. This wasn't the first time he experienced such a thing. In his past life, as a gamer who said just one more match until a whole day vanished without sleep or rest. Is that your endgame dialogue? Lucen joked. The Goblin King didn't understand the words, but the mockery in Lucen's tone was unmistakable. A fool. Until the end, the mana in the Goblin King's body surged. Varden, who was watching the battle from atop the fortress walls, wanted to intervene, but he told his son that he could fight the Goblin King by himself. To dishonor his son by interfering in his duel, or to simply continue to watch even in this situation. Varden gnashed his teeth as he decided to believe in his son. The Goblin King raised his broken weapon high, its jagged edge glowing from the mana flooding through his arm. Steam poured from the wound in his chest, as if his blood itself burned with rage. Lucen steadied his rifle, flames flickering along the length of the barrel. The Goblin King roared, voice echoing through the gorge. The very air seemed to shadow from the sound. Lucen squeezed the trigger. The fire-imbued round ignited the air between them, a streak of red cutting through the mist. And then, impact, a blinding flash and a wave of heat came. Varden, who was watching from the battlements, squeezed his hand on part of the stone wall, crushing it. The smoke cleared, showing a kneeling Goblin King, half of its body no longer there. Lucen, whose knees were trembling, was using the rifle in his hand as a cane to push himself up. Even in this situation, the Goblin King was alive, but barely. Steam hissed from his wounds as he turned his remaining eye toward the human child who had beaten him. I have failed to take anything from you. Each word came with a wet rasp, blood bubbling at his lips. You have taken everything. The Goblin King continued, his voice gurgling, half drowned in blood. My life, my future, even my hate. You took it all, like a true goblin. The Goblin King spoke with a somewhat satisfied smile on its face. Lucen's breathing came in ragged gasps. Every inhale burned like broken glass. His lips twitched into a weak grin, the kind of smile that comes when pain and relief mix until you can't tell them apart. "Can you stop calling me a goblin?" he muttered. "Also, I didn't take anything from you. You offered your life willingly by fighting me." For a moment, silence filled the gorge, broken only by the faint crackle of a fire and the slow drip of blood melting the frost. The Goblin King wanted to laugh, but it couldn't. Its eyes softened before speaking. "It would seem so. You're the first being to be given anything by a goblin." His words faded into a rasp, then nothing. The last wisp of steam escaped his mouth as his body fell forward, lifeless. Lucen exhaled shakily, falling to the ground on his butt. "I said, stop calling me a goblin." Before Lucen was about to lose consciousness, he heard and saw the system notification. Level up, new trait acquired, to the one who had been given to legendary. Effect, lesser goblins and hobgoblins will listen to one command. Goblin gladiators and goblin heroes will show respect. Goblin mages and goblin generals will not be hostile unless provoked. The second Lucen read those words of the new trait he acquired, before he lost consciousness, he used every remaining stamina he had to shout, "Retreat!" After saying that one command, Lucen fainted. Sathalos, who was nearby, caught Lucen's body before it hit the ground. The people in the first fortress were surprised by the final words Lucen said before he fainted. But then something even more surprising happened. The word echoed like a divine command, carried by aura through the freezing gorge. For a moment, even the monsters seemed confused, and then, as if bound by invisible law, they obeyed. The lesser goblins and the hobgoblins started going back where they came from. The goblin heroes did something similar to a knight's salute before retreating as well, and so did the goblin gladiators. The last one remaining was the goblin general. He didn't say anything, simply looked at the unconscious Lucen for a few seconds before leaving as well. The noisy battlefield where you could see goblins from every direction had become quiet, and what monsters remained were only the ones who had died. Varden, Thalos, Robert, Harlick, Roderick, and everyone from the first fortress were at a loss for words. They had won, but they could not understand what had happened. No cheers rose, no shouts of victory, only the crackle of dying fires, and the faint sound of snow settling on blood. Lucen Thornyheart had not just won the battle, he won the war, and no one quite understood how. Chapter 159. Varkun Lucen, who had his eyes closed, felt like he was floating. He had been in a similar situation before, when an unknown deity spoke about the last light. When Lucen opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a grand golden dining hall with all sorts of weapons on the wall and sets of armor. There were long tables with countless chairs, yet not a single person sat upon them. The air shimmered faintly, as though it carried the memory of countless feasts. The first thought that came to his mind was, Valhalla. He turned slowly, taking it all in. Symbols of shields, hammers, and wings marked the towering banners along the walls. The scent of iron and smoke hung in the air, but there was also something purer, the faint trace of honor, heavy and old. Did I die again? I guess this wouldn't be Valhalla, but Varkun's Hall of Heroes. Lucen was surprised by how calm he felt. In fact, he wasn't feeling much of anything being here. No fear, no relief, just quiet acceptance. Lucen looked around once more. The longer he stared, the more the silence pressed down on him, not heavy, just vast. His footsteps echoed as he walked past the long tables. Each seat had an empty mug, as if the warriors who once drank there had simply vanished mid-toast. When he reached out to touch one of the armors on display, the air shimmered faintly. The gauntlet pulsed with warmth, faint, like an ember refusing to die. I guess I don't get to reincarnate this time, he muttered to himself. Kinda feels lonely for a hall of heroes. I wonder where everyone went. Is it like Valhalla in my old world, where they go fight and then come back to drink and make merry? Lucen's voice echoed faintly, swallowed by the vast emptiness of the Golden Hall. For a place meant to celebrate heroes, it felt less like a reward and more like a museum, grand, eternal, but lifeless. He noticed that there were a few signs of battle on some parts of the endless table that had been damaged. It had a few scratches here and there. It seemed like a battle had taken place, but the food and drink were undamaged, which was a little weird. He then shifted his attention to the walls and noticed something he hadn't before. The walls were indeed filled with weapons, but there were also some pictures with a story below them. A picture of a lone warrior facing off against an army of thousands. Below the picture was the name of the person and the event that took place, Hatrol's last stand against the Nyan Empire. Below that was the story of how the warrior named Hatrol stood before the Empire's army to allow his companions to retreat. He held them down in that position for 5 days, and had defeated thousands before dying not by any blade, but because of exhaustion. Lucen then looked at the other pictures. There were many epic tales, but there were also a few that weren't as epic, but heroic nonetheless. Like the father who had never held a sword, but fought against bandits to protect his wife and children. There was also the child who struggled and fought to his dying breath. It wasn't against an army or anything, but against a few boars. It would seem that all kinds of warriors were honored here, no matter how big or small. They were all honored in the same way. Lucen slowly moved from one picture to another. Each tale was carved in gold and etched with such care that even the smallest details, faces twisted in pain, blades half broken, tears on cheeks, felt almost alive. He paused before one depicting a woman kneeling in a burning village. Her sword plunged into the ground before her as shadowed figures surrounded her. Sarah of the Flame, who chose to burn with her home so none would suffer alone. Lucen's throat tightened a little. He didn't know why, but he found himself bowing his head slightly. These guys really didn't mess around, huh? He stepped back, his boots echoing faintly across the endless floor. This wasn't just a hall, it was a chronicle of sacrifice, of people who stood their ground knowing it would be their end, those who fought with honor and dignity until the very end. What one would call heroes. I guess this place is aptly named. Still, I wonder what happened to the people here. The moment Lucen asked that question, the air shifted. It wasn't wind, exactly, but the weight of presence, the kind that made his heart beat slow and his breath catch, like the whole world had paused to listen. Lucen was forced to kneel on the ground. He had experienced such a suffocating presence before. He remembered the first time he experienced asking for a blessing in Varkun's temple. I guess the big boss is about to make an appearance. Lucen joked in his mind as the suffocating pressure bore down on him. The golden light that filled the hall dimmed, then deepened, as though the gold itself grew heavier. The air thickened, dense with power. Every flicker of reflection on the armor, every glint on the blades, seemed to bow toward a single point in front of him. Be honored, young hero, for only select few mortals have set foot on this place while still alive. Lucen, who was kneeling, felt the pressure lighten as he slowly lifted his gaze. Before him, the air shimmered, light folding, condensing, until a figure stepped forth from the golden haze. A being of great power stood there, tall enough that even the vast ceiling of the hall seemed to bend around him. He wore armor that gleamed like burnished bronze, each plate carved with a divine aura that pulsed like embers under the surface. A fur-lined cloak, dark as ash, hung from his shoulders, his helmet hiding his face, but you could see his golden eyes shining from within. Lucen did not even need to ask who this being was. Varkun, the god of war and honor, was now standing before him. Despite only knowing the name and there being no image known about the other party, there was no mistaking that overwhelming presence. It wasn't just divine, it was absolute. Lucen swallowed dryly. To what do I owe the honor of being brought to your presence? Varkun then responded. His voice filled the hall, deep and steady, like the sound of war drums across the plains. I've brought you here, young hero, to congratulate you. Lucen stared at the god in confusion for a few seconds before speaking. Congratulate me for what? Varkun's golden eyes gleamed faintly from beneath his helm. As you know, those who died with honor, those who died without giving up, those who died on the battlefield as true warriors, their souls are guided to the Hall of Heroes. Varkun's voice echoed majestically in the hall. It's not just humans that come here. Elves, dwarves, orcs, warbeasts, any race. For as long as they died as true warriors, they are welcomed here. Guided by Lady Velmira, they all enjoy the finest of wine, the nicest of meals, and the hardiest of battles. Lucen tilted his head slightly. Doesn't sound like a bad afterlife. I'm still alive, so I guess I don't exactly qualify. Varkun's helm shifted, and though his face remained hidden, Lucen could somehow feel the god's gaze on him. You misunderstand, young hero. You have not been brought to my hall to join the fallen. Not yet. Like I said before, I came here to congratulate you on an incredible feat. You have made a monster understand what it means to be a true warrior, making him die as one. It has been ages since a new race entered my halls, and to think it would be something like a goblin. Lucen blinked, not sure he'd heard that right. You're saying, the Goblin King's soul is here, in the Hall of Heroes? Varkun nodded slowly, the motion like the shifting of a mountain. Yes, he sits among those who found their end with honor. You made someone from a race known to take whatever they please, acknowledged that he had given you something, and in the end, allowed him to see more clearly and die as a true warrior. Lucen, who was still kneeling, did not know why, but he actually felt good for the Goblin King. Heh, so he was able to enter the Hall of Heroes. I, Varkun, who value all true warriors, praise you, young hero. What you have done will bring further glory and honor to my seat, for more races to understand the path of a true warrior. For that I shall give you a gift, a blessing from me directly. Varkun raised his hand, and a blinding light shone upon Lucen. Once that light disappeared, Lucen could feel his back of his right hand burning up. He saw something like a tattoo of a sword appear in his hand. It was then that he heard and saw a system notification. Varkun favors you gained a permanent blessing, unyielding. You will never yield to any pressure, killing intent, fear, mind control, or any outside force that wants to bend your will. I have given my gift and praise. Go forth, young heroes, carry my blessing with honor, and may your will remain unbroken until the drums of the last battle sound. Varkun's voice suddenly became distant as Lucen lost consciousness. Chapter 160. Let us drink. Lucen could hear the sound of people singing, and he caught the scent of meat being grilled and boiled. He then heard his stomach growling. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the face of his stoic father. You finally woke up. Lucen blinked a few times. Father, you have been out for 4 days. Varden suddenly said, his tone flat as usual. Hearing what his father said, Lucen, who had just woken up, focused. It was then he noticed that his father's eyes were a little red, and his eye bags, which were non-existent before due to his aura mantle clearing out impurities, were there. I guess he's been by my side without rest. Lucen didn't say it aloud. He just looked at his father and let out a quiet breath that wasn't quite a laugh. But then he remembered the monster wave. Was there another wave? There hasn't been a new wave. The goblins retreated to wherever they came from. I already sent scouts to see if there are any signs of a next wave, so for now we are simply resting while waiting for the report of the scouts. I see, that's good to hear. After saying those words, Lucen's stomach growled. Varden then stood up from his chair and headed to the door of the room. Since you're awake, I'll take my leave. He paused briefly, his hand resting on the doorframe. Also, make sure to eat properly, and then he left. Lucen stared at the closed door for a few seconds before chuckling softly. Awkward as always, father. To think the old me thought he was as cold as the icy north. Lucen headed outside to the source of the smell. He saw the dining halls filled with people eating and drinking merrily. There were even some who were playing a few instruments. Everyone was exchanging stories about where they came from and how they came to be here. There were also some telling the story of their part in the past monster wave battles. Lucen spotted Harlick and the other members of Thornifang being surrounded by the soldiers of the first fortress, drinking merrily together. Even Daniel, whom he thought would be sleeping, was present, though it looks like he had been dragged here. There was also Robert, who was playing territory war with the soldiers. Thrall was eating a ton of food like a savage, and Veronica was trying to make him slow down from eating too fast, saying that he might choke. Bram, on the side, simply shook his head as he continued drinking his ale in silence. Unfortunately, he noticed that there were a few missing new recruits. Lucen could already guess what their fates were. Lucen gnashed his teeth, but then quickly shook his head. Death in battle in this world would lead them to Varkun's Hall of Heroes. Surely they are drinking better wine and eating better food than we are here. They'll also be quite surprised to see the Goblin King on that side. Lucen mused to himself. Lucen saw that the members of Thornifang had left empty chairs available with drinks and food. For a brief moment, Lucen felt like he saw those recruits who died smiling and drinking with the others. It was at that moment that Harlick noticed Lucen. Little leader, you're finally awake. The second Harlick said those words, all the attention shifted to Lucen. Then there was a roar of cheers. Young lord, you're finally awake. Cheers to the young lord. Come join us and eat. Ha ha ha. Your battle against that monster is one that bards will sing for ages to come. You're finally awake, Lucen. Tell me what that thing was you created using your unique magic. That thing that shot out all those things in mere seconds. Tell me the principles of how it works. Robert suddenly bombarded him with questions, but Harlick and Mark pulled him back. Come on, he just woke up, you crazy alchemist, Harlick commented while sighing. It's good to see you awake, little leader, Mark said with a smile on his face. Lucen smiled faintly at Mark's words. Yes, it's good to see everyone is as lively as ever. The smell of roasted meat and spiced ale filled the air, thick enough to make his stomach protest again. He finally sat down among his comrades, the cheers around him fading into laughter and music. Someone slid a mug of ale into his hand. Drink up, little leader. Lucen raised it slightly, looking around the hall. To those who made it back, he said, then his gaze shifted briefly toward the empty chairs. And those who didn't. The laughter softened for a heartbeat. Dozens of mugs rose into the air. To the fallen, everyone echoed. The mugs clashed, ale spilling freely across the table. May Velmira guide their souls to Varkun's Hall of Heroes. Lucen mumbled to himself as he drank the ale in his hand. One of the soldiers started singing, "Let's raise our mugs for those who fell. Glory and honor are theirs, we tell. They now sit among the heroes of old. Their stories will forever be told." The other soldiers joined in and started singing as well. "So sing, my brothers, lift your voice. For every sorrow we'll make our choice. To fight, to live, to laugh, to stand together strong, this weary band. So drink, my friends, the war still calls. But tonight within these halls we feast, we sing, we mend, we cheer, for every soul we've lost is here." The song carried through the hall, voices rough but filled with pride. Some sang with smiles, others with tears in their eyes, yet all with their chests raised high. While they were singing, the commander of the first fortress, Roderick, sat beside Lucen. "They could sing like this thanks to you, young lord." Lucen looked at Roderick. "Because of me, yes. Do you know, young lord, every time before, when we faced a monster wave, we were always expecting a lot of us to die. But this time, just a few went on to Varkun's Hall of Heroes. Because of the weapons you made, many will get to go home and meet their families again." Lucen looked down at the mug in his hand. The brown liquid rippled slightly as the laughter continued around them. He took a quiet sip before he spoke. "It wasn't all because of me. No matter what kind of weapon I created, the people who use it are what matters. It's because of everyone's will and their strengths gathering together, which is the reason we survived to fight another day." Roderick looked at Lucen, his eyes wide open for a second before he shook his head and chuckled. "It is as I heard. The young lord truly doesn't speak like those of his age. I guess that is the burden of those who are born to the Thornyheart family." Lucen smiled faintly. "You speak as if I sound like an old man." Roderick laughed, a low, weary sound that still carried pride. "Not an old man, young lord, just someone who's seen too much too soon." Lucen leaned back slightly, watching as Harlech arm-wrestled a knight twice his size and won, roaring with laughter. Across the hall, Thrall nearly inhaled an entire leg of boar and was almost choked. Veronica helped him cough it out. Robert continued playing territory war with the soldiers, but was also glancing at Lucen from time to time, seemingly wanting to talk but holding himself back. It was chaotic, loud and imperfect, yet wonderful all the same. Lucen, who gained his past life's memories, felt that this magical world, with all its killing, scheming and monsters, was beautiful in its own way. "Too much too soon, huh?" Lucen murmured half to himself. He glanced at the empty seats again. "Maybe that's true for all of us. Oh, young lord, it's good to see you finally awake." Sir Tharlos entered the hall, his body sweating most likely from his daily training. He picked up a huge piece of meat, bit into it and walked toward Lucen. Lucen blinked at him, half smiling. "Sir Tharlos, as expected of you, still training while everyone was celebrating." Tharlos chewed loudly, swallowed, then grinned. "Of course, if I stop for too long, my muscles will start crying." Also, Tharlos mumbled something that Lucen could not hear, but his face showed a look of melancholy. "What did you say, Sir Tharlos? I couldn't quite hear you in the end." Tharlos shook his head and grinned wider than before. "It's nothing. I just said the spices on this meat taste pretty good." Lucen studied him for a moment. Tharlos' grin was as wide as ever, but Lucen noticed how his hand trembled slightly when he lifted the meat again. The proud knight's eyes, bright, sharp, always burning with resolve, flickered with something quieter, something heavy. Lucen didn't press further. He understood that someone like Tharlos would have a very sad and dark backstory to match his always burning passion for training. "Come on, Sir Tharlos, let's drink." Gladly, Tharlos grabbed several mugs of ale with one hand and started drinking. Lucen raised his mug once more, letting the noise of the hall wash over him. The flicker of torches, the smell of roasted meat, the echo of laughter. This night might just be one in many, but he hoped that in the future, when everyone, including himself, remembers the events that happened here, this night would be the one that shone brightly in their memories. Chapter 161. Returning in triumph after a few days of resting, another wave of monsters came to the first fortress. But unlike the first two waves, this one was composed of weaker monsters. The Thunder Spears and the charging Stelhart Knights were all they needed to end the wave without any casualties. Once that was done, Varden sent out scouts to see if another would come. So in the meantime, they rested and feasted as they waited. Even with the scouts returning to report that they spotted no other monster groups within the area, they still needed to be on high alert. There were a few times on record that the army left the first fortress after no other monsters appeared for a few days, and then weeks later, a final wave would appear. This happened a few times in different years, so it was now standard practice to wait for several weeks after the last wave to see if another would come. Even now, no one could understand the pattern of the monster waves. They seemed to just happen randomly. And for some reason, even though the monsters that appear don't all come from the north, they always seem to magically appear beyond the gorge. There were many attempts to see the source of the monster wave, but no one has ever found it. Of course, Lucen, as a person who in his past life scoured the entire game for lore and content, knew the reason for the monster waves. It is directly linked to the true enemy in the game's storyline. As of now, they can't do anything to stop the source of the monster waves, so Lucen had no choice but to simply do as they always have and simply defend from the monster waves. Weeks had passed, and the first fortress stayed the same. The scouts came and went, and each time they returned with the same report. No movement beyond the gorge. There were no growls in the night, no tracks in the snow, there was nothing. The walls that once shook with battle now echoed with the clatter of tools and the laughter of soldiers repairing armor. The smell of blood had long faded, replaced by oil, smoke, and warm broth simmering in iron pots. They had already gathered the monster materials they could get and sent them back to Ironhold. Of course, not all the materials were sent back, as Robert claimed quite a few materials as his own. He did not have a proper lab in the first fortress, so he simply used whatever was available. He would pull Lucen to help him out with creating better potions using the new materials. Due to this, Lucen's alchemy skill went from novice to intermediate. Of course, Lucen wasn't only doing alchemy, he was also continuously training with Sir Thalos. Thrall had also started joining them in training. At first, the young barbarian could not keep up, but after a while, he could finally barely catch up. Thrall would even sometimes drag Daniel to train, despite his loud protests. Once Sir Thalos spotted him, there was no backing down. Veronica was the next person to come and train with them, and after that, the other members of Thornifang joined in. Then, the Knights of Stelhart, as well as the soldiers of the first fortress, joined in the training as well. Even the clerics of different deities started training with them, until finally, the entire people in the first fortress could be heard training. Surprisingly, Varden had joined in at some point and was training alongside them. A few more days later, the last scout party came back and gave a similar report as the first groups, and said that there were no more movements. It was now time to go home. The members of Thornifang had already taught the soldiers of the first fortress how to use the thunder spears as well as the arquebuses. To the surprise of most soldiers in the first fortress, learning how to use the two weapons was easier than expected. Now all they needed to do was practice to increase their accuracy. The following morning, all of the surviving soldiers gathered. There were so many survivors, much more than any other monster wave that came before. In the next spring, they would be replaced by a different group. Only a few would remain, like Sir Roderick, who had been defending the first fortress for many years now. The air that morning was cold, but clear. A pale sun rose over the snowfields, painting the walls of the first fortress in faint gold. The soldiers stood in ranks before the gate, their armor polished, their banners restored. It was not the grim silence of warriors about to fight, but the steady calm of those who had done their duty and lived. Duke Varden Thornyheart stood before them, his heavy cloak fluttering in the mountain wind. "You've all done your duty," he began, his voice carrying across the courtyard like a hammer striking steel. "You stood against the waves of monsters without getting pushed back. Because of your strength, the North still stands. Norvigard still stands. You have protected our families, their livelihoods, their very homes." The words were simple, but no one in that fortress needed a grand speech. Every scar, every dented shield, every missing friend had already said enough. "Those who fell will be remembered," Varden continued, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. "And those who lived will carry their memory home. I will forever remember the bravery that was shown on the battlefield by the men and women who now dine in the Hall of Heroes." The soldiers struck their chests with their fists, the unified sound echoing through the cold air like thunder. Varden turned toward Lucen briefly, just for a moment. It wasn't a long look, but there was pride, quiet and steady, buried beneath his usual sternness. "Form the columns," Varden said, his cloak turning with him. "We march home, The morning sun shone brightly even in the snowy north. It was as if it was there to see them off. The fortress gates creaked open. The great iron chains groaned as light poured through the archway, spilling across the snow. Horses stamped, wagons creaked, and the long trail of men and women began their march south. Banners of Norvigard fluttered behind them, carrying the sigil of the Iron Duke and the mark of Thornifang. Lucen rode near the front, his arquebus resting across his shoulder and his sword on his back. The air was biting, yet the warmth in his chest wouldn't fade. He turned back once, at the fortress that had become both battlefield and home. The walls still bore the marks of monsters and men alike, yet they stood unbroken. Lucen then looked at the battlements, and he saw the soldiers alongside Sir Roderick waving at them. It was at that moment that he saw faces that shouldn't be there, smiling and waving with the others. The members of Thornifang who fell were all waving at them with wide smiles on their faces. Lucen rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the people he saw were no longer there. Lucen was stunned for a few seconds before he smiled ever so slightly. "Farewell, everyone," he mumbled to himself. The Iron Duke and the Stelhart Knights once again returned to Ironhold in triumph. The difference this time was that the son of the Iron Duke, Lucen Thornyheart with his Thornifang, came back with them, and it was a glorious victory. Compared to all the other monster waves, this time only a few men and women had died. It was cause for celebration for most, especially those who live in the north. Their pride swelled for being part of the dukedom of Stelhart. Of course, it wasn't just them. Many people of Norvigard were praising the Iron Duke for his continued victories. Thornyheart, the shield of Norvigard, as before and now, remained unbroken. Still, there were a few who were not pleased by this great victory of the North, especially those who wanted the four dukes to fall. In a dark room lit only by a few candles, hooded men and women wearing masks had gathered. Their voices had been altered so that one could know who was who. The smell of incense and wax filled the cold air as shadows danced along the walls. "That boy is becoming a problem," one of them spoke. "That is true. If he were like the Iron Duke, this wouldn't be such a headache. But he's more than just a shield that could be discarded." Another spoke while tapping on the table. "We must eliminate him before Stelhart grows even more powerful than they are now. Do we send assassins? Who would dare assassinate the son of the Iron Duke? You will be surprised by how many would take the job. HMPH, are they even competent enough to do the job in the first place? I'm confused. Why are we just talking about assassinating a child? Why don't we talk about taking the entirety of Stelhart? If we combine our forces and attack at the right time, like for example, during a monster wave, surely we can take the territory of the Iron Duke for ourselves." The conversation became even more chaotic after that was said. Many of them agreed to the idea and found that they could create a plan to take the dukedom of Stelhart. "But we must act fast. If we wait too long, that child might do something that would make it hard to take Stelhart." I agree mostly about what was said, but what reason do we give to initiate a war against Stelhart? There's no need to worry about that detail. Any reason can be given, and any lie can become the truth for as long as you have enough gold. So the only thing we need to think about is how to execute this plan. We need to gather our strength first before making a move. The last person spoke and everyone was silent. Despite all of them being anonymous, a few of them could guess who the person sitting at the center of the table was. Chapter 162. Echoes. Despite many people starting to prepare in the shadows on the outside, it was rather peaceful. Ironhold blazed with celebration. Torches burned from every battlement, and the clang of tankards echoed through the taverns. Another wave had fallen, another victory carved into the iron legacy of Norvigard's shield, the Thorny Hearts. Bards sang, soldiers drank, and children paraded wooden swords, shouting for the north. The soldiers who returned, as well as the members of Thornifang, told tales of their battle against the monster waves. The way they recounted their battle against the ancient being, a frost titan, was vivid. This was a being so powerful that it nearly killed them all. If not for Sir Thalos and the Iron Duke, they might have lost that battle. They spoke of how the Iron Duke was able to cut the very sky itself. They also talked about how Lucen, the young Thornyheart, was able to defeat a powerful monster by himself. The tale spread even faster than the time Lucen, and the former mercenary group, now Thornifang, defeated a young dragon. Everyone now knew of Stelhart's victory against the monster wave. Still, that wasn't what they focused on. Every generation of Thornyheart, from the first Duke Edric Thornyheart to the current Duke Varden Thornyheart, has successfully defended the north of Norvigard from any and all hostile entities. So hearing of their victory wasn't much news to them, though a little surprising. Lucen Thornyheart being there was also something they expected. What they didn't expect was how many survived this monster wave. In the past, every monster wave meant a lot of deaths, after which the Duke of Stelhart would ask other nobles to send a few men to help with defending. Most people used this chance to send a few spies, but this time around, the Iron Duke would not request such aid since not many died. This then begs the question, why did so many survive? Were the monsters weaker this wave? The answer to that was no. In fact, the monsters of this wave were stronger than the average monster wave. The only difference from before was Lucen and his Thornifang. Could a child of 13, alongside former mercenaries and a few young ones, change the tide of battle that much? The answer they reached was that Lucen and Thornifang weren't that strong. It was the weapon Lucen created that was strong. Many remembered the unique magic Lucen showed in the duel against Reginald. They also remember the rumor that Lucen created a weapon that makes thunder. Many of the nobles tried to recreate the weapon they saw, but even after creating the exterior, they did not understand how it worked. Of course, there were some who understood a metal object being pushed outward by an explosion, but they did not understand how the explosion was produced, if not by magic. Placing runes could produce a similar effect, but it would still need mana to operate. Yet, based on what some say they saw, and the others who had seen the weapons Thornifang used, Lucen's creation had shown no signs of runes. No glow of manas, no activation chant, nothing that fit the rules they knew. This just frustrated those who wanted to recreate the weapon. Of course, there were some who weren't that interested in Lucen's weapons, like Duke Kaelvar Runescar. He was more interested in the part of the story that said Varden cut the very sky itself. Ho, as expected of my best friend and rival. To think he was hiding such a technique from me. Should I go to Ironhold and have a good duel with him? What do you think, my lovely daughter? Kaelvar asked his daughter Elira, who was swinging her sword behind him. She became fired up after learning that Lucen returned from the monster wave and made great contributions. You do what you want, father. How cold, my lovely daughter. Are you perhaps still mad that I didn't allow you to go on the battlefield? Kaelvar asked. Elira did not answer and simply continued practicing her sword forms. Don't be like that, my daughter. You must understand that, unlike the Thornyhearts, who have the duty of protecting Norvigard, and are the first to act when a threat comes, we Runescars are the blade of Norvigard. We only move if someone is meant to die. If I send you to the battlefield, people might think that you were ordered by the king himself to intervene in whatever battle you join. Then, what about you, father? You swing your sword wherever you please. Ha, that's because I am the Duke. Who would dare tell me where to swing my sword? They also know about my personality. Unlike you who are always so serious, I just do whatever I want. Kaelvar said, laughing heartily as he crossed his arms. Elira stopped mid-swing and sighed, wiping the sweat from her brow. Sometimes I wonder if mother was right about you being impossible. She says that because she loves me. Kaelvar grinned, entirely unbothered. So do you want to go to Ironhold? You could spar with him again. There's no point, I'll just lose again. That duel with him last time had taught me the limit of my sword skills. As I am now, my sword will not reach him. Then train until it does, Kaelvar said, his grin softening into something almost proud. If your sword cannot reach him now, then hone your sword, make it sharper, faster. That's what a Runescar does, isn't it? Elira, who was about to initiate the next sword form, stopped as she looked at her father. There's no need to tell me that. I was going to do that from the start. As expected of my lovely daughter, always thinking of ways to sharpen her skills. Well, I guess I don't need to see Ardy for now. Kaelvar mumbled the last part as he stood up and started stretching. How about a light spar before we eat? The very second Kaelvar said those words, a sword was already near his face, but Kaelvar simply tilted his head slightly to avoid the attack. The father and daughter started an intense sparring session. In the capital city of Norvigard, Kaelhart, the news of Lucen's feats spread everywhere. He was the main topic in Lysette Crowlorn's gatherings. There were a few people here related to a few knights of Stelhart. They told stories of what their distant cousins had told them about the monster waves. Lysette was especially intrigued by the weapons that had no need for mana or aura, and anyone with enough skill could use them. To think he was hiding such an interesting thing, Lysette then remembered Lucen's face and smiled. Who knew that his mask was better than I thought? To hide something like this, I hope to have another conversation with him. In a certain theatre group, Harry Nadauhi was at his desk trying to write another play, but stopped as he leaned back from his chair. To think the story of Lucen Thornyheart would become like this. If he continues onward with this pace, he will become as legendary as the first Duke himself. Still, it would have been better if he had stopped going around battlefields and concentrated on writing instead. That young boy is a genius. His words could move kingdoms and empires. Even now that it had been months, the play Lucen wrote, The Man of 1,000 Quests, was still incredibly popular and what most people wanted to see. The other playwrights, including myself, tried to create a play with a similar feel to his play, but none could write it. Even I want to see more of what he could write. Should I perhaps move to Ironhold to get close to him and make him write more? For the kingdom, it needs to see more of his genius, of his plays. It was at that moment that Harry was reminded of Robert, and it made him unconsciously gnash his teeth. That mad alchemist. Harry slammed his quill onto the desk, splattering ink across the parchment. He must be trying to influence young Lucen, not to write, and instead play with him with those potions and whatnot. That's right, I need to save that promising young man from foolishly tinkering, instead of writing things that would change the world. Once he made the decision, Harry stood up from his chair and called the entire theatre group for an important meeting. He, the playwright and owner of the theatre, wanted to move to Ironhold. Unaware of the effect he was having on many people, Lucen was currently training his swordsmanship alongside his genius of a younger brother, Cale, with Vaughn as the one guiding their training. Despite his lack of talent in swordsmanship, Lucen continued, since he wanted to get that swordsmanship skill. Also, the more skills and traits he had, the better. Status window name, Lucen Thornyheart. Age, 13 class, gun mage level, 14 health, 1315/1315 mana, 364/364 aura, awakened first mantle mana core. First circle skills plus bullet creation active intermediate, plus gun creation active intermediate, plus gun knowledge passive intermediate, plus marksmanship passive intermediate, plus gun kata passive intermediate, plus alchemy passive intermediate, plus battle instinct passive intermediate, plus regeneration passive novice, plus flame resistance passive novice, plus poison resistance passive novice, plus rel. Ease active novice, plus ricochet active novice, plus blacksmithing passive novice, plus ice resistance passive novice, plus elemental bullet active novice, plus killing zone passive novice, traits Thornyheart lineage dormant, foreign soul unique, plus training adept rare, plus grit normal, plus acting adept rare, plus dragon killers resolve epic, plus to the one who had been given to legendary blessings plus unyielding chapter 163. To build, to write, to be Lucen. A few months went by, and the stories about the recent monster waves had died down, and things went back to normal. It was different in Ironhold. Harry Nadauhi, one of the best playwrights in the capital and owner of the theatre group that played the first The Man of 1,000 Quests, which Lucen wrote, headed to Ironhold and was now living there alongside his theatre group. The very second they arrived, Harry went to look for Lucen, who at the time was experimenting with Robert, which then resulted in a fight. Ever since then, Robert and Harry continued to argue about what Lucen should do. How can you make a child with such talents do this kind of work? Harry spoke while pointing at Lucen, who was mixing a rather putrid-smelling mixture. First off, I never made Lucen do any of this. He was the one who started doing it on his own. Secondly, what do you mean by this kind of work? This isn't work, this is discovery, this is learning, this is joy itself. Robert responded with such passion in his voice. Joy? Harry pinched his nose as the stench hit him. What kind of sadistic joy can you find from stirring up that rancid-smelling thing? You fool, who knows only words. That's the smell of progress. Lucen quietly stirred the bubbling flask, the mixture hissing and giving off an acrid tang. His brows furrowed slightly as he tuned out the heated argument between Robert and Harry, focusing instead on the precise movements of his hands and the tiny bursts of steam that escaped from the flask. Harry had been in Ironhold for months now, dressed in his usual plain tunic and trousers, blending easily with the townsfolk. From the moment he arrived, he tried to convince Lucen to write a new play, arguing that a talent like his was far too valuable to waste amid experiments and fumes of alchemy. Of course, Robert did not stay quiet when he heard that, and started challenging Harry using his words. After that, the two had been at it for months, neither wanting to back down. In these few months, despite the noise, the two geniuses of their own field made. Lucen, who now had intermediate gun knowledge, started building a hand-cranked Gatling gun. Unfortunately, despite having the knowledge of how to make it, the skill needed to make it was not available. The current skill of the blacksmiths of Ironhold was good, but not enough to make the parts he needed. This was why he had sent Harlik, Mark, and Rents to go and look for any dwarves they could find that could be in Norvigard or in a nearby kingdom. So while waiting for the dwarves to be found, the current prototype of the hand-cranked Gatling gun was rather bulky and fired slower than he wanted to, but it was still a great improvement from the arquebus, thunderspears. Still, unlike the arquebuses, the hand-cranked Gatling gun was more like the thunderspears, which could not be carried around by a single person and needed to stay in a single position as they fired. Lucen wanted to make bolt-action rifles to replace the arquebuses. Unfortunately, the same problem occurred. It wasn't a perfect bolt-action rifle. It was better than the arquebus, but it wasn't perfect and had jamming issues. There was also the creation of the bullets needed, which were different from the simple round balls they used to make. The old arquebuses used simple round balls, easy to make, easy to fire. You just melted lead, poured it into a mold, then packed the gunpowder directly into the barrel before dropping the ball in. Crude, but it worked. The bolt-action rifles were different. They needed longer, pointed bullets, small lead cylinders with a tapering head and a hollow base. Unlike the old metal balls, these bullets had to be part of a single cartridge, with the gunpowder sealed behind the bullet inside a casing. This allowed a soldier to simply load and fire without measuring powder each time. It made them faster to use, but far harder to make. Each cartridge had to be airtight, perfectly shaped, and strong enough to contain the explosion. Even a tiny imperfection, a rough mold or uneven seal, could cause a misfire or jam. So for now, the creation of the new guns was put on hold until they could find a way to make the cartridges properly. The other thing Lucen was excited about was the fact that he now had knowledge about steam-related inventions, due to his advancement of the gun knowledge skill to intermediate. Since there were guns that used steam power, the skill had to teach him about steam-related inventions, which meant he now had even more knowledge about the steam engine. Now he could finally start the idea of making a train in this fantasy world. Still, he knew that it wouldn't be easy, but he was excited nonetheless. The second, he explained the principles of the steam engine to Robert and showed him how steam can move objects. Robert had his mind blown. Lucen showed Robert an object that looked like a pot with two L-shaped rods sticking out of the pot and pointing in different directions. Lucen then put water into the pot and closed it. He then hung the pot above a small flame, which heated the pot. Steam started coming out of the L-shaped rods, making the pot spin. Robert watched in awe as the pot began to spin, the jets of steam hissing sharply from both sides. It moves. By itself, Lucen nodded. Steam expands when heated. Those pipes let it escape, and that escaping force pushes the pot in the opposite direction. It's a simple motion, steam turned into movement. That's incredible. I understand, this is another great leap forward. With this kind of thing, we might be able to make horseless carriages or even ships without oars or sails. When Lucen heard what Robert said, he couldn't help but admire the other party's intelligence. He was able to think about such things just after explaining what steam could do. Lucen couldn't help but admire Robert's quick thinking. Exactly. Though, making it move something as big as a carriage will take more than just this spinning part. Robert's eyes were still fixed on the rotating part, as though staring at a miracle. We need something like a blacksmith's forge to create such heat and steam, but if we do that, it won't fit in a carriage. Wait, maybe we just need to build a bigger carriage, so that not only can it carry something like a blacksmith's forge, it can carry a lot more things. Lucen really couldn't help but admire Robert's intelligence and imagination. Even without him saying it, Robert was practically describing a train. Yes, but unfortunately, with our current level of craftsmanship, we won't be able to create such a thing. It would be better if we had a dwarf, the best craftsman on the continent. When Robert heard what Lucen said, he felt a little disappointed. Robert slumped back into his chair, his hair slightly disheveled from all the excitement. So we're halted again by craftsmanship, just like with your guns. Lucen and Robert continued their experiments, the room filled with the hiss of boiling water, the smell of heated metal, and the occasional sharp tang of oil. Robert's eyes glimmered with excitement, reflecting the flickering flames beneath their makeshift steam devices. each test accompanied by the sharp whistle of escaping vapor. After a while, Lucen stopped experimenting with steam since he already knew what he could do with it. On the other hand, Robert was entranced by the new knowledge and tried other things. Since most of his projects were at a standstill, Lucen decided to take up Harry's offer to write a new play, but he was thinking about what kind of play he should write about. Maybe he could use one of the Grimm's fairy tales, or something from Greek myth, or maybe something from Norse myth, since there are a lot of similarities between Norvigard's culture and the Vikings' culture. He could also stick to literary masterpieces, like something Shakespeare wrote, or he could just copy a bit of the anime he liked and rewrite it to fit this world's thinking. There were many things he could write about, so which one should he choose? Chapter 164. Two fairy tales. Lucen decided to use his old world's fairy tales for the play. He decided to use the story of the brave little tailor and the youth who went forth to learn what fear was. Both had a certain rhythm that could carry through a performance, engaging children with laughter and suspense, while offering adults clever insights to ponder. He didn't need to use the memory-enhancing drug this time. The stories were already etched into his mind, each scene as vivid as a painting. He could picture the tiny tailor standing atop a hill of giants' fallen foes, a smug grin on his face, daring the impossible. He could see the youth tiptoeing through haunted castles and graveyards, skeletons rising and doors creaking ominously, yet never so much as flinching. The mental images almost played like a film before him, every line of dialogue and every twist of fate already memorized from childhood wonder and countless retellings. Lucen started writing the story and changed it a little to match the culture of this world, of Norvigard. Since this world had magic and aura, he needed to tweak a few things to match that. Each story wasn't that long, so he was able to write the main part rather quickly. Now he needed to edit the story a little. Once he was done writing it, he showed it to Harry. These are tales for children, but adults can enjoy them as well, as long as you do it right. Harry read the two plays and was once again amazed by Lucen's incredible imagination, not knowing that he was actually just taking another story and revising it. These are rather interesting tales. As you said, if done right, it could turn into quite the play. Excited to start making the two plays, Harry headed back to his theatre group and started preparations. After a few weeks of practice, the first play to come out was The Brave Little Tailor. Knowing that it was Lucen who wrote the play, and since it was affordable, many citizens came to watch it, including Lucen and other members of Thornifang. Even Robert reluctantly came to watch the play. He found The Man of 1,000 Quests quite good, and since this one was also written by Lucen, he decided to watch it as well. The curtains opened and the play started. The first thing the audience saw was a young man in a room who looked to be a tailor. Flies started interrupting his work. The flies were created using illusion spells. The young man was irritated by the flies and could not do his work properly. Some of the craftsmen felt empathy for the young man. They too would hate that kind of distraction while working. The actor playing the tailor took a piece of cloth and swatted the flies, killing them. He was so impressed by his feat that he started shouting, "I killed 7 with one swing." He was very excited by his achievements. He stood up from his chair and ran out of his shop. The curtain closed for a second, and when it opened again, the scenery changed. He was now in the town square, and several actors were on stage. 7 in one swing. "I got 7 in one swing," the tailor proudly declared. The townsfolk then started whispering. Of course, their whispers were loud so that the audience could hear their funny misunderstanding. He defeated 7 bandits with one swing. He defeated 7 squires with one swing. He defeated 7 knights with one swing. The more they spoke, the more absurd the story became. The audience couldn't help but chuckle at the misunderstanding. As the play went on, the tailor's tale grew more ridiculous and heroic with each retelling. He was challenged by a giant, played by a tall actor using illusion magic to appear massive, but through wit and luck, the brave tailor outsmarted him, leaving the audience in stitches. Children laughed when the tailor tricked the giant, making him seem stronger than he truly was. Adults, meanwhile, found humor in the way courage and misunderstanding danced together, how pride could shape destiny. By the end, the tailor had somehow become a hero, a monster slayer, and even a prince, all from a single boast. When the curtains closed, the audience erupted into applause. Cheers filled the theater. The children shouted, 7 with one swing, while craftsmen and soldiers chuckled, shaking their heads. Even Robert found the play rather amusing. The play did not end with that story, as the group quickly went to the next story soon after. It was the youth who went forth to learn what fear was. The mood changed the moment the curtains opened again. The laughter from the last play faded into silence as a dim blue light washed over the stage. A cold breeze seemed to pass through the crowd, another illusion spell, but mixed with other spells to create a certain atmosphere, subtle but chilling. The next story began. A young man, plain-faced and cheerful, stood beneath a darkened sky, holding a lantern. "I wish I could learn what fear feels like," he said aloud. The line was simple, yet the tone caught everyone's attention. The audience, still smiling from the previous play, quieted down. The playful energy of the tailor's tale gave way to something strange, almost haunting. The youth walked through graveyards where skeletons rose from the ground, their bones rattling as eerie chants filled the air. He sat beside them, unbothered, asking if they had anything to teach him. Even the clerics in the audience found the scene unsettling, but also hilarious when the youth started scolding the undead for making too much noise. When the youth entered a haunted castle, ghosts and shadowy figures circled him, brilliantly done through a mix of illusion and some smoke. Yet he only yawned and muttered, "Is this it?" The actor then looked at the audience with rather sad eyes and spoke. "Is there really nothing here that could teach me what fear is?" His voice carried softly across the stage, echoing with just the right mix of melancholy and innocence. The audience grew still. Even the children who'd been giggling earlier leaned forward, curious about what would happen next. Then the next scene began, the youth entering a chamber filled with hanging shadows and strange laughter. A fake monster, cobbled together with cloth and illusion, lunged out from the side. Half the crowd gasped. The youth didn't even flinch. Instead, he tilted his head and said, "You look cold. Do you need a blanket?" Laughter broke the silence. The play slipped smoothly between humor and eeriness. Fear, it turned out, was something for everyone except the boy who wanted it. Scene after scene, he met horrors both comical and grotesque. A talking skull, a ghostly hand offering him soup, even monsters that threatened to kill him in the most horrifying way. Yet no matter what came at him, he remained unaffected. The audience alternated between laughing and marveling at his calm. Then came the turning point. The youth arrived at a grand castle, which the theater group made with the help of the Ironhold craftsmen. It was a castle bathed in moonlight, the illusion spells giving it an ethereal glow. At the gate stood a herald, wearing a shining breastplate that reflected the pale light. The herald announced, "The king has declared, whoever can lift the curse upon the haunted keep shall be rewarded with gold beyond measure and the hand of his daughter." A murmur spread through the crowd watching the play. The stakes had risen, and even the children leaned closer. On stage, the youth scratched his head. "I don't know anything about curses," he said, "but I'll give it a try. Maybe this would teach me about fear." The next scene unfolded with him exploring the haunted keep, shrieking spirits, clattering armor, and a spectral beast with glowing eyes. The illusions were at their peak, swirling like mist around him. Even Robert unconsciously leaned forward in his seat. Yet the youth merely yawned. "All this noise, how is anyone supposed to sleep here?" he said, lying down in the middle of the haunted hall. The audience found this amusing, some laughed, and the others held back a chuckle at the sight. As the night in the story passed, the spirits slowly vanished, unable to frighten or even interest him. By dawn, the castle's glow shifted from blue to gold. The curse had been broken, not through bravery or battle, but by sheer indifference. The next scene showed the king and his daughter on stage, played by older actors dressed in regal attire. The king declared, "You have done what no knight or mage could. You have broken the curse and freed my daughter's home." The youth tilted his head and asked innocently, "So, can someone finally teach me what fear is?" The princess smiled, stepping forward. "Perhaps I can." A murmur of laughter ran through the crowd. The youth blinked, confused, but then shrugged. "All right, I'll leave it to you." The two clasped hands as the lights brightened, a soft melody playing in the background. The voice of a narrator echoed through the theater. Though the young man never did learn what fear was, he did gain happiness. The narrator then continued, "Fear is not something to learn, it's something to understand." The curtain fell to thunderous applause. The children repeated the lines from the scenes that they found interesting, while the adults were pondering the last line of the narrator. Even though they understood a little of what they were trying to convey, they did not necessarily agree with it. Fear was a guide to be stronger than you were before. This play did not become as popular as The Man of 1,000 Quests, but it was a play that children truly enjoyed, and something most people of Norvigard found hilarious. With that, Harry, who was busy trying to perfect the two stories, stopped bothering Lucen for a time, but that didn't last too long. After some time had passed, He went back to pester Lucen to write some more and argued with Robert. Chapter 165. Trying to have fun. Lucen was training with his younger brother Kale when he suddenly realized something. He and his younger brother had never once played before. All they ever did since they learned how to walk was study and train. The only time Lucen had played was with his own creation, Territory War, but for his little brother, he hadn't played even that. As the oldest ducal house, the Thornyhearts were a rigid and proud family. They had no time to play around. After Vaughn was satisfied with today's training, Lucen approached Kale and spoke to him. "Kale, can you come with me for a second?" Hearing what Lucen said, Kale wanted to say yes, but before he did so, he looked at Vaughn first. Seeing the look on the young master, Vaughn smiled as he nodded his head. "Of course, big brother." Kale, despite feeling happy on the inside, still showed his stoic expression on the outside. The two brothers went out to an open space. "What are we going to do here, big brother?" "We're going to play," Lucen declared grandly. Kale tilted his head a little to the side, confused. "Play? Doing a play like the ones in the theater? Have you written a new play, big brother?" Lucen sighed when he heard Kale's response. "No, Kales, not that kind of play," he said, shaking his head with a faint smile. "We're not acting or performing. I mean, play like other children do. I do not understand. What I mean is to have fun. Fun. Just being with Big Brother is fun for me." Kale said something incredibly sweet with his stoic face, which hit Lucen pretty hard in the heart. Lucen froze for a moment, feeling something twist in his chest. Damn it, he thought. Why does he have to say things like that with a straight face? This kid might turn into those natural ladykiller types, straightforward with total sincerity, without knowing how powerful his words are. Also, knowing what he will look like in the future. I guess the only reason he wasn't popular with girls in the game is because he's always beside the true protagonist, Alexander. He coughed lightly, trying to keep his composure. "That's nice of you to say, Kale, but that's not what I meant." Kale blinked, still expressionless. "Then what does Big Brother mean?" Lucen rubbed his temples. "I mean doing something just because it's fun. Not training, not studying, just something pointless." "Pointless?" Kale tilted his head again, genuinely puzzled. "Then, what is the purpose of doing it?" Lucen stared at him for a moment, utterly defeated. "The purpose is that there's no purpose. The goal is simply to have fun, nothing more, nothing less." Kale looked even more confused. "Then it sounds like a waste of time." Lucen nearly groaned. "You really are our father's son." But then his lips curved while shrugging his shoulders. "Fine, it's better to show you than to keep explaining. Let's play a game of hide and seek." Hide and seek. It's a simple game of one person hiding and the other person seeking out that person. So it's training to sense the presence of others. "No, that's not it." Lucen couldn't help but raise his voice a little and then sighed. "Then let's play tag. It's a game where someone who is it will try to touch the other player to make that person it. So it's training for capturing opponents." Lucen pinched the bridge of his nose. "No, Kales, it's not training for anything. It's just for fun. Fun, you know, laughing, smiling, running around. You know, like normal kids." "Why did you say it like that? Are we not normal kids? We aren't adults yet, so we must be children, right?" Kale asked with his stoic expression. Lucen paused, blinking. "You're technically right, but that's not the point." Lucen started thinking about what kind of children's game they could play that Kale wouldn't think was training. After thinking about it for a while, Lucen couldn't think of anything. Most children's games in his past life were physical games that made a child move around until he got tired. But if you look at it closely, almost all of them could be excused as training if you do them well enough. He could not think of anything. He was about to ask his younger brother, but remembered that that wasn't the whole point, because Kale did not know anything about games. "Damn it, I can't think of anything we can do that this kid wouldn't think was training." Lucen was thinking as hard as he could, but no answer was coming to him. "Big Brother, we don't need to play games to have fun. Training with Big Brother is already fun for me." Lucen stared at his little brother, struck silent once more. "You're going to grow up making a lot of girls cry. So I don't want to grow up like that, Big Brother. It's not honorable to make any person cry. A thorny heart would never do such a thing. That's not what I meant. Whatever, if I can't think of any game we can play, I'll just make a toy we can play with." A toy? Lucen did not bother saying anything more and simply pulled Kale to a carpenter's workshop. "I just need to borrow some of your tools." "As you wish, young lord." The carpenter gave way to Lucen. Lucen examined the carpenter's workbench with a faint gleam in his eyes. The smell of sawdust, oil, and varnish filled the air. "This should do," he murmured, scanning the assortment of small scraps and spare bits of wood. Kale stood beside him, hands behind his back, watching curiously. "Big brother, what are you going to make?" Lucen smiled faintly. "Like I said before, since I can't think of any games we could play, I'm planning to make a toy we can play with." Lucen took a deep breath, centering his focus as he set the knife against the wood. The sharp sound of carving filled the quiet workshop, each stroke deliberate and clean. Thin curls of pale shavings rolled off the blade and scattered across the bench like soft, dry petals. Kale stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes following every motion. He didn't say anything, didn't fidget, didn't even lean too close. He simply watched, calm and curious, as though this too was a form of training. Lucen didn't mind the silence. There was something strangely soothing about shaping the wood, the familiar resistance against his knife, the smell of resin in the air, the subtle warmth of the grain under his fingertips. His mind wandered back to the world he came from, to the small wooden toys that had entertained children for centuries. He had a woodworking class as a child, and he was pretty into making figurines, making him good with his hands. He turned the piece slightly, smoothing the edge with his thumb before carving again. Bit by bit, the rough scrap became a clean, even circle. He set it down, examined the symmetry, then began on another. Kale tilted his head slightly. He could tell Lucen was working with intent, the kind of focus that usually came when his big brother was building something important. The second circle took shape faster than the first. When Lucen placed them side by side, they mirrored each other almost perfectly, simple but balanced. He gave a small hum of approval under his breath, then reached for a thin wooden dowel and measured it by eye. A few quick cuts, a bit of sanding, and the small rod fit snugly between the discs. Lucen pressed the pieces together, tested the alignment, and adjusted the spacing with careful precision. His movements were exact, but there was a subtle rhythm to them, patient, almost artistic. He picked up a bit of sandpaper next and ran it gently over the surface, rounding the edges until the discs looked polished and smooth. Dust clung to his fingers, fine and soft, and the scent of worked wood filled the air. He drilled a small hole through the center of the rod, then reached for a length of thin string from the carpenter's drawer. After threading it carefully through, he tied a neat knot and tested the tension with a few tugs. The wooden shape turned smoothly, the light catching on its rounded sides. Finally, he set the finished toy on the table, exhaled and brushed the sawdust from his palms. Kale's expression hadn't changed much, but there was a quiet spark in his eyes now, faint curiosity or perhaps wonder. Lucen, who was getting the hang of things quickly, made a second one to give to his younger brother. Once he was done creating the second one, he tied the end of the string to his middle finger, then rolled the newly created toy, making it spin, then come back to his hand. "This," Lucen said with a faint grin, "is the new toy I made. I call it a yo-yo. You can have fun by doing tricks with it." He flicked his wrist, the toy spun down the string, kissed the ground, then zipped back up to his palm with a satisfying thunk. Lucen proceeded to do simple tricks like walking the dog and around the world. "Here, try it. I made one for you too." Lucen handed the other yo-yo to his brother and tied the string onto his middle finger. Kale looked at the yo-yo in his hand and copied Lucen's movements to make it fall and come back. He then tried to do the tricks walking the dog and around the world, but failed. "It takes some practice to do tricks like I did. But big brother, you did not practice and just did it." "Well, I am the creator of this thing, so I had a basic idea of how to do tricks with it." Kale looked at Lucen for a few seconds and then nodded his head as he continued playing with the yo-yo. After playing with it for several seconds, Kale spoke. "If we added weight or made the round parts into steel, couldn't we use this as a weapon?" "Kale, please, can you stop thinking about such things and just enjoy playing with the toy I made?" Lucen rubbed his temples and sighed. "If that's what you wish, big brother, I'll do my best." Kale nodded his head with a serious expression. "It has no point if you don't wish for it yourself." Lucen once again sighed. The two brothers continued playing with the yo-yos for the entire day. All throughout, Lucen tried to make Kale relax and simply enjoy what he was doing. After some time, a small smile appeared on the stoic 7-year-old's face. When Lucen saw that smile, he felt relieved. It took a while, but he was able to make Kale have fun while playing. Chapter 166. Spreading toys. After making the yo-yo, Lucen tried to create other kinds of toys to play with his younger brother. The next toy he made was a spinning top. It wasn't much, just a balanced piece of wood with a sharpened tip and a cord to wind it up. But of course, when he showed it to Kale, the very first thing that came out of the 7-year-old's mouth was, "If we put blades on the side, we can use this as a weapon." Back in his old past life, it was a cliché for a martial arts master to say everything can be used as a weapon in the right hands, but for a 7-year-old to see everything as a weapon was headache-inducing. The next thing Lucen made, he needed the help of a glassblower. He drew a rough sketch on parchment, small round shapes with smooth surfaces, each one meant to be perfectly symmetrical. Then he explained his idea in simple terms. After listening to Lucen's instructions and studying the drawing, the glassblower chuckled softly. "So you want small, round beads? All the same size. That's easy enough, young lord," Lucen nodded. "That's good to hear. Make them clear if possible, but a few colored ones too. Blue, green, red, anything bright. If you can't do it, that's all right too." The craftsman worked quickly, shaping molten glass with practiced hands. Soon, gleaming spheres rolled across the worktable, some translucent, some sparkling with color when the light hit them. Lucen picked one up between his fingers, feeling its cool, smooth surface. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Kale, standing beside him, watched with quiet curiosity. "Big brother, what do you do with them?" Lucen knelt down and lined a few on the floor. "You flick one marble to hit another like this." He demonstrated, snapping his thumb against a glass bead. It clicked softly against another, sending it rolling away. Kale's eyes followed the motion intently. Then he nodded once. "If we make it heavier and harder than glass, we can carry around a lot of these things and use them as projectiles. Can you please stop thinking about everything as a weapon? The things I made for you are all toys that we're supposed to play with." Lucen proceeded to teach Kale the rules, and after a while the two played for a few hours. The following day, while Lucen was thinking about what other kind of toy he should make, a few children from Ironhold approached him and his brother. They seemed to be hesitating to speak to them and were acting very nervous. Lucen then showed a gentle smile and asked, "Is there anything I can do for you?" "Young lord, those things you were using the other day. The one with the string that comes back to your hand. Can you make some for us too? We will pay, of course, but this is all the money we have." The children handed over 2 copper coins. Lucen blinked, then chuckled softly. The sight of those trembling hands, the courage it must have taken for them to even approach him, warmed something in his chest. As expected of the children of the North, they know what true courage is. "No need to give me money. I'll give you the yo-yos for free. I guess I can also start selling them in the kingdom alongside territory war." Within a week, there was a new craze going around Norvigard. It was the new toys Aldrich Marin, the merchant of Thornifang, was selling. The 3 items Thornifang was selling alongside the board game Territory War were the yo-yo, spinning top, and marbles. Most children liked the yo-yos very much, whether they were boys or girls. Even adults who saw the demonstration of how to use the yo-yo were impressed by the techniques used, and became interested as well. Of course, some of them were like Kale, saw that the yo-yo, with some modifications, can turn into a good weapon. The spinning tops were also popular, but mostly for boys and some adults. Of course, the same with the yo-yo. A few mercenaries think that, depending on the skill, they could change the top of a weapon. The marbles were surprisingly more popular among the girls, as they liked collecting the different kinds of marbles with different colors and designs. The boy also did the same thing, but less so than the girls. In the Aeromont library, Myria was practicing a few yo-yo tricks, and beside her was her mother, Serafina, who was doing the same thing. That child really is quite a genius. He was able to make such things. I heard the reason was also incredible. To have fun with his little brother, he created toys that they could play with. Serafina said, while playing around with her own yo-yo that had a different design from the others. It had the picture of the starry sky painted on it. It was a limited edition one that was quite expensive. The same goes for Myria's yo-yo. I would have liked it better if he had just made another board game. Myria, with her emotionless facial expression, shared her opinion. "Well, board games are well and good. Still, this is pretty good exercise, moving our bodies like this even a little, and it's pretty fun. The spinning top toy is amusing to an extent, but not like these yo-yos. You can do a lot of things with these toys. I can even enhance it using my mana and use it as a weapon. If I modify this toy, I can make its range longer than a sword or whip. It truly is a versatile thing. I wonder how that child comes up with these things. Do we really need such toys for battle? Mages like us can use magic even without a medium. Weapons are only good for distractions in the hands of a mage. Myria spoke while continuing to play with her yo-yo. That's not true, my lovely daughter. Even our dear ancestor Lunava, the mage of the stars, used a rapier as a weapon. It wasn't just a distraction. Her fighting style, her magic revolved around that rapier. When Myria heard what her mother said, her expressionless face showed a surprised look for a second. I haven't heard or read anything about that. Well, it is in part of the journal that only the head of the household can read. You'll need to wait a few more years before you can read it. Is that so? Myria lost interest and went back to playing with the yo-yo. In a beautifully decorated room, Lysette Crawlorn was looking at her collection of marbles, and a small smile appeared on her face. Good in battle, able to write incredible plays, create things from weapons to toys. Is there nothing you cannot do, Lucen? She murmured softly. Her fingers rolled one of the glass spheres between them, watching how it caught the light. For some reason, the reflection reminded her of his eyes, calm, sharp, and difficult to read. Lysette remembered the brief conversation she had with Lucen, and a wider grin appeared on her face. You have so many masks that you wear, Lucen Thornyheart, she thought, the smile on her face deepening. I want to remove them one by one and see the true you hidden inside. Lysette then stared at the marble in her hands. Though that kind of brilliance always draws eyes, and in times like these, too much attention can be dangerous. The marble slipped from her fingers, rolling across the polished table until it came to rest. Its faint clink echoed softly through the room, like the start of a game whose rules only she intended to learn. Still, there are a few weird movements going around the kingdom. I don't know yet, but something dangerous is coming. Will my family be able to survive the coming storm, when even the powerful ducal households might get into trouble? Lysette tried piecing together the rumors he heard. The movements of the kingdom of Inevia, they're dealing with the Rockton Empire. The movements of some of the nobles seem to be having secret meetings. If she was able to gather this much through rumors, surely the royals, as well as the four dukes, know about these movements. But why weren't they making any moves themselves? Or are they moving even more secretly that no information can be heard? Lysette picked up another marble and flicked it. Her deeper thoughts were unknown to anyone but herself. After a while, copies of the Thornifang toys came. They were cheaper than the originals, and they worked basically the same. Even though some people buy the copies since they are cheaper and do the same thing, most people still buy from Thornifang as the quality was a sure thing. And there were the limited edition toys that have different styles, or sometimes have some kind of trick attached to them. There were the yo-yos with mana stone inside and runes surrounding, making it light up when it spins. There were also spinning tops made of iron, which some mercenaries were practicing with to use as weapons. Still, despite the difference in their sales, many copies were being made, and some of them were being sold outside of Norvigard. Since they could not compete with Thornifang in Norvigard, they looked elsewhere. Of course, Aldrich Marin was planning to do the same. He was just waiting for the right timing to make his move. Especially since Edrim was eyeing his movements, he needed to be wary. While a lot of things were happening because of him, Lucen continued to try and find something his younger brother would enjoy playing. Chapter 167. Passing time. A year passed by very quickly, and a lot of things had come and gone. Unfortunately, even now, Lucen was unable to get a hold of a dwarf, but the craftsmen of Ironhold were able to make a few bolt-action rifles with a few cartridges. The hand-crank Gatling gun was still something they could not make properly, since it jams most of the time. On the other hand, they were able to improve the thunder spears into something similar to naval guns. Unfortunately, this new type of thunder spears, called Roaring Thunder, were too big to be moved around too much. So instead, Lucen placed them as non-moving artillery in Ironhold, the first fortress, and his own small city, Dorson. They didn't transport them. Instead, the craftsmen, including Lucen, Robert, and a few more alchemists of the Yellow Tower, were forced to make the Roaring Thunder in said places. Right now, each place had only a single one of them, and the shells were fewer than a dozen. The first time they used it was an incredible sight. With his gun knowledge skill, Lucen, with great difficulty, was able to create explosive shells. It was a limited amount, but they could make more later. When he fired the he shell for the first time, the distance it traveled was quite far, so that no spell below the 5th rank could reach that far, and the explosion it made, though not as strong as any of the WW1 shells, was enough to surprise everyone present. When the shell left the mouth of the gun, the air itself seemed to rip apart. The shot traced a clean, long arc, vanishing into the white and returning in a smear of motion. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a thunderclap so deep it shook the lungs. The impact was not merely a sound but an upheaval. The ground near the target rose in a geyser of snow and stone, a cloud blooming outward that painted the sky with dust. The shockwave rolled over the soldiers like an invisible tide, rattling armor and making the banners whip violently. Men shielded their faces, horses reared, and for a suspended moment, no one knew whether to cheer or to be afraid. Robert was mesmerized by the sight, a weapon that used alchemy to create an explosion without the need for mana, aura, or mana crystals. The speed the shell moved was quite fast, but not too fast that an aura user at the third mantle can evade. The problem was the explosion, that powerful explosion that rivaled the full-powered blast of a fourth circle mage like Robert, was not something that could be taken lightly. Not to mention it could be fired faster than a spell. Still, since it cannot move from its position, it was easy to target, but that was something that could be solved with someone defending it. Of course, there were many trying to copy or steal Lucen's weapons, but none had succeeded as of now. *****, on the side of the items being sold by Aldrich he was able to start selling to neighboring kingdoms. The board game and toys had spread far beyond Norvigard's borders, turning Aldrich's wagons into gold-drawing machines. The merchants whispered that Thornefang's emblem was now not only a symbol of Lucen's military power, but in their eyes, it had become a symbol of clever design and northern craftsmanship. Of course, he sold only to neutral or allied kingdoms, and those like Inevir he had no interaction with. Lucen had created a few more toys, like the puzzle box. It was a fun toy made of wood, which you needed to solve a puzzle to open the box. It was also used by some as a safe of sorts. Of course, those who were serious about making the puzzle box as an actual safe for expensive items bought ones that were made of iron, and they modified it using runes and mana crystals to increase durability. There were also the interlocking wooden rings. You needed to unlink them without breaking them or using spells. This one was bought numerous times, since there were many people who accidentally broke the rings while trying to solve it. Finally, there was the labyrinth maze box, a small wooden board with knobs that tilt the surface, guiding a marble through a maze. Most of the newer toys were things that you needed to use your brain quite a bit, which frustrated not only children but adults alike. ****, in a certain someone's lab, Robert and Lucen were resting. Despite Robert's interest in the roaring thunder and the explosive shells, he was still more interested in steam power. He got even more excited when Lucen built a toy he called a train. Lucen showed Varden and him that it was something he called a train. He put metal tracks on the ground, and then in the so-called train, he made something he said was something he called a makeshift steam engine. Using the steam, the train pulled several carriages through the metal tracks. For Varden, this opened up a lot of possibilities, not just for the military, but for a lot of things like transporting goods. On the other hand, Robert had become even more interested in the power of steam. It was able to move things, and based on what Lucen said, depending on how much steam is created, it can move so much more. Unfortunately, with their current level of craftsmanship in metalwork, and such they could not build the parts needed to make an actual train and steam engine. This was why Lucen wanted to find dwarves who would work for them. After seeing the demonstration of the train and learning about the need for the dwarves, Varden did his own search for dwarves who could come and help. It might take some time since dwarves were a rather proud race, and it was hard even for someone like him to hire them for work if they did not want to. Not to mention the difficulty of finding one. Robert, who kept on playing with the toy train, was deep in thought. Robert watched the small train clatter along its iron tracks, a plume of white vapor trailing lazily behind. It wasn't the toy that fascinated him so much, but the power behind it. Robert had long since understood the principle of steam, boiled water creating pressure strong enough to move even metal, to turn gears, to power motion itself. But now, as the faint vapor coiled upward and vanished into the air, a new thought gripped him. He whispered under his breath, if steam can move weight across the ground, why can't it lift it? He paced slowly, his hands clasped behind his back. Hot air rises, that's simple enough to understand. He turned toward Lucen, eyes gleaming like a man glimpsing the dawn of something dangerous and magnificent. Lucen, imagine a ship not bound by water or wind, a vessel that sails the air itself, a structure of reinforced wood and metal, When Lucen heard Robert's words, he knew what the other party was thinking. How could he not? A staple in the fantasy genre, especially the steampunk, won the airship. A smile appeared on Lucen's face. This guy is a true genius, unlike a fake like me. You're talking about building an airship. Yes, I knew you would understand. Unfortunately, like my train idea, yours is not something we can make right now. TCH. Damn, I guess you're right. Our genius is being blocked by the limitations of our race and era, Robert muttered, scratching the back of his head in visible frustration. His gaze returned to the little train, still circling the metal track with steady puffs of steam. I heard the dwarves have a special sense when it comes to metal, he continued. They say a true dwarf can hear when the steel sings. Their craftsmanship is said to be something out of myth. Most of the famous weapons and armor, the ones from legends, were dwarven made. If anyone could shape our dreams into form, it would be them. Yes, that's why we need them to make our thoughts into reality. For a moment, both men fell silent, watching the toy train chug along. The rhythmic hiss of steam filled the workshop like a steady heartbeat. Robert finally broke the silence, voice lower now, filled with something between reverence and longing. A ship that sails the sky, and a machine that crosses the land faster than any horse. If we can build those, Lucen, we'll change not just Norvigard but the world itself. As expected of my partner on the path to the future, Lucen smiled as he looked at Robert, dreaming of the future. Despite Robert being older than him by a few years, he found that this person was the closest person to him in this world that wasn't family. Yeah, let's go and see that future together. The toy train's faint whistle echoed once more, then came to a stop. Steam drifted lazily upward, curling like a ghost before vanishing into the rafters. Robert yawned and leaned back in his chair, looking at the roof, but his eyes seemed to be looking at something beyond that. We're not just going to see that future, we're going to shape it with our genius. A future so great, our names will be forever remembered. Lucen chuckled softly. Yeah, Lucen's gaze lingered on the tiny trail of steam fading into the rafters. A fleeting thing, and yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that what they'd just begun would one day blanket the skies. Chapter 168. Back to Kaleheart. Lucen was once again called to his father's study. Unlike before, however, he stood before Duke Varden without unease. The man's presence, once a crushing weight that filled every inch of the study like iron in the air, felt less suffocating now. The silence between them no longer carried the sharp tension of unspoken expectations, but something calmer, mutual understanding, forged through countless quiet conversations and unyielding stares that spoke more than words ever could. Do you remember what I said about the academy? Yes, father. The academy tournament, which they hold every 2 years. When you told me about it, the time before the next tournament was 1.5 years. That 1.5 years has come to pass. The tournament will be happening a month from now. Lucen straightened. Then when do I leave? Tomorrow, Varden said. You'll head to the capital with a few from Thornefang. I'll also be sending Sir Thalos with you. Lucen blinked. Sir Thalos? Isn't Thornefang enough for bodyguards? Varden's expression hardened slightly. As you've heard, the Kingdom of Enevir has been making questionable moves as of late, and within Norvigard itself, some nobles have begun stirring in the shadows. His voice lowered, heavy with warning. I sense a storm coming, Lucen. Until it passes, I want the strongest knight under me by your side. I see. Understood, father. I will make the preparations for my travel to the capital. Is there anything else? Varden was silent for a moment, his gaze steady and sharp. As you know, the reason you've been allowed to skip formal attendance at the academy was a special favor. Still, since you'll be participating in this tournament, where every noble heir of your generation is set to gather, I expect you to show them what it means to bear the name Thornyheart. Lucen gave a knight's salute by placing his fist on his heart and bowing a little. I shall, father. As I always have, I will come back with victory in my hands. For a fleeting instant, something softened in Varden's eyes, gone as quickly as it came. You may go. Lucen bowed his head a little before leaving the room. The following morning broke cold and pale. Snow fell in thin veils over Ironhold's courtyards, coating the stone paths and metal railings in a thin, shimmering white. The fortress stirred slowly, soldiers stamping the cold from their boots, stable hands loading supplies into wagons, the distant clang of steel echoing like a heartbeat beneath the winter air. Amid that rhythm of preparation, Lucen stood beside his horse, tightening his gloves and taking in the sight of his people, his companions. Harlick, his ever-reliable right hand, moved with the efficiency of a man who had built his life around battlefields. His breath came out in white puffs as he checked each strap, buckle, and saddle, testing the weight of the gear by instinct alone. Not a single movement was wasted. Nothing escaped his eye, not even the way the wheels of the carriage creaked under the cold. Daniel, on the other hand, looked half dead before the sun even rose. His trench coat hung loosely from one shoulder, his scarf barely wrapped, and his expression screamed, "I regret ever waking up." The man yawned so hard it looked like his soul was trying to escape, muttering curses toward the sun, at needing to wake up, basically anything that made him move. He sat on a crate, continuing to yawn, his messy hair sticking out like he had just rolled out of bed. "Why do I have to go?" he grumbled. "The capital's too loud, the trip's too long, and I didn't even finish breakfast. Aren't there others better suited for this?" Despite his constant complaints and laziness, Lucen knew, if he ever actually tried, Daniel could outperform almost anyone in Thornifang. This guy was the type of character who was good at anything he tried. Thrall was acting the complete opposite. The young barbarian stood bare-armed despite the northern chill, fur draped loosely across his shoulders beneath the standard Thornifang trench coat. His muscles rippled with every motion, raw power coiled beneath skin hardened by northern winters. Each punch cracked the air with a faint whistle, scattering snowflakes in chaotic flurries. His excitement was almost tangible, his grin wide and sharp, like a wolf barely leashed. "I've never been to the capital before," Thrall said, grinning widely. "I know there's going to be a lot of strong people there. I wonder if I could challenge them." "Don't do that," Harlech smacked Thrall's head a little. "We'll be going to the capital as the little leader's bodyguards. We can't act recklessly or do anything that would shame our name, Thornifang, or shame our little leader's name of Thornyheart. TCH, that sounds boring. But fine, I'll do as I'm told." Thrall, who had been with Thornifang for nearly 2 years now, had learned how to restrain himself. He was no longer as reckless as he was before. Robert had also joined this trip, since he knew that the old man Thelwyn would be looking for him. He also packed a few vials and brought a few more monster materials to show the old man. Finally, there was Milos, who wasn't supposed to come at all. He had asked Lucen if he could join this journey. He wanted to see with his own eyes the academy tournament that he had only heard stories about. As he was from a commoner family and had no special abilities or money, he was not able to go to the academy. So this was his chance to see the tournament in person. Lucen agreed, seeing as he had some interest in Milos's growth, especially since his backstory matches a few protagonist types. There were also Lucen's family members present to see him off. There stood in the back, stoic with a powerful presence, was his father Varden. Beside his father was his equally stoic younger brother Kale, and the head butler Vaughn. A man who was doing a one-finger handstand push-up was Sir Thalos. "Are you ready to go?" he asked as he continued training. "Yes," Lucen replied. Thalos lowered himself from his one-finger handstand with an effortless twist, landing upright as if gravity itself obeyed him. He dusted his palms together, eyeing Lucen's group with faint amusement. "Good, then let us set off immediately." Daniel groaned. "Can't we just not go? I could be back home taking a nap instead of freezing out here." None of them bothered to even listen to Daniel's complaining, as they were already used to it. "Big brother, I know you'll win," Kale spoke with certainty in his voice. Lucen crouched a little, resting a hand on his younger brother's shoulder. "Of course, victory is always by my side," Lucen responded with confidence. Kale nodded once. There was not a single thought of his big brother ever losing. He could not even imagine it. When Lucen rose, his gaze met his father's. Varden's expression remained composed, yet something subtle had changed, an almost imperceptible weight in his stare, like a silent promise he wouldn't say aloud. "Don't let your guard down." Lucen simply nodded his head in response. He then mounted his horse. "Everyone mount up. We move." Harlech immediately began organizing the group, his voice steady and calm. Thrall's grin widened as he leapt onto his horse. Milos fumbled with the buttons of his coat, his fingers trembling not from the cold, but from excitement he couldn't quite suppress. He had never left the north before, never seen the capital city of the kingdom he was in. He wanted to see if Kaleheart was as beautiful as the stories say. Daniel dragged himself up last, still complaining. He had no motivation to go on this journey, but he was given no choice in the matter. Thalos climbed onto his horse with the same fluid grace he showed in combat. His armor gleamed faintly under the morning light. The cold northern wind swept across the courtyard, carrying with it the scent of snow and iron. Lucen took one last glance at his family, at Varden's unbending figure, at Kale's determined eyes, at Vaughn's quiet nod of respect. The heavy gates of Ironhold groaned open, their sound echoing through the stone walls like the toll of a bell. The banners of Thornefang fluttered against the wind. The caravan moved toward Kaleheart, the capital that gleamed far beyond the northern horizon. Smoke rose from the fortress chimneys behind them, fading into the white sky until it was swallowed by distance. The Royal Academy tournament awaited, a gathering of the Norvigard's finest of the younger generation. Even knowing what awaited him, Lucen felt certain of victory, especially when he looked at his status window. Status window name, Lucen Thornyheart age, 14 class, gun mage level, 16 health, 1915/1915 mana, 460/460 aura, awakened first mantle mana core, second circle skills plus bullet creation active intermediate, plus gun creation active intermediate, plus gun knowledge passive intermediate, plus marksmanship passive intermediate, plus gun kata passive intermediate, plus alchemy passive intermediate, plus battle instinct passive intermediate, plus regeneration passive novice, plus flame resistance passive intermediate, plus poison resistance passive intermediate, plus release active novice, plus ricochet active intermediate, plus blacksmithing passive intermediate, plus ice resistance passive intermediate, plus elemental bullet active intermediate, plus killing zone passive novice, plus woodworking passive intermediate, traits Thornyheart lineage dormant, foreign soul unique, plus training adept rare, plus grit normal, plus acting adept rare, plus dragon killers resolve epic, plus to the one who had been given to legendary, blessings plus unyielding. It was completely different from the first time he had looked at it, when he first regained his past life's memories. With his current level and skills, he was confident that victory was truly within his grasp. Chapter 169. The Royal Academy Tournament. Kaleheart, the capital city of Norvigard, was livelier than normal. There were many stalls set up near the Royal Academy. Many people were coming and going from different blacksmiths and a few alchemy shops. The air carried a constant murmur, the sound of bargaining, laughter, and the rhythmic clang of metal from the forges. Bright banners bearing the crests of noble houses fluttered from every street corner, their colors catching the late morning sun like waves of fire and silk. Some displayed lions, others serpents, hammers, wings, each representing the young competitors about to prove their worth on the grand stage. Merchants shouted over one another, selling everything from roasted meats and sweets to commemorative trinkets carved in the shape of the Academy's crest. Street performers played lively tunes on flutes and drums, their rhythms blending with the chatter of the crowd. The Royal Academy tournament only happened once every 2 years, but when it did, it transformed Kaleheart into something else entirely, part festival, part battleground. The tradition dated back 3 centuries, when the Academy was first founded. It was to ensure that Norvigard's strength never grew complacent, to make sure that the next generation would know of honor and face any battlefield with dignity and skill. It wasn't just the noble families who gathered. Mercenaries, merchants, and wandering mages flocked from all across the kingdom, hoping to witness history or profit from it. For the people of Norvigard, valor in the arena was almost sacred. To falter was to shame one's house. To win was to carve one's name into the kingdom's memory. In the plazas, painters were already sketching portraits of promising participants, while gamblers gathered near taverns, shouting bets over who would win this year's duels. Carriages bearing noble crests rumbled through the streets, guarded by armored knights, their polished armor gleaming in the sunlight. The scent of freshly baked bread mixed with the tang of alchemical oil and hot metal, a rather strange yet familiar perfume that spoke of both comfort and creation. The entire capital felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for the moment when swords would clash, spells would ignite, and reputations would either be forged or shattered. For the citizens of Norvigard, this was more than entertainment. It was a matter of pride. The young ones who fight in this tournament could later be remembered as heroes. For many, that dream was enough. A single moment beneath the banners, a single cheer from the crowd, could change an entire life's course. There was also the fact that there were a few commoners participating in this tournament. Unlike the nobles born into privilege, these few commoners had earned their place through talent alone, granted a rare chance to study in the Royal Academy for free. Their talents are ones that shone brightly despite their humble upbringings. Most of them will graduate and become knights or mages, people who will be given titles. Some from the past have even become barons. It all depends on their performance, especially today. There were even some people from friendly kingdoms. They were allowed to watch this tournament for 2 reasons. One was to show Norvigard's goodwill, the other is to show its potential. The tournament would usually last an entire week. It was a simple one-on-one duel, and the one who wins until the end is crowned the champion. Under normal circumstances, luck was needed almost as much as skill, since the opponents you would face until going to the finals would determine how long you would last. Of course, there was also the fight underneath. There were quite a few who rigged the system, allowing their family's child to get a good number, making them face off against weak competitors, thus ensuring they're able to go far in the tournament. There were even those who would buy out the competition. The worst were those who tried to eliminate their competition before the match. Of course, this was rarely done as the security during this time was at its highest, and those caught would at least be removed from the tournament, and at most even stripped of their status as nobles. Many of the students gathered believed they had a real chance at victory, especially this year, when there was no one who stood overwhelmingly above the rest. Among them, the name most whispered with awe and admiration was Elira Runeskar, heir to the Runeskar household. Only 14 years old, yet already a second mantle aura user nearing her third. A prodigy in both talent and temperament, she was the favorite to win, an ideal noble, strong and graceful, embodying everything the capital adored. Still, several older students, 16 or 17 years of age, who were about to graduate, hoped to use their experience to bridge the gap. They told themselves that skill and calm could outmatch youth and brilliance. The heirs of the other ducal families were also seen as top contenders, though the one name spoken with uncertainty and even doubt was Lucien Thornyheart. Despite his growing reputation, few in the academy had witnessed his strength firsthand. His only recorded duel was with Reginald Vermont, a victory, yes, but against an opponent only slightly above average. Rumors about his feats in the north were plentiful, but stories had a way of growing larger the farther they traveled. As for the match he had in the underground arena, well, that was done without any aura or mana, so it didn't register as much to the students. Among the commoners, there was one who was also favored to be the winner of this tournament. He even had a nickname given to him by the other students, the Mage of the Earth, Eisenterre. A 15-year-old second circle mage, known for his discipline and work ethic, Eisen was the pride of the commoner students. He'd earned the respect of both peers and instructors, wielding earth magic with a precision rare for his age. As the festivities were at full swing, a carriage arrived with a banner that had an open book, with fire, lightning, wind, earth, and a drawing depicting illusions above it. This was the crest of Aeromont. When the Aeromont banner unfurled, murmurs rippled through the scholars and tower mages gathered nearby. They bowed slightly, not from obligation but respect towards Seraphina Aeromont, the tower master of flame herself. The first of the ducal households had arrived, and it caused quite a stir. The current head of the household, Seraphina Aeromont, was the tower master of the Red Tower, but her daughter Myria was of the Purple Tower. This was normal since the Aeromonts were not bound by a single tower and could learn whatever they desired. This year, Myria had just entered the academy. Normally, first years wouldn't join the tournament and would wait for the next, but no Myria. She was already in the second circle and decided to experience the Royal Academy tournament. The next ducal household to arrive was the Runeskars. Their crest of a burning red sword over a broken chain, set against a crimson field, could be seen from a distance. The Duke was not inside a carriage, but on top of it with his incredibly massive sword on his back. He was even wearing full armor as he stood with a wide grin on his face. Inside the carriage was his beautiful wife, Medea Runeskar. She too was wearing a full set of armor, with two short swords at her side. She couldn't help but sigh at the shenanigans her husband was doing. Kaelvar stood atop the carriage like a conquering hero, his laughter carrying over the crowd. Even motionless, the weight of his aura pressed down like a physical force. Almost immediately after the Runeskars, the banner of the Judicar household could be seen. It was a banner with a scale. On one side of the scale was a heart, and on the other was a sword. Elandor Judicar and his wife, Erica Judicar, had arrived. As holy knights under Thalara, the goddess of justice and judgment, people felt like they could see holy lights surrounding their carriage. Their son, Evander Judicar, the apprentice holy knight, was the oldest among the ducal heirs. At the age of 17, he was about to graduate. He had not joined the Royal Academy tournament the first few times, but decided, since all the other ducal heirs were joining in, he too would join this year. As an apprentice holy knight, not only was Evander a second mantle aura user, but he also had holy skills granted to him by his patron deity. Finally, the last of the ducal households arrived. The banner with a shield wrapped in thorns could only mean the shields of Norvigard had arrived, the thorny hearts. Unlike the first 3 ducal households, there was no carriage, but only a few men wearing armor, carrying unknown-looking weapons. They did not have the overwhelming presence of Kaelvar Runeskar, nor did they have the holy aura of the Judicars or the awe brought by Seraphina Eromont. Instead, they bore a powerful sense of dignity and honor seemingly radiating from them. In the middle of the group was the much-talked-about Lucen Thornyheart. *****, the murmurs in the crowd faded as they could feel the presence of the northern wind sweeping through the plaza. No grand carriage, no radiant auras, just a boy in a dark coat, his breath rising in pale mist, a gun strapped to his back. Lucen Thornyheart met the gaze of the capital without flinching. He didn't need to announce himself, their presence alone did that for him. The banners of the 4 dukes now flew over Kaelhart. The stage for the upcoming tournament was set. Chapter 170. Gathering of the 4 heirs. Everyone's attention was now on Lucen and his group, who had arrived. This was the person who created a lot of toys, was rumored to have created a powerful weapon, wrote incredible plays, won in the underground arena, and had experienced the monster wave. There were many stories circulating about Lucen Thornyheart. Some were things everyone was sure happened, others were absurd rumors that none could believe. Some said he could craft weapons that roared louder than dragons, others swore he could turn lead into silver through alchemy. A few even believed he made deals with spirits from unknown sources to gain his strength. Whether true or not, the tales grew wilder each week, passed from soldier to merchant, from scholar to child. To the people, Lucen was slowly becoming something more than human. He was becoming a symbol of a person capable of making the impossible possible. Yet no matter the truth, Lucen Thornyheart was the most talked-about person in the kingdom as of now. His story was like a legend being written in real time. From one who was called sickly to suddenly making his name known as a dragon slayer, to the current him who had faced the monster wave. A few students who weren't there when he defeated Reginald Vermont had not seen any of his feats, were now staring at Lucen. ****, when Lucen first saw the Royal Academy, he was almost in tears. This was the place where most of the game used to take place. He had seen this place many, many times through the screen. The school that looked like something from his world's 1900s, which was strange in this medieval setting of castles, swords, and magic. Back in his past life, he dismissed it as a quirky design choice by the developers, maybe a hint at some lost civilization plotline that never got expanded upon. Now that he knew this place was real, he started to wonder if there were other individuals who reincarnated in this world with memories of their previous lives. Maybe there were others, maybe they're still here now, but are reincarnators or transmigrators. Did they come from this world as the one in my past life, or a completely different one? Lucen caught himself drifting and shook his head, brushing the thoughts away. For now, he planned to enjoy the scenery of something he had only seen through the screen. The Royal Academy of Norvigard stood like a monument from another age. Tall brick buildings with arched windows, ivy climbing along stone walls, and iron lampposts that flickered softly with mana light. Wide cobblestone paths divided the courtyards into neat squares, each bordered by trimmed hedges and trees that swayed gently in the breeze. Benches lined the walkway near the trees. Seeing that place made Lucen remember a few cutscenes and some romantic options that Alexander could choose from, which happened in that place. Lucen could see classrooms through the tall windows, desks arranged in rows, blackboards covered in chalk. Those classrooms that truly looked like a modern-day classroom were truly a sight to behold. One of the first choices in the game happens in those classrooms, where the protagonists would sit. He can choose to sit in the back row near the window, the middle row between 2 beauties, or in the front row directly in front of the blackboard. Depending on the choice made, a few routes became available and others are blocked. There's also a choice that appears on the path to the true ending. He then arrived at the center of the school, the courtyard. He remembered spending hours running across this courtyard in-game, talking to NPCs, grinding side quests, trying to trigger secret events that never came. Even the uniforms were the same as he remembered: white shirts with dark vests, long coats with the Academy's insignia stitched on the shoulder. The noble students wore silver trim, while the commoner class wore plain blue. Who would have known back then that I would come to this world? Lucen looked at the blue sky above, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Well, I guess it isn't too bad to reincarnate in the world I spent a long time looking through the screen at. I did have a lot of nice memories because of this game. He could hear the voices of Robert, Thrall, and Daniel in the background, but he ignored them as he was immersed in the feeling of the Royal Academy. Should I just have entered the academy simply for the atmosphere? This place really does hold a place in my heart, despite only seeing it through a lousy screen. He was quite impressed by the way they built this school. It made him feel quite nostalgic about his own days as a student in his past life. Despite the upcoming tournament, he could see quite a few students moving around with books in hand. He saw some practicing in a corner, others simply enjoying the fresh morning air. He could see someone eating their lunch on the benches, smiling while talking to their friends. There were even some students with unkempt hair running around in panic as if they were late for something. Lucen exhaled, a faint smile tugging at his lips. While still immersed in the atmosphere, his battle instinct skill started warning him. Lucen reacted before thought could catch up, instincts honed by countless battles taking over. He dropped low, his coat brushing against the cobblestone as Crimson Lord flashed out in a blur of scarlet steel. The blade's faint hum cut through the air, just as a cold edge sliced through where his neck had been an instant ago. A sword appeared in the place where Lucen was standing before he ducked. Lucen's sword was now pointed at the neck of the one who surprised him. It was a girl with crimson hair like flames, Elira Runeskar. "It would seem that you have improved greatly," Elira said, her tone calm, almost too calm for someone with a blade at her neck. Her crimson hair shimmered in the light. She didn't even blink, as if the idea of danger itself was beneath her notice. "Well, that was a rather surprising greeting," Lucen responded. It was at that moment that he noticed what his companions were doing. Sethalos was blocking Thrall and Milos, who seemed ready to attack. Daniel was yawning, seemingly aware that Elira meant no harm. Robert looked a little interested, then shifted his attention elsewhere, and Harlech simply shrugged his shoulders. Gasps rippled through the watching students. The clash, brief as it was, had been too fast for most to see. What just happened? Lady Elira did a surprise attack, but that person simply ducked as if he could see in the back of his head. He moved before the attack was even made. Lucen sighed, sliding his sword back into its sheath as if nothing had happened. "You really know how to attract attention, Elira." Elira tilted her head to the side, looking a little confused. "Is that so?" Before Lucen got to reply, he heard a familiar voice at his side. "It's been a long time since we last saw each other." The voice was soft but carried a strange authority. A girl with flowing violet hair approached, her porcelain features almost doll-like, her every step graceful and deliberate. It was none other than Manhwareccomendation, the prodigy of the Eromont house, known for her sharp wit and cold personality. "Yes, it has," Lucen replied. "I've been waiting for you to create a new board game, but instead you kept on making toys. Though I do like a few of them, when will you make a new board game?" Lucen shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. I guess when I feel like it." "Fine, since it has been a while, how about a game of territory war while we wait?" Lucen was about to reply, but similar to his conversation with Elira, somebody interrupted him, and it was another familiar voice. "Hey, it's been a while since I've seen you three." Then came Evander Judikar, the oldest among the heirs, tall, broad-shouldered, his presence alone commanding silence. Unlike Elira's flame or Myria's frost, he had a presence that was bright like the sun. The heirs of the 4 ducal households had gathered. The Runeskars, the swift and sharp sword of Norvigard, one who would cut all enemies, its heir, Elira Runeskar. The Eromonts, keeper of secrets and the recorder of history, one who wrote the story of Norvigard itself, its heir, Mairia Eromont. The Judikars, the fair and unbending scales of Norvigard, the followers of the goddess justice and judgment, its heir, Evander Judikar. Finally, the Thorny Hearts, the unbreakable shield of Norvigard, the one who protects the kingdom and its people from all threats, its heir, Lucen Thornyheart. These 4 were the future pillars of Norvigard, and one of these 4 would most likely be crowned champion. Chapter 171. Rhaena Graven. While the 4 heirs were talking, another presence approached from behind them, light steps, confident but unhurried. A girl with cropped brown hair and a mischievous smirk approached, amber eyes alight with challenge, a sharp contrast to the composed airs of the heirs before her. Her frame was slender, almost delicate at first glance, but there was a quiet strength in the way she moved, the kind born from long hours of training rather than formal instruction. A finely crafted bow rested across her shoulder, and a quiver of arrows hung neatly at her waist. This was Rhaena Graven, one of the few commoners chosen to attend the Royal Academy. She was 14 years of age and used a weapon that most aura users wouldn't use, a bow and arrow. Still, her talent with it was incredible. It was a talent so rare that even the instructors whispered she could shoot an apple off a hawk's claw mid-flight. She stopped a few steps away, planting a hand on her hip. "Ho, what do we have here? If it isn't the great heirs of the 4 ducal households." Lucen glanced at the confident girl who suddenly appeared. Judging by her bow and unfamiliar face, she wasn't one of the characters he knew. Myria had tilted her head in confusion as to why this random girl, whom she knew nothing about, suddenly spoke to them. Elira, who was in the same grade as Reyna, simply glanced at the other party and said nothing. Evander showed a bright smile and spoke to Reyna. "Good day, may I ask who you are?" Reyna crossed her arms, raising a brow at Evander's polite tone. "Reyna Graven," she said simply, then added with a grin, "one of the few commoners lucky enough to stand in the same academy as all of you." Her words dripped with teasing confidence, but her eyes were sharp, observant. "No need to speak like that. As you know, in the Royal Academy, there are no nobles or commoners. In here, every student is of equal standing." Evander answered, his smile changing into a gentle smile. Reyna gave a short laugh, not mocking but amused. "Equal standing, huh? That's a nice thing to say, though not everyone here seems to believe it." Her gaze flicked briefly toward a group of noble students watching from a distance, their whispers sharp and judgmental. Evander followed her eyes, his expression softening. "Perhaps not everyone, but that's what this academy strives for, merit above birth. I guess the heir of a duke is a little bit different from the other nobles." Reyna stared at Evander, then shifted her gaze to Lucen. "Now what do we have here? The rumored dragon slayer. So is it true, did you really kill a dragon?" There was a cold glint in Reyna's eyes as she spoke. It was obvious she was planning something. The other students also got a little bit closer to their group. Lucen already noticed all of this and had an early assessment of Reyna. So this chick is that type of character, a talented commoner who seems to hold resentment against nobles, but in truth is most likely just jealous. This type of character usually tries her hardest to be seen, to be heard. She wants to prove a point, and I'm guessing she would either do everything in her power to make it, or she would simply prove herself through her true skills. Seeing Lucen deep in thought, everyone assumed that he was thinking of how to answer. It was at that moment that Lucen finally spoke. "Yes, I did kill a dragon." The second Lucen said those words, there was a commotion and Reyna sneered. As she was about to say something, Lucen continued speaking, interrupting her. "But it was a young dragon, wounded at that. I also did not kill it by myself. I had people around me who helped." Reyna was stunned by the sudden continuation of his words. Reyna blinked, her smirk faltering for a moment. The reaction she'd hoped to provoke, arrogance, pride, or even defensiveness, never came. "Is it true you killed the monster using those unknown weapons you created?" One of the students whose curiosity was at its peak could not help but ask. "No, at the time, I had no weapon that was strong enough to finish the young dragon, so I gathered whatever mana I could and unleashed the raw mana at close range in the young dragon's open wound. My mana then exploded into the wound, staggering it. After that, my companions and I just kept on stabbing it until it died." "Then how about your victory in the underground arena?" Seeing that Lucen answered honestly, another student asked a question. "Sir Faust simply allowed me to win." "Allowed you to win? Did you bribe him or something?" The second those words were said, Reyna was once again attentive and waited for Lucen to answer. Lucen shook his head and responded, "No, Sir Faust would never allow money to disrupt the honor of a duel. The reason I won is simply because Sir Faust had a lot of restrictions he placed on himself, and the second I got a lucky hit in, he forfeited." The students around them went quiet. The way Lucen answered was not what they expected. "Then what about the monster wave? Did you truly participate?" "Yes, and so did the people with me." Lucen gestured at his bodyguards, Sir Thalos and the others. "It wasn't just Stelhart, the soldiers of the first fortress, men and women gathered from every corner of Norvigard, all fought to protect their homes and families." Reyna frowned. "You talk like it's nothing special. Most nobles would have sung praises of their own glory by now." Lucen smiled faintly. "If you spend enough time near death, you realize there's not much glory in it." That simple line silenced the courtyard. Many of them were amazed by Lucen's answer. It was hard to believe that this person was near their age. They were unaware of Lucen's thoughts right now. "Nice. I was able to say such a cool line. Now what more do you have to say, Reyna? Come on, are you going to push me more? Or are you going to retreat?" Lucen was already thinking about what other cool things he could say, depending on what Reina or the other students would say. Reina's brows furrowed slightly. For a moment, she didn't seem to know how to respond. Around them, the students exchanged quiet whispers. Their earlier excitement of conflict was fading and turning into a strange sort of respect. Reina, who came here to provoke the four heirs and try to make them show their true colors, the same as those other arrogant nobles, had failed. Based on what she had seen and heard while looking at Lucen's expression, she understood now that Lucen was a different kind of noble. Are all the nobles in the north like this, or is he special? Reina thought to herself. Her gaze drifted, and for a heartbeat, she wasn't standing in the courtyard but back in her village, where the Viscount's men came collecting taxes her friends and family could barely pay. Her father, who was the best hunter of their village, was the person who taught her everything about being a hunter, on how to use a bow and arrow. He was a kind-hearted man, so when the taxes doubled, he tried his best to help the others in the village. Her kind father worked so hard to be called a lazy and useless person by a noble, who looked like he had never worked in his entire life. She also remembered the first time she came here to the Royal Academy. She knew that this place was supposed to be neutral ground, where no matter if you were a royal, a noble, or a commoner, everyone was of equal standing. Yet reality was cruel indeed. She quickly learned the idea of the Royal Academy did not hold much weight. There were indeed nobles and instructors who treated the commoners equally, but they were the minority. Most nobles and instructors treated the commoner students as if they were lesser than them. They made it difficult for commoners and easier for nobles. Of course, the principal of the academy was someone who truly upheld the philosophy of the school, but if you complained to the principal, the noble or instructor would be punished. But at the same time, life in the academy would become very hard as the other nobles and instructors would start to harass you. Of course, if the principal knew he would not stand for it, the principal was a busy person and could not simply devote his time to protecting a single student. This place just made Reina feel that the noble class were all B***stards that were nothing more than their names. They were just lucky enough to be born in good families, and they did not really have any talent. Reina clenched her fists, her jaw tightening. She hated it, the calmness in his eyes, the way he didn't act like the noble she despised. It threw her off balance. For the first time since she entered the academy, she wasn't sure if her anger was justified. She understood that not all nobles were the same, as not all commoners were the same. Still, she could not help but feel a burning resentment against them due to her experience. I guess you might be a bit different from what I expected, but I won't lose to you in the tournament. Is that so? Then let the two of us do our best. Lucen extended his hand forward for a handshake. Reina was once again surprised by Lucen's actions. She hesitated for a few seconds before grabbing his hand and shaking it. HMPH. See you later, Dragon Slayer. With that, Reina suddenly left. She was like a storm that came and went on her own terms. Chapter 172. Start of the tournament. The time had finally come. The start of the Royal Academy tournament. For most students, it was the highlight of the year, a festival of strength, skill, and pride. For others, it was a battlefield to prove their worth. The event would last an entire week, drawing spectators from every noble house, merchant guild, and even those not from the Norvigard. The rules were simple. All weapons would be provided by the Academy, standard issue and equal in quality. This was to prevent the use of relics, enchanted equipment, or weapons of unfair advantage. The format would be a one-on-one duel. Each match will be 10 minutes each. The winner will be decided if one party is unable to continue or forfeits. If no one wins by the end of 10 minutes, the victory will be decided by a panel of judges, who will consist of the 3 dukes present and the principal of the school. The arena was protected by a high-grade restoration barrier, a spell formation powered directly by the ley lines running beneath the Royal Academy. It was one of the few places in Norvigard capable of sustaining such magic, a spell that reverted any damage, even fatal wounds, to the body's original state the moment the combatant stepped outside its boundaries. However, the spell came with strict limitations. It could only process power below the 5th mantle or 5th circle. Any attack beyond that level would overload the formation entirely, rendering the protection useless. The one who continues to win until the end will be crowned the champion. Lucen was amazed to see the Colosseum-like place in the middle of the school. It made him feel weird that everything about the Royal Academy was like a mix of ideas from different eras, that did not match the aesthetic of the world outside. He was also excited to see this Colosseum. This was the place where many of the practical exams happened. During the years the protagonist of the game, Alexander, stayed in the academy, he experienced 2 tournaments. The first tournament ended with him losing in the finals against the last Thornyheart, Kale Thornyheart, his eternal rival. In the second tournament, Alexander was about to win when, depending on the route, someone would interrupt the tournament, making Alexander and everyone in the Colosseum flee. During Alexander's period, the only one from a ducal household his age was Kale. Yet this time, all the heirs of the ducal households are present. Well, there were other powerful contenders in his time that weren't from the ducal households, which would later join his hero party. Lucen couldn't help but once again reminisce about the time he played that game. He could only wonder how much the story had already diverged from the one he once knew. Trumpets blared across the arena, their sound echoing through the enormous Colosseum. The noise of the crowd swelled in response. Students cheering, the commoners clapping in excitement, the nobles started murmuring, and the instructors tried their best to calm the audience down. Lucen stood among the participants in the waiting area, the vast field bathed in sunlight. Rows of seats surrounded them like a sea of faces, trying their best to concentrate. A faint blue barrier surrounded the arena. It was a spell to protect the audience from any stray spell or attack. At the center platform, a tall man wearing a formal suit stood in front of everyone. This was the principal Aldrin Nikon, an aura user at the same level as Sir Thalos. He was a known scholar and warrior of Norvigard. When he raised his hand, the crowd fell silent. Students of the Royal Academy, his voice boomed, resonating through aura amplification. Today marks not merely the start of our tournament, but the celebration of perseverance, talent, and will. To show the strength of our youth, to let our youth shine brightly as they can, applause erupted. Lucen quietly watched, arms crossed, his gaze drifting from the principal to the stands. He spotted familiar faces. Duke Kaelvar Runeskar sat with a grin on his face. Beside him was a frowning Duke Elandor Judicar, and sitting next to him was the alluring Duchess Seraphina. 3 of the 4 dukes were present in this tournament. As with the previous tournament, this year as well, the competitors are chosen at random. So let the Royal Academy tournament start. The sound of the principal's declaration was followed by a thunderous cheer that shook the arena. Trumpets blared once more, and glowing words appeared above the stage showing the names of the upcoming fighters. Lucen's eyes scanned the projection. Raina Graven vs. Elric Dawnworth, so that girl is going first. Now let's see just how good she is. The 2 students stepped onto the stage. Raina walked with a calm but confident stride, her bow already in hand. A stark contrast to her opponent, Elric Dawnworth, a tall boy with a broadsword slung over his shoulder. The 2 were using the provided weapons given by the academy. They wore no armor and were simply wearing the school uniform. Sorry about this, little lady. This is my stage now, and I'll be taking the victory. Elric grasped the broadsword provided to him by the academy with both hands. Even though it was a different weight from what he was used to, he had no choice but to do his best with what was given. Well, I was thinking the same thing, little boy. Raina did a teasing wink as she readied her bow and arrow. The referee raised his hand. Both combatants ready, the 2 were already staring at each other without blinking. The referee then brought his hand down. Begin. Elric dashed forward like a charging bull, his aura flaring faintly around his entire body. Each stomp cracked the stone floor, the sheer force behind his movement. An arrow shot out, slicing through the air. Elric barely tilted his head, the arrow grazing his cheek before embedding into the wall behind him. Raina had already drawn another. Her fingers moved in a blur, each arrow loosed in perfect rhythm. It was obvious that she didn't really plan for the first arrow to hit, but now she understood a little about Elric's reaction time. Raina then fired 2 arrows, almost at the same time, aimed at Elric's leg and another at his chest. Elric blocked the one aimed at his chest with his sword, and the arrow aimed at his leg, he simply evaded. Elric then finally got close enough to Raina that his sword could reach. Elric swung his sword down at incredible speed, but Raina evaded by jumping backward, and while doing that, fired 3 arrows at the same time. The 3 arrows cut through the air like streaks of silver. Elric deflected one with his sword, the second nicked his shoulder, and the third grazed his thigh before clattering against the ground. The crowd erupted into cheers. Reina landed lightly on her feet, already drawing another arrow. Her movements flowed like water. She fired another arrow, this one aimed at Elric's head. Elric roared, his aura mantle flaring. The arrow that hit his head was not able to penetrate as the aura mantle defended Elric. Reina already expected that normal arrows would not be able to penetrate through an aura mantle. She quickly strung another arrow. This time, she twisted the arrow's shaft on the string. Reina's aura mantle was now also flaring, as she enveloped herself as well as her bow with the mantle. She then released the arrow. The arrow spun like a tornado, flying towards Elric. The speed at which it flew made it difficult to evade. Elric tried to block it with his sword, but upon contact with the spinning arrow, Elric slid backward a few feet. The arrow fell to the ground, and so did Elric. Elric struggled to rise, his hand trembling as he used his sword to steady himself. His aura mantle flickered, unstable from the force of the impact. It was at that moment that he felt pain in his legs, and he then saw that 2 arrows had pierced his thighs, making him fall to his knees. Elric tried to stand up, but his legs wouldn't respond. He then saw Reina had an arrow already aimed at his head. At this distance, the only way he could attack was to throw his sword. Aside from that, he had no other options. Even if he evaded this next arrow, he would not be able to do anything else. Elric gnashed his teeth in frustration. He thought that today he would become the protagonist and shine brightly on stage. He imagined the surname Dawnworth would echo once more through Norvigard, the same as his father, the baron who once stood on this stage as a commoner and showed his skills to become a baron. But in the end, he became nothing more than a supporting actor to make Reina shine even more. Reina's bowstring creaked as she pulled it to a full draw, the arrow's tip glimmering faintly with aura. Her expression was calm, neither cruel nor smug, just resolute. "Yield," she said, her voice carrying across the arena. Elric clenched the broadsword's hilt tighter. He looked at Reina with a defiant expression and answered. "Never," Elric roared as he threw the broadsword in his hand. Reina simply evaded the incoming sword by tilting her body. "I knew you would say that," she said before firing 2 more arrows into Elric's shoulders. His arms went limp, he could no longer move them. Seeing that Elric had no ability to fight back, the referee raised his hand. "Winner, Reina Graven," the referee announced. Cheers exploded from the stands. The sound of clapping, shouting, and even whistles of excitement filled the Colosseum. Chapter 173. One after another in the audience seats, an 18-year-old girl sat quietly, her posture composed yet unassuming. Her dark auburn hair was braided neatly to one side, the simple style fastened with a plain ivory pin, tasteful but unremarkable enough for a merchant's daughter. She wore a modest teal dress, tailored well enough to suggest wealth, yet not so ornate as to invite questions. A thin veil of lace rested around her shoulders, softening her features without hiding them. But it was her eyes, a clear shade of sapphire blue, calm yet discerning, that made those around her glance twice. She was simply called Rachel, a name that was quite normal. Sitting beside her was a man wearing rather shabby clothes with a short sword at his waist and a shield on his back. When people saw them together, the first thing that came to mind was that the person was her bodyguard. The two of them simply looked like a merchant's daughter and her bodyguard. She came here because she was interested in the warrior culture of Norvigard that regarded honor, strength, and martial skill above all else. Yet she was deeply disappointed by what she saw. Even though it was true that most people from Norvigard were warriors, there were also quite a few who liked to scheme and hide in the shadows. These nobles here were no different from the nobles back in her homeland. They used the words honor and dignity as cover for what's hidden deep within them. Still, watching the Royal Academy tournament made her feel a bit better. It was not a lie that commoners were among the students in the academy, and their skills were able to shine today in this tournament. She too was quite a good warrior, as back in her kingdom, she was considered to be a genius who had reached the second mantle at the age of 17. But when she saw the students of Norvigard's Royal Academy, she felt her pride took a hit. In her homeland, her talent was considered to be one of the best, but in Norvigard, there were many her age who were at the second mantle or the second circle. It was like she had become just a normal person, not a genius. "Well, I do have more talents outside of battle." Rachel comforted herself as she continued watching the subsequent matches. After a few matches, one of the heirs of the 4 dukes finally took the stage. The person who stepped foot on the arena was the youngest of the heirs, manhwareccomendation. She had no weapon at hand. It was rather weird seeing that even other mages had a weapon like a knife or a staff just in case, but Manhwa was barehanded. Her opponent was another mage, but unlike her, he was holding 2 daggers as weapons. Seeing as this was the first heir to appear on stage, the audience became quiet and focused on the match, not wanting to miss a single thing. Manhwa's opponent, Marco, was feeling intense pressure to think that his first opponent was one of the heirs of the 4 dukes. Still, wasn't this also a chance? Among the 4 heirs, Manhwa was the youngest, and she was a mage of the Purple Tower, which was known for illusions. Most of the Purple Tower spells were support-type spells, and had the least offensive type of spells. After thinking about it for a bit, Marco felt his confidence surging. The referee raised his hand, and Marco's pulse quickened. Begin! The very second those words were said, Marco unleashed a fireball spell that flew through the arena towards Manhwa, who didn't move. When the spell was about to hit the girl who looked like a doll, she suddenly burst and turned into butterflies. Marco was momentarily stunned, but he quickly focused harder than before. He knew that those were an illusion. He looked around, trying to find where Manhwa had gone. The arena was a simple circular stage, and there was nowhere to hide, but he could not locate Manhwa. Marco tightened his grip on his daggers, his heartbeat echoing in his ears. It was at that moment that Marco noticed the mist that was surrounding the arena, which had very faint signatures. Behind you, Marco suddenly heard Manhwa's voice whisper in his ear. Marco quickly spun around while chanting a spell under his breath. Dozens of Manhwas stood around him, each identical, their blank lavender eyes fixed on him. They all tilted their heads in perfect unison. Ember Valley. Several smaller balls of flame appeared around Marco and came flying towards the dozens of Manhwas, but upon contact, the balls of flame simply phased through her. It was at that moment that he felt something cold touching his throat. Game over. The real Manhwa stood behind him, her hand glowing faintly with violet light. Her tone was serene, almost gentle. Marco's vision started to fade, and as he was losing consciousness, he heard the referee's voice. Winner Manhwareccomendation. Rachel, who was watching among the audience, found the entire match bizarre from her point of view. The second the referee announced the start of the match, both students used a spell. That was certain since she felt the traces of mana from the 2 of them, but Manhwa was a little bit faster. Rachel did not know that kind of spell Manhwa used, but it made Marco's fireball spell miss the target. After Marco used the fireball spell, he suddenly got into a defensive stance with his daggers while scanning the entire arena looking for something. On the other hand, Manhwa simply walked towards him. When Manhwa was close enough, she whispered something in Marco's ear, making the other party spin to look behind him and unleash the Ember Valley spell. Rachel understood that Manhwa must have shown Marco an illusion, as his spell was hitting nothing but air. Now, with his back in front of Manhwa, the doll-like girl simply stretched out her hand, touched his neck, and the other party fainted. Rachel understood in her mind that Manhwa was using illusions the entire battle, but when you look at it from a third person's perspective, it was truly a weird sight. Most commoners watching did not understand what was happening the entire match. Some even thought that Marco simply threw the match away. The next ducal heir that took the stage was Elira. She, too, won in an overwhelming manner. The second the match began, Elira did not even allow her opponent to finish chanting when she burst out at an incredible speed, cutting down the opponent before her. Unlike with Manhwa, where most audience were confused as to what had happened, this time it was clear to them that Elira cut down her opponent with a move that was hard to track with their eyes. The audience burst into cheers. Rachel, who was also at the second mantle similar to Elira, could barely follow her movements. She imagined herself fighting Elira and understood that even though she would be able to block the first strike, she would eventually lose within 3 to 5 exchanges. As expected of the daughter of the battle-crazed Duke Kaelvar. After a few more matches, Evander Judicar took the stage. He was wearing the student uniform, and in his hands were a mace and a shield. His opponent was Ashtar Mikron, who was using a rapier and dagger as his weapons. The referee raised his hand. Ashtar's body tensed up as he was getting ready to attack, while Evander simply stood in a neutral position. Begin! Ashtar sprinted towards Evander, who was now surrounded not only by his second aura mantle, but a golden light which was most likely a divine blessing. As a holy knight apprentice, Evander was able to use the basic blessings granted to him by his patron deity. When Ashtar was close enough, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Piercing, slashing, he continued attacking, but for some reason, Evander did not even bother to raise his shield and took the strikes. Ashtar gritted his teeth as he saw the outcome of his attacks. Nothing. There was not a single wound or even scratch mark to be found on Evander's body, and even his clothes remained untouched. Ashtar could not get through Evander's aura mantle, enveloped by divine blessing. Ashtar then gathered his aura and enveloped his weapon. This time when Ashtar struck, Evander raised his shield to block. Seeing that Evander made a move, Ashtar felt his confidence coming back. Ashtar began attacking more intensely, but Evander easily blocked each move or evaded. The match was already 5 minutes in, meaning there were 5 minutes more before it ended, but Ashtar was already sweating profusely, and his breathing was ragged. On the other hand, Evander remained the same as he was from the beginning of the match. He did not even move from his spot. Ashtar wanted to continue to attack, but his legs gave in and he knelt on the ground. His continued offensive with his aura at maximum had taken a toll on his body. The referee, seeing Ashtar's state, raised his hand. Winner, Evander Judikar. A roar of cheers echoed through the arena. Evander then approached the fallen Ashtar and helped him up. Seeing this scene just made the audience clap even harder. That was an incredible match. Rachel mumbled to herself as a faint smile appeared on her face. Evander Judikar was what she thought every citizen of Norvigard was like. A man of true honor and discipline. The matches continued, and Rachel watched. It wasn't just the ducal heirs that stood out. Some other noble children were also quite good, but there was the commoner who caught a lot of attention. Eisen Ter, the commoner who was said to be one of the favorites to win the tournament. The second the match started, his opponent looked like he had been hit by something hard to see and fainted. Rachel, with her enhanced eyesight using aura, was able to barely see the object that flew at the start of the match. It was just a tiny rock that Eisen flicked toward his opponent. Chapter 174. Lucen takes the stage. Lucen watched a few of the matches, especially the ones from the named characters like the ducal heirs. He also watched the matches of Reyna and Eisen. He was truly surprised by Eisen's way of fighting. He flicked a small rock from his pocket at an incredible speed, so fast that most eyes couldn't even follow the motion. What shocked Lucen wasn't just the precision, but the method. There was no flare of aura, no trace of reinforced strength. Instead, the movement was guided purely by mana, controlled through telekinesis, a very basic spell. Most who gained a mana core learned this as their very first spell. It was so subtle it almost slipped beneath his perception. That level of finesse required terrifying control. Not to mention, for a brief moment, I sensed how incredibly vast his mana was. Why was that guy not part of the game's main storyline? He was not even mentioned in any of the game's dialogue. Seeing as the start in the main game happens 6 to 8 years from now, a lot of things could happen. Still, for a commoner to be this skilled, and not even be mentioned in the game, meant he either died early, or he never existed in the game world. Well, it doesn't really matter. I just need to do what I need to do. By now, many things have changed, so following the game's script is pointless. The only thing I can use now is my understanding of each character's personality and move onward with that knowledge. The matches continued for a while, and Lucen's turn finally arrived. This was the match most people wanted to see. Lucen Thornyheart, the man of many rumors. This time, everyone would see how strong he truly is. It was now time to see how true the rumors are. Lucen, with his trench coat showing the mark of Thornifang, a silver thorn curling around the fang of a dragon. He walked towards the arena with confident strides. In the past year, he had grown taller, broader at the shoulders, the kind of change that made people look twice. Even while wearing his coat, the outline of his training was clear. Lean muscle, built not for show but for battle. His silver hair looked like it was glowing under the sunlight, and his ruby red eyes gleamed. The way he walked, every subtle movement he made was filled with confidence. He definitely did not look like a 14-year-old boy, but slightly older. The audience became quiet as they looked at Lucen. As for Lucen's opponent, he was Merrick Klan, a longsword user. What an honor to face the Dragon Slayer. Merrick spoke with his longsword grasped in both hands. Now take out that rumored weapon of yours and let's fight. Lucen looked at Merrick and sighed. I'm sorry to say this, but I don't think I would need to use that. Are you looking down on me? Merrick almost growled as he spoke. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but how do I explain this? You're just not the right opponent for it. Lucen's tone was calm, not arrogant, not mocking, just saying what he truly thought. That made it sting even more. Merrick's jaw tightened. The veins on his temple pulsed. Before he could continue, the referee raised his hand. Both participants ready. Lucen simply nodded his head, hands still in his pockets. On the other hand, Marek lowered his stance, aura mantle flaring around his sword like a faint blue flame. His entire body tensed up, ready to make a move. Then begin, Marek moved first. His charge was clean and sharp, no wasted motion. He covered the distance between them in less than a second, his longsword coming down in a heavy diagonal slash. He moved so fast that he did not even notice that Lucen's demeanor had changed. As the longsword fell, Lucen placed his palm on the backside of the sword and pushed it slightly to the side. Lucen then quickly grabbed Marek's wrist, disrupted Marek's footwork by placing his foot between him and Marek's, and then Lucen flipped Marek. It happened so fast that Marek did not understand why his butt was on the ground. Lucen, who had used acting adept to embody any anime or video game aikido master, quickly returned to his normal state. After using acting adept a lot, he learned how to use it in bursts and quickly stop. This lessened the chance for his personality to be devoured by whatever character he was acting as. Marek quickly rolled to his feet, face burning with embarrassment. He had barely processed what had happened. The moment his sword touched Lucen's hand, the world turned upside down. Marek did not say a word, as he simply gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the handle of his longsword. Marek's aura mantle flared brilliant blue as he sped up his attack. The longsword carved the air in blinding arcs, horizontal, vertical, then diagonal again, each strike heavy enough to split boulders. The sound of metal cutting air filled the arena, sharp and rhythmic. Yet none of them came close. Lucen's steps were small, subtle, like water flowing around the blade. One step here, a little sway here, a slight push here. Lucen just made small moves, but was able to evade every attack. Lucen's control over spacing and rhythm was near perfect. The way he moved was so close to the blade that it made it look like the longsword was phasing through Lucen's body. Lucen was able to achieve such a feat because of the combination of the technique copied from acting adept, in combination with his battle instinct skill. What Lucen was doing was more impressive than when Evander stood in position, taking hits and tanking them with his aura and divine blessing. Each strike whistled through the air, sharp enough to draw gasps from the crowd. But no matter how fast Marek swung, Lucen was always a fraction of a step ahead. Lucen's coat fluttered lightly, his expression unchanged. It was as if Lucen could predict every move Marek would make before he even made it. Marek's aura flared brighter, his swings faster and heavier, yet the more he attacked, the more it felt like he was being guided, pushed into patterns Lucen had already mapped out. Lucen then looked at the time they had left before the match finished. There were 2 minutes left. "Sorry, you were just unlucky to be my first opponent." Lucen suddenly spoke to Marek. Before Marek could even respond, Lucen's hand moved like lightning. Lucen's palm gripped Marek's head firmly. Lucen, who had enveloped himself with his aura mantle, smashed Marek's head to the ground. Even though Lucen was just the first mantle, his basic strength without using aura was already powerful. Now, enhanced with aura, it was devastating. The ground shattered under the impact, cracks spiderwebbed outward in every direction. Marek's head was squashed into the solid arena floor. A hush fell over the arena, so complete that even the flutter of banners in the wind felt loud. It was such a switch from his flowing evasion to a sudden, violent attack. No one expected such an outcome. Even the referee was momentarily stunned. "It's my victory, right?" Lucen asked the referee, who finally got his bearings back. "Winner, Lucen Thornyheart." It took several seconds for the audience to comprehend what had happened. The crowd's collective breath seemed to hang in the air, waiting for anyone to break the silence. Then came the first cheer, and like dominoes, the next one cheered until a roar of cheers echoed throughout the arena. Thornyheart, as expected of someone from the north, such a brutal way to achieve victory. Most of the audience was excited by Lucen's performance. Sathalos and the others, who were also watching, had a look that seemed to be saying they expected such an outcome. Very different from my best friend Varden's ice-cold style of fighting. I thought he would be the same type as his father at first, but after seeing that finishing move, he has quite the fire burning within him. Like a wild beast hiding its fangs, the wolf pup from before has grown into a true wolf. Kaelvar reacted excitedly. Rachel, who had seen the way each ducal heir won in an overwhelming way, was most shaken by Lucen's battle. Myria Eromont used clever illusions to get near her opponent and win. Elira Runeskar used her overwhelming speed to win in a single attack. Evander Judikar showcased his powerful divine blessing that withstood every attack that came his way, and won without even needing to engage his opponent, as he tired the other party out. Yet Lucen Thornyheart showed everyone the overwhelming difference in skill. The way he moved with minimal motion, the precision of his timing, and the way he completely controlled the flow of the battle. Everything about it felt refined. Those movements were not something you would usually see in someone so young. Usually, young people like Rachel and the students of the Royal Academy would focus on increasing their aura mantles, or their mana circles. Refining one's technique was less focused on, yet Lucen seemed to be doing the opposite, as Rachel noticed that Lucen was just at the first aura mantle. So that was Lucen Thornyheart. He didn't even use his unique magic to be so strong with just the first mantle. Rachel's gaze lingered on the cracked floor of the arena. Chapter 175. Festive under the night sky, the first day of the tournament ended, and surprisingly, there was no need for judges as no match lasted the whole 10 minutes. When the first day ended, it was already 5 in the afternoon. The audience left the Colosseum with a buzz of conversation. They talked about the matches that caught their interest. Of course, the most talked about matches were the ones with heirs of the ducal households. Aside from them, the other talk was about Aizen's match. Did you understand what manhwareccomendation did? She just walked to the opponent, who kept on missing his attacks. Elira's move was so fast that I'm sure I just blinked and the match ended. Evander just stood there, did nothing and won, so the rumors about Lucen Thornyheart had some truth in them. He really was quite strong. I didn't see it clearly, but someone said that Aizen simply threw a small rock at his opponent. Reina, who was listening to the conversations among the leaving audiences, she was trying to hear if someone was talking about her match, but no one were talking about it. Reina's ears twitched every time someone mentioned a name, but hers never came up. A flush crept up her neck as she clenched her fist. Was I really that boring to watch? She thought bitterly. Damn it! Was my match too normal compared to theirs? I should have tried to end the match in a single strike or something. No, it's not my fault. My opponent was too weak so that I could showcase my abilities. The next match, I'll make sure people remember my name. As she walked out of the Colosseum with the crowd, she clenched her fist. Next time, surely. Most of the taverns, houses, and every other available space were filled to the brim with people. The Royal Academy tournament was the biggest event held in Norvigard. Merchant groups used this opportunity to get close to promising students, often recruiting commoners from the academy as guards or aides. Of course, the Royal Academy didn't just produce warriors, but scholars and future merchants. Most who graduated from the Royal Academy become successful later, which is why getting to know them before that happens was the best way to make a connection. There were also those who failed to become anything despite graduating from the academy, and there were also those who were not even able to graduate. But even then, these people, despite failing, were a cut above most of the ordinary citizens. The bards already had new songs dedicated to the favorites to win. Most of them were about the heirs of the ducal households, but surprisingly, there were quite a few about the commoner named Aizen. His name was being spoken of in many taverns. Aizen the Rockflinger, Aizen the Unseen Blade, and even Aizen the Flicker of Stone. His nicknames were making Lucen chuckle when he overheard them from a group of drunken patrons on his way back to the estate. Lucen could also hear his name alongside the other ducal heirs being talked about, and each retelling of their matches became more and more exaggerated. The state of Kaleheart right now was different from the last time he came to this city. Even though he was sure that there were quite a few backdoor dealings going on right now, it was true that every citizen, from the nobles to the commoners, were excited. By the time Lucen left the Colosseum, the sun was no longer there, and the moonlight shone with the flickering stars in the night sky. The cheers from earlier still echoed faintly behind him as vendors shouted, carriages rattled over cobblestones, and children ran with paper flags bearing the crest of the academy. The entire capital seemed alive, feeding on the thrill of the matches. Lucen made his way through the bustling streets quietly, his coat collar raised against the cool evening breeze. The smell of roasted meat and ale filled the air as laughter echoed from every direction. He even saw some street food being sold. Seeing this scene reminded him of a few festivals he had gone to back in his past life. How about we go eat a few of what they're selling? Lucen suddenly said. Ho, are you perhaps getting into a festive mood, young lord? Sir Thalos asked. Then let's get going and eat. Thrall spoke excitedly. Can I just go to wherever we'll be staying? Daniel said, sounding dejected. Sorry to tell you, but if you go by yourself, the knights who guard the estate will capture you, and most likely torture you. Lucen answered. I'm good with that, Daniel responded instantly, and was about to leave, but Harlech grabbed hold of him. We're supposed to be the little leader's bodyguards. How are you going to guard him if you're not here? Lucen couldn't help but chuckle as the group blended into the lively crowd. The market streets were glowing with the blue light from the mana lamps. Performers were scattered about, bards, sword dancers, and even a few kids pretending to be knights. Lucen's group bought a few skewered meats and started eating while watching the performers. Thrall was holding the most, and was eating it in such a way that made it look like he was going to eat the skewer as well. On the other hand, Milos was also enjoying the festival mood, but he was still on alert, doing his job as a guard a bit more seriously than the others. Hey Lucen, did you notice that Guy Eisen used a simple telekinesis spell to win that match? Robert suddenly spoke excitedly while taking a bite of the meat in his hand. Yeah, Lucen responded while also taking a bite of the skewered meat. The flavor wasn't much, but it was grilled nicely. Even though that was surprising, what was even more surprising was when I tried to probe him, I sensed that he was just a first circle mage. This time, Lucen was actually surprised to hear what Robert said. Eisen, who had shown great skill and had mana that Lucen sensed from him to be vast, was just at the first circle. Seeing Lucen's reaction made Robert smile mischievously. I'm betting you didn't notice that, but you did notice how vast his mana supply was. Yes, how can that be? Aren't circles added up to increase the storage of mana that the body could handle? And it's also proof that one's understanding of their mana has become better. Well, that just means that Kid Eisen is something special. His mana circle was different from a normal mage, the same as yours. Just like how your mana is like an exploding fire, his mana was like a boundless sea. When Lucen heard Robert's explanation, he started to wonder. Does that mean Eisen has some sort of special class, weight the same as me, and a character that good that isn't a named character? Is he perhaps a reincarnator as well, or a transmigrator? The possibility unsettled him more than he wanted to admit. Until now, he believed he was the only anomaly in this world, a fragment of another life that moved into this one. But if Eisen was like him, then he was a bigger variable than he could imagine. I need to confirm if Eisen is a transmigrator or a reincarnator like me. Lucen's gaze lifted toward the night sky, where the moon hung above the glowing city. Its pale light shimmered against his crimson eyes. Because if he is, then that means I'm not the only one rewriting this world's fate. Still, if he is from the same world I was before, and he saw the things I made, he would also think I'm a reincarnator or transmigrator and seek me out, or at least look at me curiously. But he hasn't shown any such interest from what I've seen of him. So either I'm overthinking this, and he's just a normal citizen of this world, or he's something else entirely. Hello, Lucen, did you hear me? Lucen suddenly heard Robert's voice and looked at him confused. Did you say something? You suddenly became quiet. Did hearing about Eisen shock you that much? Yeah, a little, Lucen admitted. Whoa, to think even the little leader gets worried. Harlech spoke, genuinely surprised. Young lord, there's nothing to worry about. Just trust your training and do your best, Sir Thalos said reassuringly. Lucen smiled. He was sure that they were misunderstanding what he was worried about. Most likely, they thought he was worried about how skilled and powerful Eisen was, which was not what bothered him. Of course, I'm not worried about that. Like I said to my father, I'll be sure to bring back the victory, Lucen declared. Now how about we try the other food? Yes, thanks little leader, Thrall said excitedly. Lucen's group continued to eat and enjoy the festive mood. Once they had tried almost all the street food, they headed to the Thornyheart estate to rest. Chapter 176. What remains unchanged. Once Robert placed his belongings in his room at the Thornyheart estate, he headed straight for the Yellow Tower. It was close to 10 in the evening, and even at that late hour, faint traces of celebration still echoed through the streets, laughter spilling from taverns, music drifting in the distance, and the glow of mana lamps illuminating the cobbled roads. But when he arrived at the Yellow Tower, Robert froze in place. The shabby, neglected tower he remembered was gone. In its place stood a structure that gleamed under the moonlight, newly repaired stone, reinforced runic lines pulsing faintly along its walls, and a soft golden hue emanating from the windows. The Yellow Tower returned to how it looked in its heyday. He caught a whiff of some rather expensive herbs. He then saw that there was a garden now. Rows of well-tended plants lined the front courtyard. Moonbloom petals shimmered silver under the light, while flame orchids pulsed with a gentle orange hue, their warmth brushing against the night air. Robert crouched down, brushing his fingers over one of the petals. I guess they did use the money to get a few good things. Do you like the new garden? Robert suddenly heard someone speaking from behind him and was surprised as he moved backward while reciting a spell. He turned and relaxed when he saw who it was. "You startled me, old man," Robert said with a tinge of irritation. The person who spoke was none other than the Tower Master of the Yellow Tower, and the strongest mage of Norvigard, Thelwyn Keldros. "You've become rather jumpy. Is it because you have experienced the monster waves?" Thelwyn asked. Anyone would react the same way if someone whose presence they could not sense approached and spoke from behind them. In the past, that wouldn't have been a problem for you. In fact, I was expecting you to say something along the lines of, "Oh, is it a ghost? I wonder if I could dissect you." That does sound like something I would say. What are you even doing awake at this hour, old man? Well, as a Tower Master, I have a lot of responsibilities. Robert frowned when he heard Thelwyn's answer. "Wasn't the money I gave enough? Did you need more, old man?" Thelwyn shook his head. "No, the money is enough, actually. Nowadays, most of the Yellow Tower mages can conduct experiments without worrying about money. Then, why are you still working so hard? Well, no matter if we had too little money or too much, there are many things a Tower Master must deal with." Robert exhaled and rubbed the back of his neck. Old man, shouldn't you step down as the Tower Master and let someone younger deal with these things?" "Well, I do like my job, but I guess I could step down if someone capable would take my place. How about it? Do you want to become the Tower Master, Robert?" "No, thank you," Robert answered without hesitation. Thelwyn chuckled softly. "As expected. You've always been quick to turn down responsibility, but never the work that comes with it." Robert crossed his arms. "I prefer to experiment and seek the truth, instead of doing an administrator's job. Besides, if I became Tower Master, half the alchemists would run away within a week." "Well, that is true," Thelwyn smirked. "You might be talented, but your social skills aren't any good. Who needs those kinds of skills anyway? Those who seek the truth will instinctively understand each other, just like me and Lucen. I guess you've gotten very close with the Iron Duke's heir." "Yes, he is my partner who will create the future with me." Seeing the bright smile on Robert's face when he said those words made Thelwyn smile as well. Even though he and Robert weren't related by blood, he treated Robert like his very own grandson. He had raised Robert when he saw his potential in the orphanage. He taught Robert as much as he could. The young Robert had absolutely no friends, as none of his peers could understand him. "Why don't you try playing with the others?" Thelwyn asked. "They don't want to play with me, nor do I want to play with them. They cannot comprehend my words, meaning they are unworthy of my time," the 10-year-old Robert said to Thelwyn. When Thelwyn heard Robert's answer, he thought that Robert's life would be such a lonely one. So Thelwyn did his best to make it so that the young boy was at least a little less lonely. To see someone younger able to communicate with Robert as an equal, nay as a friend, was truly a blessing. I guess it was truly the right decision to have sent Robert that day, Thelwyn thought to himself. "I see. That's good to hear." Robert straightened and glanced toward the tower entrance. "How about showing me around this new tower, or are you sleepy already, old man?" Thelwyn chuckled, stroking his beard. "I already took a little nap before you came here, so let me show you what the Yellow Tower looked back when I was your age." Thelwyn gestured for Robert to follow, his robes brushing softly against the stone path as they walked toward the entrance. When Robert stepped inside, he paused and looked around. The interior no longer resembled the crumbling relic he once worked in. Gone were the cracked walls, broken glass, and smell of burnt reagents. The stone floors were clean, polished with alchemical resin that shimmered faintly, and the once flickering lanterns had been replaced by mana lamps. "Wait, you're using the mana lamps of those Grey Tower B** stars?" Robert shouted. "Why not? Advancements in mechanical arts make things more convenient. This also lessens the chances of our tower burning. But it's made by those Grey Tower B** stars. Does that really matter? We do have a rivalry with the Grey Tower, but they aren't our enemies. Even they use things like mana potions, so why can't we use what they make? I understand it in my head, but just thinking about using those irritating B** stars who know so little is just infuriating." Thelwyn no longer tried to convince Robert and simply shrugged his shoulders as he continued to show Robert around. Robert was shocked to see young alchemists working on a potion this late at night. The last time he had been in the Yellow Tower, he was the youngest alchemist. "We have new mages that joined." "Yes, they are only a few now, but the Yellow Tower is finally stepping back to how it used to be." There was a hint of nostalgia in Thelwyn's tone as he watched the young alchemists trying to figure out what materials to use. Robert noticed the gentle smile on Thelwyn's face, and he unconsciously smiled as well. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The two continued walking around the yellow tower. Thelwyn showed Robert the new books they had acquired, new cauldrons and vials. They then reached Thelwyn's office, and Robert saw that, unlike everything in the tower, Thelwyn's office was the only room that remained the same. Why didn't you improve this place? I guess there are a few things that should remain the same. Thelwyn looked around his office. This office hasn't changed how it looked since the first Yellow Tower Master made this place in Norvigard. Many things in the tower have changed over time, from the materials to the alchemists who use them, but this room remains the same, and I hope it remains that way even with the next Tower Master. Robert glanced around the old office. The faint smell of herbs, ink, and old parchment lingered in the air, the same scent he had grown up with. The shelves were still lined with overflowing notes, the same cracked window still let in the pale moonlight. For a moment he said nothing, then he smiled faintly. I guess you're right. Not everything needs to change. The path towards the future has a lot of changes, but to have a few things remain the same should be all right. To think you would say such a thing. I guess even you needed to grow up at some point, Thelwyn said with a chuckle. What does that mean? I had grown up long before this, all right, if you say so. Thelwyn shrugged his shoulders. Enough. I've seen what I needed to see. I'll head back to the Thornyheart estate. You'd better sleep properly as well, old man. Robert spoke with a rather thorny tone, but there was a hint of worry mixed in as well. No need to worry about me. I'll sleep well tonight, knowing that the young man I raised finally found a friend he can play with. First off, don't make it sound like I'm some child. Like I said, I'm an adult. Also, we're not playing, we're creating the future. Yes, I understand. Thelwyn nodded his head. Do you, old mans? TCH, fine, it doesn't matter. Robert stood up and headed towards the door, but before he left, he said something to Thelwyn. It was good to see you, old man. Make sure to take care of yourself, eat properly and sleep right. Don't worry about money, I'll make sure to send more your way. Thelwyn was about to respond, but Robert had already left. Thelwyn then sat on his chair as a smile appeared on his face. To think that child would tell me all that. Knowing him, it would be better if he did all that himself. Thelwyn chuckled as he decided to go to sleep just as Robert wanted. He's grown well, better than I ever hoped, he murmured, glancing at the moonlight filtering through the cracked window. The future's in good hands. With that thought, the Tower Master rose and made his way to the small adjoining room. As he lay down, the faintest smile still lingered on his lips. Chapter 177, You're Not Looking at Me. The second day of the Royal Academy tournament began. The city awoke to the sound of drums echoing from the Colosseum. Within its walls, the competitors gathered once again, some calm and confident, others restless and pale from nerves. They had witnessed the skills of the other fighters. They now understood how far apart they were from the top. Of course, some of them were still deluding themselves that they could do the same thing or were better. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lucen sat in the waiting gallery with the other students. As on the first day, the matches were chosen at random. Unlike the first day matches, this time the matches were slightly more intense. The ones who felt the gap in skill became even more desperate as they fought harder than before. Those who thought they would easily win were then the ones eliminated. After seeing those whom everyone thought would win lose, the others started fighting a little less recklessly. This time around, there were a few matches that used the entire 10-minute rounds. The judges then give points to determine who wins and who loses. Each judge could score from 1 to 10, and the student with the most points gets to continue. The criteria for judging depend on the judges. Kaelvar Runeskar awarded high marks to those who showed grit and refusal to yield, regardless of elegance or finesse. Elandor favored precision, giving more points to those who landed the most clean hits. Seraphina leaned toward creativity and strategy. Those who used feints, traps, or unusual techniques earned her favor. Principal Aldrin's judging, on the other hand, seemed unpredictable. His decisions baffled the students and amused the audience. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The morning passed with a steady rhythm. Depending on the damage to the stage, a few craftsmen would fix it. Each new pair that entered the arena carried traces of yesterday's memory in their stance. No one rushed in blind anymore. The smarter ones tried to predict their opponent's tempo, recalling every movement from the first day. Of course, this only worked if the person in question had already shown all he or she could do. The first few bouts were predictable. Students who relied on strength were outmaneuvered by those with patience, and those who relied solely on aura found themselves drained halfway through. A few gamblers started cursing at the students who lost, as they too lost quite a sum of gold coins. Of course, the school would not tolerate such people and would kick them out. Asterisk, 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 after a few matches came and went, one of the ducal heirs took the stage. It was Elira Runeskar. Even among the 4 ducal heirs, she was considered to have the highest chance of claiming the championship. She was considered a safe bet by the gamblers. The air in the Colosseum shifted the moment Elira Runeskar stepped into the arena. Her long crimson hair fluttered lightly in the wind, and her expression remained calm, not arrogance but certainty. She carried no visible tension, only quiet confidence, as if the match before her was merely another sparring session. Her opponent, a second-year named Garvin Rowe, gripped his two-handed sword tightly. His knuckles were white, and a faint tremor ran down his arm. Everyone knew this would be a one-sided fight. Even Garvin himself did not feel like he had a chance. Still, seeing how the other students were able to defeat those who were more skilled than they with nothing but willpower, maybe he could do the same. He took a deep breath, tightening his stance. The referee looked at the two. "Are you both ready?" Elira gave a small nod. Garvin answered with a deep breath. The referee raised his hand. "Begin." The very second the referee's hand dropped, Garvin tightened his stance as he enveloped himself with his aura that was at the second mantle. On the other hand, Elira was in a casual stance and was not using aura. Lucen's match yesterday had once again shown the difference between him and her. Lucen had fought against someone at the second mantle without using aura, mana, or his unique magic. The only time he used one of the 3, which was his aura, was when he delivered the finishing blow to his opponent. It was obvious to those skilled enough to see his movements that he was making a statement, to let others know that he was here to claim victory. So for this match, Elira decided to showcase her skill with the sword without using much of her aura. Elira started walking towards Garvin, who was surprised. This wasn't something that Elira would usually do. Elira Runeskar was famous in the academy and somebody who would use her overwhelming speed to win. But this time she was doing something completely different. Still, Garvin did not let his guard down and continued to wait for Elira to attack and find a chance to counter. Elira then did a sword slash without any aura, which Garvin easily blocked. He then redirected Elira's blade to the side and countered. Elira easily evaded the attack and countered as well. Garvin parried her attack and countered again. This exchange continued for a while, which excited the audience. To the untrained eye, the exchange was a rather intense defense and offense. Elira had a few nicks on her body, while Garvin had a few more. Yet it was Elira who had an unsatisfied look on her face. Despite not using aura, she was already able to do this much against an opponent with a similar level of aura to hers. When Garvin saw the expression on Elira's face, he finally understood what was happening and felt ashamed and angry. He then did a full-powered downward slash, which Elira evaded by jumping backward. "Am I that unworthy?" Elira, who was about to counterattack, stopped in her tracks when Garvin suddenly shouted, "You're not even looking at me properly. The opponent your eyes are seeing is not me, who is right in front of you," Garvin shouted as he gripped the handle of his sword harder. Elira looked at Garvin's. The other party had fought her with a certain determination, yet she treated her opponent as something to make a point, to compare herself with Lucen. She was not looking at the opponent in front of her, but at someone else. This was truly a disrespectful act for a warrior. I was too caught up with wanting to show Lucen that I improved as well. I disrespected the warrior who's fighting me with burning determination. Elira then bowed her head, which not only surprised her opponent, Garvin, but the audience as well. "I apologize for not treating this match, and you with the proper respect you deserve. Allow me to make up for mistakes by showing you the best I can." Elira's stance shifted as she gripped her sword using her hands. She then enveloped her entire body and her sword with her aura mantle, a blazing red which was the same color as her hair. The entire Colosseum suddenly felt hotter. Elira's breathing had changed rhythm as she looked at her opponent properly this time. Garvin felt like he was being stared down by a giant predator. Still, he did not feel frightened. In fact, he felt excited. Elira Runeskar was going to go all out. Garvin strengthened his aura mantle as much as he could. He enveloped his entire body and soared with his aura mantle. He focused his entire senses on Elira. He was going to continue the same strategy as he had in the beginning. He will block or evade Elira's next attack and counter. The entire audience had suddenly become quiet. Garvin could hear the beating of his heart, and he could sense the direction of the wind. His senses were working beyond his limit. It was at that moment that he saw it. Elira moved at a speed greater than whatever she used in the last match. She then became a blur in his sight. Garvin's mind was screaming at him, block. Garvin moved his body to block the incoming attack. He felt something hard hitting his sword, and he slid back a few feet. It was at that moment that he heard Elira's voice from behind him. To think you were able to block the first strike. Unfortunately, I had struck you 5 times. When Garvin heard those words, it was as if it were a trigger. His body, which felt fine a second ago, suddenly felt pain as he fell to his knees. His sight was starting to go dark, and he fainted. In that brief moment, Elria dashed by past Garvin and attacked him with 5 slashes. The first slash, which was the fastest, was surprisingly blocked. Unfortunately, Garvin let his guard down, thinking she would only attack once, and he would be able to counter like before. But now that she was using her aura mantle, her strength and speed were completely different from before. The referee then raised his hand. Winner, Elira Runeskar. Elira sheathed her sword and bowed to her fallen opponent. Chapter 178. Telekinesis. After Elira's victory, the next matches weren't nearly as exciting. Even the next ducal heir, Evander Judikar, repeated his performance from the first day. He simply stood there, allowing his opponent to strike him again and again until she exhausted her aura and collapsed to her knees. The crowd, who had hoped for something new, fell silent. What had once been awe now turned into a little bit of boredom. It was still exciting, true, but not as exciting as they had hoped. A few bouts later, Lucen stepped into the arena. The atmosphere immediately shifted. Whispers rose from the audience, eager to see what he would do this time. This was a person known to make the impossible possible. Someone who had time and again made people change their perception of him. The referee looked at the 2 contestants. Are you both ready? Lucen gave a small nod. His opponent swallowed hard and mirrored him. Begin. Lucen moved the instant the word was spoken. 1 step forward, a single punch to the gut. The sound cracked through the air as his opponent doubled over, breathless. Before the poor boy could even fall, Lucen's hand rose and chopped cleanly at his neck. Thud. The opponent crumpled, unconscious. The referee blinked, momentarily stunned, before raising his hand. Winner, Lucen Thornyheart. The crowd erupted, some cheering, others murmuring in disbelief. Lucen didn't stay to bask in it. He simply turned and walked off the stage as calmly as he'd entered. Elira sighed when she looked at how Lucen won. He didn't even use aura this round. No one around her responded. The other students stole brief glances in her direction, but quickly looked away. No one dared to speak to one of the ducal heirs without invitation. Elira didn't seem to notice, or perhaps she didn't care. Her eyes stayed on the arena floor, where Lucen had stood a moment ago. Yesterday, he had at least allowed his opponent to fight. Today, he didn't even give that courtesy. Without even battling him, am I actually thinking that I would lose? Elira shook her head. She didn't need to devalue herself this much. She straightened her back, her expression returning to calm composure. There was no point in comparing herself to him here, not yet. I'll prove once we face each other, she thought, her fingers brushing the hilt of her sword. When the time comes, I will show him how much I have improved. The next few matches were rather lackluster until Eisen got on stage. This was the commoner who was said to be a match for the 4 ducal heirs. The way he won the last match by using a simple rock and the basic telekinesis spell was one that many talked about. The crowd stirred the moment his name was announced. Whispers spread like wildfire across the stands. Some cheered him on as a symbol that even a commoner like them could become something more than they were. Others sneered, calling his earlier win nothing but luck. Eisen walked into the arena with steady steps, his expression calm but focused. He was wearing the school uniform, his posture lacking the sharpness of noble training, and yet there was something in his eyes that made people quiet down. Across from him, his opponent, a 3rd year and the son of a viscount from the eastern province, smirked as he drew his blade. Try throwing a rock at me, commoner, the noble sneered. Eisen didn't respond. His gaze drifted briefly to a small pouch hanging by his belt, then back to his opponent. The referee raised his hand. Begin. The noble lunged immediately, aura flaring around his blade in a sharp blue arc. The crowd roared, eager to see what would happen. Eisen did not do anything and waited for the noble to come to him. The noble had dashed forward and swung his sword towards Eisen, but Eisen simply raised his hand, and the sword stopped. Eisen wasn't even touching the sword, but it had stopped. Using such a basic spell as telekinesis again, The noble used the full power of his aura mantle to slash down, but even then he could not move his sword. This could only mean one thing. Aizen's telekinesis spell was stopping his blade, enveloped in his aura mantle. This could only be done if one's quality or quantity of mana was far beyond that of their opponent's mana or aura. This can't be. The noble could not accept what was happening before him. This person is cheating. Disqualify him. The referee and the judges did not respond to the noble's shouts, meaning what he was saying was wrong. Aizen looked at him calmly. If you're not able to move your weapon, will you yield? Never. The noble roared, aura flaring violently as he tried to overpower the invisible force restraining his blade. The ground cracked beneath his feet, his muscles strained, veins bulging from his neck. But no matter how much aura he poured out, the sword didn't move an inch. Aizen sighed softly, his voice barely above a whisper. I told you, it's useless, oh damn it. If I can't move my sword, then I'll simply discard it. The noble let go of his sword and was about to kick Aizen in the head. Aizen flicked a piece of rock, hitting the noble in the ankle and thigh, making his kick change direction. Aizen flicked another piece of rock and aimed at the noble's abdomen. The noble was quick to react and strengthened his abdomen with his aura mantle. The rock struck the noble's abdomen with a dull thud, not enough to injure, but enough to make him stumble a step back. Pretty good reaction speed. Aizen gave praise with a deadpan expression, which just infuriated the noble even more. You be *starred, the noble shouted, rushing forward again. His aura flared violently, his movements faster now, wilder, less controlled. Each step cracked the stone floor beneath him as he charged with a furious roar. Aizen easily evaded his attacks, and to everyone's surprise, countered by punching the noble in the face. The fact that a mage punched an aura user was surprising enough, but what surprised those skilled enough was how Aizen punched the noble. Normally, to match the physical abilities of an aura user, a mage could use physical enhancement spells, but those spells use a lot of mana. It would be better to use other spells instead. But Aizen did not use any enhancement spells. Instead, he used the same basic telekinesis spell on himself, and controlled his hand with the spell to punch the noble. To use the telekinesis spell in such a way was something no other mage thought of, seeing as it was hard to control one's body using such a spell, and because it made no sense to do it. Still, the power of the punch using telekinesis was incredible. Aizen was slightly in better shape than most other mages, but nowhere near that of an aura user. But using telekinesis, Aizen was able to move his body in an incredible way that ignores his own physical limits. The noble staggered backward, eyes wide in disbelief. You're using telekinesis on yourself. That's insane. Aizen dusted his sleeve with a calm expression. Insane, is it? I don't think so, seeing as it works. The noble gnashed his teeth as he attacked. Aizen continued to control his body using telekinesis and was able to dodge quite a few attacks, but of course, he needed to take a few hits every now and then. I guess this form of combat needs more fine-tuning, but for now, this is good enough. Thank you for helping me with my experiment. The second the noble heard what Aizen said, he felt very ashamed and furious. In Aizen's eyes, he was not even worth being seen as an opponent, but someone who could help with his experiment. The veins on the noble's head looked like they were about to explode. Aizen then looked at the time and saw that there was only a minute left before the match ended. Better finish up, Aizen murmured to himself. The noble heard it and roared, aura flaring to its peak. Blue light erupted from his body, the air around him trembling from the sheer pressure. A few audience members gasped as the ground beneath the noble cracked and splintered like a spiderweb. Stop mocking me, he bellowed, charging forward with everything he had left. His aura surged wildly, enough to make nearby mana lamps flicker. When Aizen saw the charging noble, he was reminded of the wild boars back home. Aizen simply stepped to the side, evading the charge. He then fired a few rocks at the noble using telekinesis. Each rock, which flew faster than an arrow, hit several vital areas. The noble's body twisted unnaturally with every impact. His thigh, shoulder, ribs, each strike sharp, precise, controlled. The crowd winced with every sound of impact. The noble let out a guttural cry, blood spilling from his nose as he fell to one knee. His aura flickered violently, trying to stabilize, but unfortunately that only sealed his loss. The noble, who had recklessly poured out his aura since the very start of the match, finally collapsed face first onto the arena floor. The noble fainted with only a few seconds left before the 10 minutes ended. Winner, Aizen Tear, It took several seconds before the crowd roared in cheers. Many started clapping their hands while cheering Aizen's name. As Aizen headed back to the waiting area, Lucen approached him with a serious look on his face. Chapter 179, A Conversation with Aizen. Can I speak to you? Lucen spoke to Aizen. You're Lucen Thornyheart. What do you want from me? Aizen spoke. His facial expression was unreadable. I just want to talk. Since we're both finished with today's matches, can we talk in a different place? I know a nearby inn here that sells good food. It's my treat. Aizen studied him for a moment, as if weighing the intent behind the invitation. Then, after a short pause, he nodded. Fine, lead the way. The two left the waiting area together, drawing a few curious glances from the other students. A secret conversation between Lucen Thornyheart and Aizen Ter was something they were interested in listening to. Neither of them spoke as they exited the Colosseum. The crowd's cheers echoed faintly in the distance, but between them there was only quiet. It wasn't an awkward silence, more like the stillness between two people who both preferred to think before they spoke. Okay, I was able to bring him. Should I have told the others about my plan? They are my bodyguards. But if I brought them, Aizen might get spooked and not respond properly. Lucen glanced at Aizen, who was walking just slightly behind him. The young man, who was a year older than him, had an expressionless face, so it was rather hard to get a read on him. Is this guy really a transmigrator or reincarnator like me? Well, that's why I need to talk to him. So how am I going to do this? As the two continued walking towards the inn, Lucen was thinking about what to say to Aizen to learn if he is or isn't someone similar to him. The inn Lucen mentioned was small and quiet, tucked between a blacksmith's forge and a bakery. The smell of roasted meat and baked bread greeted them as they entered. Despite the tournament still ongoing, there were already people drinking in the inn. The second they entered, they caught the attention of the people. A few patrons looked up, recognizing the two competitors, but quickly turned away. No one wanted to risk offending the heir of the Iron Duke by eavesdropping. The two took a seat, and Lucen ordered food and some drinks. The wooden floor creaked softly under their boots, and the faint hiss of the forge next door blended with laughter from a nearby table. So what do you want to talk about? Lucen leaned back slightly, waiting for the waitress to leave before speaking. I was simply interested in the way you use telekinesis. That was a very creative way to use that basic spell. I only did that because I can only use two spells. One is the Earth Wall spell, and the other is telekinesis. The other spell is a defensive spell, so I need to do my best to use telekinesis as the offensive spell. Lucen had thought about how Aizen would respond, but this response was rather surprising. Is it all right to tell me this? It doesn't matter anyway, you'll find out eventually. The reason I use telekinesis differently from others is simply because I only have a few choices. If it isn't too much to ask, can you tell me how many circles in your mana core you have? Aizen looked at Lucen for several seconds before shrugging his shoulders. Quite direct, aren't you? I guess I can tell you. I'm a first circle mage. I can already guess what you're going to ask next. How come a first circle mage like me has so much mana? Is that what you were going to ask? Aizen was correct. That was indeed Lucen's next question, so he responded by nodding. I have a certain rare constitution that granted me an incredibly large mana supply. Normally, that would be great for a mage, especially for someone who has 6 circles or higher. Unfortunately, because I got it before understanding the flow of mana, it's hard for me to control my mana. So doing complicated spells is hard for me, which is why I'm still at the first circle. Lucen listened closely, his fingers tapping lightly against the table. He nodded thoughtfully. I guess that makes training mana control harder for you. Indeed it has. Still, this massive amount of mana had granted me my own way of fighting, which only someone like me could do. I see. Actually, I was also wondering if you have seen any of the toys I have made. Toys. I'm not really interested in those things, since I focus most of my time trying to better my mana control. Still, I did see a few of those unusual toys while walking around the city. You call them yo-yos and spinning tops, right? The way Aizen spoke with that expressionless face of his truly made it hard for Lucen to know if he was sincere in his question or not. Now that I'm on this topic, what question or move can I make to see if he is a reincarnator or not? Hey, have you ever seen this before? Lucen used gun creation to create a revolver in front of Aizen. The second the revolver appeared, Aizen looked at it and tilted his head. Isn't that your unique magic? As for the object, I haven't seen anything like it before. Aizen answered while shaking his head a little. Is that so? Lucen was focused on Aizen's eyes as he spoke, since in most novels they did say you could see a person's very soul in his eyes. This actually felt like it was real in this world. There were a few enemies that Lucen had defeated, and he could actually see the resolve in their eyes, or feel it at least. Sometimes he could also sense a little if someone was lying by looking at their eyes. Either this guy is that good of an actor, or he doesn't really know. I guess he might not be a reincarnator, just someone with a special skill. I guess the reason he's not in the main story of the game might be because he could not improve from the first circle because of his rare constitution. Lucen stared at the quiet Aizen. This person had such good potential. Maybe I could figure out a way to help him get to the second circle at least. While Lucen was thinking that their food and drinks had arrived, the plates clattered softly as they were set down. Steam rose from the roasted meat, seasoned with herbs Lucen didn't recognize. He noticed Aizen didn't even glance at the presentation. Aizen simply began eating, as if sustenance were merely another task to complete. Aizen picked up his fork, dissecting the roasted meat with mechanical precision. Each slice of meat was exactly the same size. Is this guy some kind of robot? Lucen suddenly thought as he shook his head. How about you, Aizen? Do you have a question for me? Lucen asked while taking a bite of the roasted meat in front of him. I don't really have any questions. I only came here because I thought it would be rude not to accompany a ducal heir. Besides, you did say you'll pay for my meal. I can't just pass a free meal, that would be illogical. Aizen spoke while continuing to eat with his expressionless face. Seeing him like that reminded Lucen of his father and brother a little. Still, even though those two had stoic faces, they weren't as expressionless as Aizen. Lucen smiled a little. I guess you do have a point. Aizen looked up from his plate, his expression unchanged. I simply prefer efficiency. Emotional exchanges rarely lead to useful outcomes. Lucen took a sip of his drink, smiling faintly. You talk a little bit like an alchemist, I know. I'm guessing you're talking about the mad alchemist Robert Duskwell. You know him? I know of him. Most mages would know of the mad genius. I don't know if I'm flattered to be compared to such a genius, or to be insulted that you compared me to a known madman. Despite saying such things, there was not a single change in Aizen's expression. Lucen was now starting to wonder if Aizen was really some kind of artificial intelligence. Lucen chuckled lightly, setting down his fork. I guess that depends on how you look at him. Robert's the type who'd blow up a workshop just to test a theory, then call it a success because the explosion confirmed something. Aizen nodded once. A valid approach. Results are results. Lucen blinked and then shook his head. I think you and Robert would get along quite well. That would be a first. Most people don't find me pleasant company, nor was I someone that other people could get along with. Well, that would be what a normal person would say, but Robert isn't quite normal. I guess you aren't as well, seeing as you're able to have this conversation with me, Aizen said as he drank the mug of ale on the table. I guess so. Lucen leaned back, his faint smile lingering as he watched Aizen eat in silence. It was strange. Talking with someone so expressionless should have been awkward, but somehow it wasn't. Aizen's bluntness had its own kind of clarity, sharp, unfiltered, almost refreshing. Lucen took a slow sip from his cup, the warmth spreading through his chest. For some reason, he felt lighter than when he'd first sat down. Lucen's suspicion of Aizen had lessened greatly. Chapter 180. I will remember your name. While Lucen and Aizen were having their talk, it was nearing afternoon when a surprising matchup happened. The last ducal heir who hadn't fought yet, Myria, was about to take the stage, and her opponent was Reyna Graven. Not many remember Reyna's battle yesterday, as she was the first person to win, but it was also not that interesting a match compared to the dour ducal heirs and Aizen's match. This time I will make everyone remember my name. Reyna stepped onto the stage with a burning determination. She had a longbow in her hand, a quiver of arrows ready at her waist. She was going to show everyone here that a commoner can fight and win against a ducal heir. On the other hand, unlike her match yesterday, where she fought barehanded, this time Myria had a staff in her hand. Her icy stare fixed on Reyna. The wind brushed gently across the stage, tugging at Reyna's cloak and hair. Her fingers tightened around the grip of her longbow, the polished wood firm beneath her touch. She drew a slow breath, eyes locked on the girl standing across from her. Myria stood poised, still as a porcelain doll. Her pale skin and violet hair gleamed softly under the sunlight, her amethyst eyes calm and distant, like she was studying Reyna. The air between them felt taut, ready to snap at any second. The bowstring in Reyna's hand trembled slightly from the tension in her arm, not from fear, but from restrained energy. Across from her, Myria's hands rested lightly on her staff. Her posture was perfect, not a hint of aggression, yet her presence filled the space like a still lake that could swallow sound. Neither moved, waiting for that signal to start. The referee glanced at both contestants, raising his hand. Both their mana and aura leaked very subtly from their bodies, drawn from instinct rather than intent. Dust stirred at their feet. Begin. The second they heard the referee's voice, the two girls made a move. In Reina's eyes, there were now several Myrias surrounding, but she knew from watching the match before that this was an illusion. Myria might deceive her eyes, but her other senses were able to help her. Reina shot an arrow that looked like an empty space in her eyes, but in actuality, Myria was standing there. Myria deflected the arrow with her staff. The impact rang out like a sharp note, the arrow bouncing off an invisible ripple in the air before splintering to the side. Reina's expression didn't waver. The moment the arrow deflected, she had already drawn another. Her gaze stayed fixed on the real Myria, not the illusions flickering at the edges of her vision. Even though she could not see with her eyes, she could sense it. The faint displacement of air, the nearly imperceptible sound of cloth brushing against skin, that was the real one. As a hunter, her father taught her how to hunt down a beast even in the dark. One doesn't need to just rely on sight to hunt. You need to smell to listen, to feel the location of the prey. Her breathing slowed. Each inhale and exhale sharpened her focus. Reina knocked the arrow, her fingers brushing the string lightly, not drawing yet, only feeling the rhythm of the air. Every pull carried her father's voice in her head. A true hunter doesn't chase the prey, she lets the prey walk into her aim. The illusions flickered again, their outlines rippling like heat waves. But Reina didn't look at them. Her ears caught the faintest shift, the sound of feet grazing the ground, half a step to the right. There the string snapped, the arrow shot forward like a streak of silver light, and once again met Myria's staff. This time, she was unable to deflect the arrow properly. I see. This level of illusion that only deceives sight won't work on you. Myria's voice was soft, almost fascinated. Her tone carried no irritation, only quiet curiosity, like a child observing an unexpected result in an experiment. Reina exhaled sharply, lowering her stance. So you're admitting it won't work, then are you going to yield? Myria didn't answer. She simply tilted her head, that same doll-like motion, quiet, curious. She then raised her staff again, her violet hair fluttering faintly with the movement. The illusions around her did not vanish this time. Instead, they began to move. Each Myria took a different direction, circling Reina like reflections on disturbed water. Their steps made no sound, yet the faint flicker of their shadows betrayed the flow of mana around the stage. Reina steadied her breath. She had already marked the real one. The faint pressure in the air around her feet gave it away. She fired again. The arrow struck true, or so she thought. The shaft hit, but the real Myria dispersed like mist. The real Myria was no longer in front of her. She was behind. The illusion hadn't just multiplied, it had swapped places with her. So you mix real and false positions. Reina muttered under her breath, leaping backward and firing again. Her arrow cut through 3 illusions in a row, but none struck their mark. Every time she blinked, Myria's figure blurred, her distance uncertain. Each illusion moved with identical timing, their robes fluttering exactly the same way. Her illusions still only affect my sight, but the way she's using her illusions is affecting my thoughts. I can still sense which one is the real one, but because of that one miss, I'm becoming uncertain. Reina gritted her teeth. Fine, if my eyesight is becoming a demerit, then I don't need it. Reina then closed her eyes. Myria, who was thinking of how to defeat Reina, was surprised to see the other party closing her eyes. I guess that is one way to not be affected by my illusions. Still, an archer who loses her sight, can she still shoot? Reina inhaled deeply, letting the darkness behind her eyelids sharpen her other senses. The bow in her hand felt heavier now, not from weight, but from the pressure of focus. Every faint vibration in the air, every shift in temperature, every sound, she began to read them like words on a page. Her fingers brushed the bowstring again, drawing it halfway. Myria stopped using illusions as it was a waste of mana at this point, seeing her opponent had closed her eyes. If she were a third circle mage, she could have created illusions that would affect Reina's sense of hearing as well, but she was not. Still, that doesn't mean she can't recreate something similar. Illusion magic wasn't only about making things appear, it was also about making the brain misread what was real. Myria tapped her staff lightly against the floor. Tap, tap. The sound echoed unnaturally, splitting and bouncing from different directions. Reina's brows furrowed. Her breathing steadied again as she focused, but now the sound of footsteps was wrong. They overlapped, faint but distinct, one from the left, one behind. The illusion wasn't in her eyes anymore. It was in the environment. Reina inhaled deeply. She's making the sound bounce around the arena to trick me. Reina loosed an arrow to the right. It passed through nothing but air. Then she twisted and fired to her left, again nothing. I need to calm down. Since I can no longer trust either my sight or my hearing, I just need to focus on scent and feel. Reina stilled herself. The bowstring no longer creaked. The only sound was the faint rustle of her cloak against the wind. Myria watched in silence, eyes glimmering faintly with violet light. This person is really a good hunter. Out of nowhere, Reina suddenly shot at Myria. The girl who was still analyzing Reina was surprised by the sudden attack, but was quick enough to dodge the arrow. This time, Reina took out several arrows and fired them all at the same time. Seeing the incoming arrows, Myria could not block or dodge, but still, she did not look panicked. Myria lifted her staff, and a wall of earth blocked the arrows. Reina, who heard her arrows hitting something similar to a wall, was confused. You were an excellent opponent. I was planning on only using illusion spells in this match, but you forced my hand. Can you please tell me your name? HMPH, so you were going easy on me, as expected of an arrogant noble. My name is Reina Gravend. Remember it well, ducal heir. It's not ducal heir, it's manhwareccomendation. I have learned a lot in this match, thank you. You're making it sound like you already won. Myria's lips curved into a faint, almost serene smile. I'm not making it sound like it, she said softly. I'm stating it. Before Reina could respond, the earth wall crumbled into dust, revealing several balls of flame floating beside Myria. I didn't want to use one of my mother's ways, but it is the strongest offensive spell I can use at the moment. This is my way of showing you my respect and my thanks. The orbs of flame multiplied, 2, 4, 6, circling her like a quiet constellation of heat and light. Their glow bathed the stage in amber, the air growing harder with every passing breath. Reina, who had her eyes closed, enveloped her entire body with her aura mantle, as she decided to attack with her strongest as well. Reina twisted 3 arrows onto the bowstring at once. The two then fired their respective attacks at the same time. Reina drew in a deep breath and let it all out with the release. The arrows left her bow with a shriek that tore through the air, spiraling violently. Each shaft spun so fast it made them look like miniature whirlwinds, which then changed directions mid-flight at an incredible speed. One arrow curved right, another left, their trajectories weaving like predators circling in for the kill, and the last one aimed straight for Myria's chest. Myria also unleashed her spell onto Reina. The balls of flames surrounded her and had no blind spots. Reina had no choice but to charge forward with her aura mantle enveloping her. She would take a few hits, but evade most of the damage. Myria, on the other hand, also could not dodge the incoming attacks, so she prepared to take them head-on. She created several walls of earth to block the arrows. The spinning arrows penetrated the walls of earth, but it lessened their momentum. Myria started running backward while creating more walls of earth to block the attack. The same thing happened, and the arrows penetrated the walls, but they had slowed down considerably until they finally stopped. On Reina's side, she had managed to evade a majority of the balls of flame by charging forward and taking a few hits. Unfortunately, her aura mantle, which was at the 2nd level, was unable to handle that much damage, and she was burned. She was still standing with an arrow already knocked. She had gotten behind Myria without the other party noticing her and was about to deliver a fatal blow. But unfortunately, she had fainted standing up without being able to release the arrow. Myria and everyone watching were quite surprised by this. Even the 2 dukes and the Duchess were stunned by her performance. They were moved by her tenacity. She truly fought until the end. Victory could have been hers, but alas, she was just 1 step away. The referee, who had regained his senses, made an announcement. Winner, manhwareccomendation. Even after the declaration of the victor, the audience remained quiet. Myria looked at the arrow that was aimed at her head, and then looked at Reina, who had fainted without releasing the arrow, her fingers still grasping it tightly. You truly are a remarkable hunter. I will remember your name, Reina Gravend. Chapter 181, Rain and Mia. Reina, whose consciousness was slowly returning, felt her body was rather heavy. It was rather weird. Despite knowing her injuries would instantly heal once outside the arena, she swore she could still feel a burning sensation in her body. Reina opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was the doll-like face of manhwarecap. It took several seconds for Reina to remember what happened. "So I lost," she murmured to herself. "You put up a good fight, Reina Graven. Had you not fainted, I would have been the one in the bed and would have lost. No, I guess the two of us would have been on bed rest if you were able to hit me. So, did you come here just to mock me?" Reina asked after a long silence, her voice rough. "HMPH, as expected of a noble, to come here just to remind me that I lost to her." Hearing what Reina said, Myria looked at her. The doll-like face was filled with confusion as she shook her head. "I don't understand why you would think I would do any of that. Mocking you for what exactly? I simply came here to see if you're doing well and to also give you my thanks." Reina blinked slowly as she looked at Myria. It was now her turn to be confused by what was happening. She was half expecting Myria to curse at her and tell her that she was of lowly birth or something along those lines. There was now a sudden silence in the infirmary as the two girls looked at each other. One was looking at the other in curiosity, while the other was looking warily. The soft rustle of curtains filled the room as a faint breeze slipped through the half-open window. The smell of crushed herbs and disinfectant lingered in the air, blending with the faint sweetness of dried lavender hanging near the bedside. Reina shifted slightly as she felt rather tired. Her hands brushed over the rough linen blanket, its coarse texture reminding her that this was no dream. Reina continued to stare at Myria, trying to figure out what her true intentions were. Unable to guess what Myria was thinking behind that stoic face of hers, Reina finally spoke. "Thank me, why? Is this some kind of new way you nobles insult people? I somehow understand why you would think that." Myria's tone was calm and measured. Myria, who was sitting down, folded her hands neatly over her lap, eyes lowering for a moment as though choosing her words carefully. "Based on everything you've said and done since I met you, it tells me you've had bad experiences with nobles. But that doesn't mean all nobles are the same. Any being with a semblance of intelligence thinks differently. That's why we are individuals and not one entity. To assume every noble is the same because of a few is like saying every commoner is the same." Myria suddenly went and started giving some sort of lecture. Reina did not have the chance to interrupt her and simply continued to listen. Reina wanted to argue to tell her that nobles would never understand, but the words stuck in her throat. Maybe it was because Myria's voice carried no arrogance, or maybe because, for once, the noble in front of her was not looking down on her. Nor did she take pity on her. She was looking at her not as a commoner, but as Reina Graven. "I guess what she's saying does make sense. I treated every noble I met like they were all the same. It's like I'm denying that there could be any kind of good in them. Isn't the Iron Duke someone famous for defending Norvigard without caring for his safety and never needing any approval from others?" Reina let out a slow breath, her gaze drifting toward the ceiling. She waited for Myria to finish speaking. "Are you done? Do you know you talk too much?" "I was told before that I talk too little," Myria said simply, "and that I should talk more and try to make friends." Reina blinked at that, unsure how to respond. "Is that so? Fine, then let's get back to my original question. Tell me why you wanted to thank me, because I learned a lot from my match with you." Reina raised a brow. "You learned from someone you just defeated." "I don't really look at it that way," Myria replied. "Too many people enter these matches with the thought that it might bring them honor and glory. But the only thing I want from these matches is the opportunity to better myself. Winning or losing means little to me," Myria said as a matter-of-factly. "Fighting you, I learned that there were many ways to get past second circle illusion spells. I learned that even though you can't infuse aura on an arrow once it leaves your touch, you can still manipulate it in a way that makes it powerful even without aura. The most important thing I learned from you is that tenacity is a powerful weapon." Myria was once again reminded of the final attack that never reached, but the way Reina held her arrow, even while unconscious, was ready to attack, was something Myria would never forget. Reina looked away, lips tightening. "Do other nobles think and talk like you?" Myria shook her head. "Not many think the same way I do. I guess only Lucen would have similar thoughts." Reina shook her head as she looked at the girl before her. Despite the other party talking like someone older than her, everything else seemed normal. Not once did Myria look down on her. "Heh," Reina suddenly chuckled. "Did I say something funny?" Reina smirked faintly, shaking her head. "No, it's just, you really don't act like a noble." Myria blinked once. "Is that a compliment or an insult? I guess coming from you I should take that as a compliment. You're a strange one, manhwareccomendation. "I've been told that a few times," Myria replied lightly. "Well, it's a good kind of strange. I'm rather glad to have met you properly, manhwareccomendation. No need to say my full name all the time, you can just use my first name. Reina couldn't help but smile at hearing Marya's reply. Then you can just use my first name as well. In fact, you can just call me Rain, that's what the people back home call me. Is that your nickname? Since I can call you by your nickname, does that make us friends? I guess it does. Then if I call you Rain, then you need to call me by my nickname. But I don't have one, then I'll just call you Mia. That could be your nickname. Is that all right with you? Mia, that sounds nice. Very well, then I'll call you Rain and you can call me Mia. Marya's lips curved into a faint smile. Then it settled, Rain. Reina chuckled softly, shaking her head. You really are something else, Mia. Most nobles wouldn't even bother to talk to a commoner like me, much less try to understand me. But you, on the other hand, seem to be trying to do that from the very start. I do that with everybody. I figured that there was something to be learned from others, and to do that, I needed to try to understand them. Heth, I guess that's one way to learn. The two then continued their conversation. Marya was trying to learn more about how commoners like Reina lived, while Reina was learning how other nobles that Marya knew thought of commoners. The two girls talked for a while longer, their conversation drifting from battle techniques to small, ordinary things, the food at the academy, their homes, the places they wanted to see someday. By the time Marya and Reina left the infirmary, the sun had already dipped behind the academy walls. The faint orange glow through the windows painted the corridors gold. *****. The third day of the Royal Academy tournament was a rather uneventful one. The ducal heirs continued to win with relative ease, and so did Eisenterre. On the fourth day, Lucen noticed that there were a few students who either forfeited or did not make it on time to fight. It didn't take long before he had a guess as to what was happening. So they're either bribing or threatening their competition. I guess a noble would try to remove Eisen from the equation right about now. Lucen decided to send Sir Thalos to defend Eisen during the night while he was in the estate, which was rather safe. Sir Thalos, who understood the situation, readily agreed to help. That young man has a bright future ahead of him. I won't allow some filthy rats to dishonor this tournament, where many seek honor and glory. Once he had escorted Lucen back to the Thornyheart estate, Sir Thalos would shadow Eisenterre and protect him from possible kidnappings or assassinations. Chapter 182. A light beating in the middle of the night, several figures moved in the shadows. They were waiting just outside the premises of the Royal Academy. The moonlight barely reached them, swallowed by the mist that hung low across the academy walls. Even the chirping of insects seemed to quiet, as though the night itself feared to make a sound. They came here to try and kidnap Eisenterre. They waited for him to leave the school grounds, since none of them wanted to enter the school premises, seeing as it was protected by an aura user at the fifth mantle. Yet no matter how long they waited, Eisen did not leave the school premises. They understood that they could return to their employer without even trying, but if they entered the school, the chances of meeting with Principal Aldrin would be extremely high. The very second the principal finds them in the school grounds with the intent of kidnapping a student, in that moment, death would be a kind mercy. Should we just go? If we enter the premises, that only means either death or something worse. We can't just. They suddenly became silent as they heard a sudden rustling in a nearby tree. The leader of the group signaled the others. One of the men then approached where the noise was coming from. The others positioned themselves in a way that they could react if there was something. When the person who went to the area saw nothing, he gave a signal to the others. That was when they noticed that one of them was gone. The men froze in place as they looked around. That brief instant of looking away was all it took, and when they looked at each other again, another one was gone. Yet this time they saw who their assailant was. It was a large, muscular man, and a rather famous one at that. One of the strongest knights in Norvigard, the one everyone considers the right-hand man of the Iron Duke, Sir Thalos Stonewall. The moment he stepped out of the shadows, the air shifted. No aura flared, yet the knight seemed to bow around him. His armor caught what little moonlight there was, gleaming not with shine but with weight, the kind that came from years of battle, of service, of unbending honor. Stories said Sir Thalos Stonewall once broke a wyvern's jaw with a single punch, and walked for 3 days through a blizzard, to simply find a single blade of wintersbane to cure an old lady whom he had just met. Seeing him now, those stories suddenly felt far too modest. He was the one who most agreed, embodied the very essence of being a knight. Sorry about beating up 2 of you in such a sneaky way. I just wanted to try something, so now I will face you guys head on. Also, don't bother running cause I will chase you down. There was a heavy pressure that descended on the group. It was a suffocating pressure. It was neither bloodlust, killing intent, nor even a release of one's aura. This was simply the pressure from Tharlos's presence. So Tharlos, why did you attack us? Isn't that obvious? To prey on a child with a bright future. I don't know how much you have been paid, but I hope that it was enough to bet your lives on. The men instinctively stepped back, their hands trembling on their weapons. One of them swallowed hard. Is there any way you can let us go? We haven't done anything yet. The leader spoke out, knowing Sir Tharlos's reputation as the very embodiment of the ideals of a knight who follows the code of chivalry. He was hoping that Sir Tharlos would show mercy. That is true. Sir Tharlos tilted his head ever so slightly while touching his chin. Seeing as you guys only have an idea of doing and haven't done anything yet. I guess a light beating for each of you is good enough. Sir Tharlos cracked his knuckles. Tharlos's knuckles cracked like a small thunderclap. The hired men flinched as if the sound had struck them. Yes, just a light beating, he repeated, voice dry. You asked for mercy. I'll give you the luxury of not dying tonight. Consider this the punishment of your poor judgment. He moved without hurry. The first man who tried to bolt never made it more than 2 steps. Tharlos caught him by the collar and swung him like a rag doll, slamming him into a tree. The man's weapon clattered away, and his breath left him in a shaky gust. Tharlos didn't linger. With a single, practiced motion, he drove the heel of his gauntlet into another man's ribs. That one crumpled, doubled over, and gagging on the bite of the night air. There was no flourish, no show of cruelty, only efficient, unromantic violence. Bones snapped where they needed to, tendons were stretched and then slackened. Retreat, the leader commanded. It took a few seconds, but the remaining men finally broke from their paralysis and scattered into the night, boots thudding against the dirt. But Tharlos didn't move immediately. He simply rolled his shoulders once, exhaling like a man limbering up before training. Good, he muttered. I needed a little bit of night training. Then he was gone. ****. The several men who had escaped from Tharlos's grasp had run in different directions. One of them was heading to the nearby forest. When he turned his head, his blood ran cold. He saw Tharlos was right behind him. No sound, no warning. The knight's heavy armor should have made noise, but there was nothing. Only the low hum of the night wind. The man swung his sword wildly in panic. Tharlos caught the sword with his bare hand, and, even without any aura, broke the sword. He then quickly punched the man in the gut, making him fly a few feet in the air. The punch was so powerful that it produced a shockwave. The man tried to defend himself with his aura mantle, but it was useless. The force still tore through him, driving the air and meal from his lungs. Tharlos did this with nothing but his base strength, with no use of his aura mantle. The man fell to the ground unconscious. Tharlos then started running towards the others who had fled. Another who had reached the forest was trying to hide behind a cluster of trees. He was trying his hardest to erase his presence as he held his breath. Out of nowhere, the tree where he was hiding on top of the branches suddenly shook. Tharlos had punched the giant tree. The tree crashed into the ground with a thunderous crack, scattering leaves and dust into the air. The man hiding among its branches tumbled down with it, hitting the ground hard and gasping in pain. Before he could even scramble to his feet, a hand the size of a shovel seized him by the back of the neck and lifted him up effortlessly. Tharlos then slammed the man to the ground. He did it in a way that allowed the man to remain conscious. Tharlos then lifted the man again and once again slammed him to the ground. This time, the man fainted. Tharlos continued his hunt. None of the would-be kidnappers had run far enough to escape him. A few tried to fight back, but that resulted in nothing much different from the fate of the others. In the end, they were still beaten up. The leader and 2 men had finally stopped running. Their lungs burned, the taste of iron sharp in their mouths. The open plains stretched endlessly around them. No trees, no cover, only the pale gleam of the moon above and the cold breath of the wind across the grass. For a brief moment, they thought they had escaped, until they heard the steady crunch of footsteps behind them. When they turned, Tharlos was already there. There was no armor clinking, no sign of exhaustion. The moonlight caught the faint glint of metal at his gauntlets, but his eyes, sharp, calm, unhurried, were the only thing that shone brighter. I'm guessing that you are the commander of this group. Knowing that, I've decided to beat you a little more than the others. The trio responded by simply taking fighting stances. In that very second, in but a blink of the eye, Thalos disappeared from his position. Thalos reappeared in front of them. He quickly punched one of the men in the chin, making the other party weak in the knees and about to kneel. Thalos then proceeded to do an uppercut to the abdomen, making the men fall to the ground. Before they could react, Thalos kicked the other man beside the leader. The strength of his kick was strong enough that you could pretty much hear the man's ribs getting broken. Only the leader was left standing now. His hands trembled a little as he raised his sword, though his eyes burned with defiance. Thalos walked toward him slowly, boots crunching against the dry grass. Each step echoed in the still plains. I'll say this, for a B***starred willing to kidnap a child, you are pretty brave. To stand before me without trying to continue to flee. It's not like you'll allow me to flee. Thalos stopped a step away, the moonlight carving hard angles across his face. For the first time that night, the leader's bravado flickered. That is true. This is punishment for thinking about kidnapping a child. The leader exhaled through gritted teeth, his aura mantle enveloping him as he lunged forward. His blade flashed under the moonlight. It was a desperate strike, one made by a man who already knew he'd lost. Thalos didn't even bother dodging. Unlike before this time, Thalos decided to use his aura, since the person was the leader of the group. He enveloped his hand with his own aura mantle, raised his left hand, and caught the blade mid-swing. The steel shrieked against his gauntlet, sparks dancing briefly before dying into the night. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the sword snapped cleanly in half. Nice attempt, Thalos spoke before punching the man. The impact was thunderous. The leader's body lifted off the ground and skidded across the grass for several meters before coming to a stop. Thalos had used just enough strength to make it hurt, but not make the other person faint. That's just the first punch. You need to receive a few more punches for this punishment. Don't worry, I promise you as a knight that I will not kill you. After punching the man a few more times, the other party's face was swelling so much. Thalos spoke to him. Next time, make wiser choices, and don't do such dishonorable acts like kidnapping. After he was done speaking, Thalos did a simple finger flick on the leader's forehead, but that was enough to make the other party finally faint. Thalos then returned to the Royal Academy to continue guarding Eisenterre. Chapter 183. Only the monsters remain. The fifth day of the Royal Academy tournament arrived. This was the most important and most exciting day of the tournament. To the students, today was going to be the most intense battle. This day would decide which students were truly the ones above the rest. Only the strongest of them would be able to move forward to the next day. Even if you don't win the tournament, as long as you win on this day and make it to the sixth day of the tournament, that means you were the cream of the crop among the best of the younger generation in Norvigard. Those who reached this round in the tournament would never yield and would even bite their enemies if it would bring them victory. The atmosphere inside the Colosseum was unlike the days before. The cheers were still there, loud, thunderous even, but beneath them was a tension that coiled like a drawn bowstring. Every student who stepped into the arena today did so with clenched jaws and sharpened eyes. The earlier rounds looked like a game compared to the ones happening today. The current matches had no hesitations. No one tried to figure out what their opponents would do. Now the focus was to attack fast and win as quickly as possible, trying your best not to allow your opponent to make a move. The smell of dust and iron hung in the morning air, mingling with the hum of mana, the aura leaking from the fighters. Spectators leaned forward from the stands, nobles and commoners alike, their gazes locked on the stage. Even the instructors wore grim expressions. They knew that from this day onward, every clash had the potential to make or destroy a future. The very first match of the day was a brutal one. Knowing that no matter the damage taken in the arena would be turned into nothing once outside, they used everything at their disposal to win. Flames clashed against blades of wind, and a powerful explosion created black streaks into the arena floor. Every impact shook the Colosseum, forcing the protective barrier to shimmer with strain. No one was holding back anymore. There was even one who could no longer move his hands, but started kicking and biting his opponent. Mages who had exhausted their mana started fighting using their bodies. They punched, they kicked. Even though it didn't look elegant but rather barbaric, they would do anything to win. Also, unlike the other days where there was only one match, today there were two matches for those who won their first match. The rule alone was enough to make even the strongest frown. Enduring one life or death battle was already grueling. Fighting two in the same day pushed both body and spirit to the edge. Physical exhaustion, mental exhaustion, mana exhaustion, aura exhaustion, Every kind of exhaustion was felt once they left the stage. Unfortunately, though the ancient spell using the ley lines could restore the body back to what it was before entering the arena, it cannot restore the energy used. Still, despite all that, the moment they achieve victory, most would scream in joy. Some of the students even cried. Rachel, who was watching among the crowd, was amazed by how different the fifth day was from the other days. This was what she imagined the warrior kingdom of Norvigard would look like, where every person, noble or commoner, fought not just to win, but to prove their very existence, to prove their valor and honor through battle. She could feel it even from the stands, the heat, the killing intent, the desperation. The students below weren't just fighting for glory anymore, they were fighting to be remembered. Is this the true face of Norvigard? Though they have nobles who use honor and dignity as excuses, at the same time, they do understand what those two are more than most. The crowd roared again as another match ended, a deafening blend of cheers and gasps that echoed off the stone walls. One fighter stood tall in the dust, his chest heaving, his opponent sprawled unconscious at his feet. The referee raised his hand, declaring the winner, and the arena erupted once more. But Rachel didn't cheer. Her eyes remained fixed on the fighters leaving the stage. Their faces were pale, their steps unsteady. Even with their bodies restored by the leyline spell, the exhaustion in their eyes was unmistakable. Even victory looks painful, she whispered to herself. She wasn't wrong. There was no longer any glamour left in these fights, only resolve, pride, and the desperate will to stand. She could hear the loud beating of her heart. She was rather excited. This was what she came here to see. One of the ducal heirs finally took the stage. It was Elira Runeskar. Most of her matches, similar to the other ducal heirs, were of overwhelming victory. Yet this time, her opponent was actually able to last more than a minute. Elira's opponent focused on defending himself from Elira's fast-paced attacks. Elira no longer held back this time, and was truly trying to defeat her opponent as fast as possible. Her opponent was overwhelmed by her speed, and could do nothing but simply block her attacks. He was waiting for the chance to counter, but there was none. Elira's sword was like a silver storm that was trying to blow him away. It's do or die now. The student had no choice but to make a move before the timer ran out on him. He was not going to win this match by relying on the judges, seeing as all he did was defend. His only chance of winning was to attack and win. The student used every bit of his aura to do a counter-attack, but the second he switched from defense to offense was the end. Elira was too fast and used that moment when he was ready to attack as an opening. She quickly subdued the student once she spotted an opening. Winner, Elira Runeskar. The other ducal heirs were also doing their best now. Manhwareccomendation, since the other students saw her match against Reina, her current opponent had prepared to deal with her illusion spells. Unfortunately for him, Manhwa no longer stuck to just using illusion spells. As an Eromont, Manhwa was quite proficient in using elemental magic and other styles of magic. Even though her main talents and focus were on illusion, she was still better than most in other spells as well. Manhwa bombarded her opponent with different elemental spells. She even used illusions to trick her opponent to which was real and which was false, but there was really no need for that. The sheer amount of her bombardment made it very difficult for her opponent, who was not expecting such an assault, and he quickly fell. Winner, Manhwareccomendation. Evander Judikar, who had fought the entire tournament without attacking and only defending, had also gotten serious. His opponent was bombarding him with shards of ice. It was under the category of a water spell, and it was the best offensive spell a second circle mage who uses water spells could use. It wasn't as powerful as a simple fireball, but the amount of mana needed to use the spell was small, and the chances of getting hit were higher since just a single spell had dozens of shards of ice attacking you. There was also the fact that these shards of ice can grow depending on how much you pour in. They also have great penetrating power. Evander, who was enveloped by his aura mantle with his divine blessing, blocked the attacks with his shield while charging at his opponent. The mage he was fighting could not run and was smashed by Evander's shield. Just one hit, and you could hear the mage's bones shattering. That was the end of the match. Winner, Evander Judikar. Lucen took the stage, and for the first time since the start of the tournament, he finally used his unique magic. Lucen created 2 revolvers in both hands. His opponent was holding a shield and a warhammer. The moment the match started, Lucen fired his revolvers. The student had some understanding of what kind of weapon was created by Lucen's unique magic, was since he saw it in the fight against Reginald. The student quickly defended himself by raising his shield. Lucen then fired several shots while using a skill. Lucen's bullets ricocheted against each other, making them hard to defend against. The opponent was unable to do anything as he knelt on the ground and fainted. Winner, Lucen Thornyheart. The foreigners who were watching the match were stunned. This was the first time they had seen Lucen's unique magic. They had heard rumors of a weapon that the Dukedom of Stelhart was making that could make the sound of thunder. It was obvious to them that those two weapons Lucen was using. Was that not just his unique magic? Was that something that could be created for anyone to use? These were the questions in everyone's mind right now. Due to Lucen's performance, not many had focused on the next match, which was Eisen's match. His opponent was the son of a viscount who had hired some people to kidnap the other party. The student in question wasn't aware of his father's maneuvering, but was confident in winning. Yet the second the match started, the commoner, who was one of the favorites to win, used the Earth Wall spell, then shattered that Earth Wall with telekinesis. The shattered Earth Wall sprayed stone towards Eisen's opponent at incredible speed, which Eisen increased by using his telekinesis spell to give a slight push to each stone heading towards his opponent, making it faster. Eisen, with his creative way of using the first circle spell, Earth Wall, and the first circle spell, telekinesis, thus creating something that looked like the third circle spell, Stone Rain. The opponent could react fast enough and defended himself with his aura mantle, but it was not enough, as he fell to the ground unconscious. Winner, Eisen Ter. The second matches of each ducal heir, and Eisen was no different, as they overwhelmed their opponent with their speed, power, and creativity. Despite their opponent's desperate struggles, they could not snatch the victory away. The fifth day of the tournament drew to a close. The weak had fallen, the strong had bled, and only monsters remained. Chapter 184. Runic Burst. The sixth day of the Royal Academy tournament was both the quarter-finals and the semi-finals. Today, the ducal heirs will be facing each other in combat. The Tower Masters and more nobles came to watch. Even the royals had come to watch the matches. Only the Iron Duke was not present to watch the match. Most people did not find this strange, since the Dukedom of Stelhart was Norvigard's first line of defense against any invader. Still, a few found it a little suspicious that the Iron Duke wouldn't come when even the royals had. There were also some who thought that the reason the Iron Duke didn't come was a statement saying that there was no need, since he believed that his son would win. The Colosseum was filled to the brim. The nobles' gallery shimmered with gold and silk, while the common stands pulsed with restless energy. The air was thick with excitement, the kind that made hearts pound and breath quicken. Today, the only ones left were the true monsters of the younger generation. It wasn't just the ducal heirs, but there was the son and daughter of a marquess, the daughter of a viscount, and the only commoner who got this far, Eisen Ter. In the morning were the quarter-finals, and in the afternoon were the semi-finals. The first match was Lucen and the son of a marquess, Marco Rhiannon. The other party was a mage from the Black Tower, meaning he was either very destructive or not at all. Mages from the Black Tower in other kingdoms were considered to be evil. The reason for this is because of the forbidden spells they deal with. Most spells a powerful black mage uses have to do with the soul. Depending on what kind of black mage they were, their soul could be corroded, making them very erratic. Those whose souls have been sold to a higher being were usually people who became very antisocial and also very destructive to themselves and their surroundings. Of course, in Norvigard, they don't discriminate against black mages. Power in itself is not evil. It is the user who decides if it will be evil or not. There were also the rune route for a black mage. Those who do not want to make deals using their souls focus on runes instead. They do summon higher beings from different dimensions to gain knowledge and slash or power. They pay with different things like lifespan, artifacts, and such things. Most of the audience leaned forward with curiosity. This was the first time in years that a student from the Black Tower had reached the quarterfinals. Marco Rhiannon, son of Marquess Rhiannon, stood in the center of the arena. His dark grey robes rippled faintly, covered in faintly glowing runes that looked more like scars than patterns. His eyes were calm, too calm, and his expression almost lifeless. He didn't exude killing intent, nor did he release mana. He simply stood there like a man half asleep, but everyone who could sense mana felt it immediately. That eerie pressure. Most mages had mana that pulsed and flowed like a living current, even when restrained. But his didn't move at all. It was stagnant, heavy, like a pool of water that refused to ripple. Black Tower mages below the fifth circle couldn't form contracts or summon entities, but they could study and replicate the effects of otherworldly interference through runes and rituals. Marco had clearly taken that path. His control over mana was precise, unnervingly so. Marco had engraved runes into his hands. These were used as a medium to bind multiple low-level spells into one burst. It uses a great deal of mana upon release, but the power is incredible. Marco was one of the few who had the ability to display the power of a third circle mage, despite being a second circle one. Lucen had some idea of Marco's fighting style, since he had seen various black mages in the game. Marco would most likely use powerful burst spells. One clean hit will be all he needs to defeat me. Well, that is if he can hit me. Lucen created his 2 revolvers in his hand and got into a fighting stance from his gun kata skill. The referee looked at the 2 competitors and raised his hand. Begin. Lucen moved the instant the referee's hand dropped. Twin flashes erupted from his revolvers, echoing like thunderclaps across the stone arena. Lucen shot while dashing as fast as possible. The sound of gunfire still surprised a few people in the audience, but after seeing it the other day, they weren't as startled. But they were instead surprised to see Marco evade the bullets by using enhancement spells on himself. Marco then started dashing towards Lucen. It didn't take long before the 2 of them were now within arm's reach of each other. Lucen's skill battle instinct was warning him, so he immediately ducked, evading a blade of wind. Lucen then fired his revolver, aimed at Marco's head, but the other party blocked the attack with an earth wall spell. Marco then copied Eisen's move, but instead of telekinesis, he used a fireball spell in point-blank range to make the earth wall burst. Lucen had already anticipated this move, and before Marco even initiated the spell, Lucen had already backed away, evading the exploding earth wall. Lucen then used his skill ricochet to make the bullets bounce from one another, making it difficult for Marco to follow. Marco then proceeded to use the earth wall spell to surround and protect himself from the bullet. He then used the second circle water spell fog to cover his tracks. He hasn't used any black magic yet. Lucen thought to himself as he relied on his battle instinct skill to tell him where the danger was. It was at that moment that Lucen's battle instinct was practically ringing in his ear. Lucen quickly moved out of the way as a chaotic spiral of elements came into the area he had been in before. It was that moment Lucen remembered one of the more devastating skill a black mage use. Runic Burst, a skill that uses a chunk of one's mana to forcefully combine different low-tier spells into one powerful spell. If I get hit by that, I might turn into dust. Still, it's obvious what the weakness of this spell is. Lucen looked at the area where the spell came from. He saw Marco breathing heavily. He had used a ton of mana for that spell. Marco exhaled slowly, his breath misting in the air like smoke. His pale hands trembled, and the runes engraved across them flickered faintly, some already cracking from the strain. Yet despite his exhaustion, his face remained serious. Lucen had a thought of what Marco was about to do. You're going to use the second burst spell, right? A spell that instantly replicates the last spell used with even more power. Of course, using that spell with Runic Burst would give you a spell as powerful as a fourth circle spell, but it would require a great amount of mana. So that means the next attack will be your last. Lucen spoke to Marco, who, for a brief second, showed a surprised look on his face, but then he looked even more determined. He understood that since Lucen already knew what spell he was going to use, he would be able to catch the other party by surprise. So that means Lucen, who evaded the first Runic Burst, will be able to do it again. I need to find a way to restrict his movements, but I don't have enough mana to use anything but second burst. Marco gritted his teeth as sweat rolled down his pale cheek. He had no choice but to make a bet that his spell would be fast enough that Lucen wouldn't be able to evade. Second burst. Upon the activation of the spell, a blinding light of a spiraling swirl of elements moving at incredible speed came toward Lucen, but the second the spell was activated, Lucen jumped upward. Lucen then used the move he created during the monster wave. Using his skill, Elemental Bullet, he imbued his bullets with a fire element. He propelled himself upward using controlled explosions. Everyone was stunned not only by the powerful spell Marco released, which almost made the barrier protecting the audience crack, but at Lucen, who was practically flying. Both had used the creativity of what they could use at the moment, and made them seem like they had used high-level spells. Marco, who had exhausted every bit of mana he had, was on his knees, panting. Lucen then descended in front of him, the barrel of his revolver touching Marco's forehead. Lucen didn't even pull the trigger. Marco collapsed before he needed to. The referee raised his hand, his voice echoing across the Colosseum. Winner, Lucen Thornyheart. For a heartbeat there was silence, then the Colosseum roared to life, cheers, gasps, even cries of disbelief from the stands. The nobles in their private boxes rose to their feet, and the sound of applause rippled like a storm. Lucen simply lowered his revolvers, the light fading from their form before they vanished into motes of mana. His breathing was steady, his eyes sharp. He glanced at Marco, who lay unconscious on the arena floor. That was a good match, Lucen murmured to the unconscious Marco. As Lucen left the stage, the next names were already being called. The day had only just begun, and the monsters of Norvigard were far from finished. Chapter 185. The sword against the scales. King Ragnar smiled a bit as he looked at Lucen Thornyheart. It was obvious to him that those arquebuses that Lucen made were based on his unique magic. He was quite interested in those two smaller versions Lucen uses, and how they were able to shoot out elemental spells. It was clear to King Ragnar that, unlike the straightforward Iron Duke, Lucen was a little bit more scheming. I guess in the upcoming turmoil that may or may not happen, someone like Lucen would be able to defend Norvigard better from any kind of enemy. Even the 3 princes and 2 princesses who had already seen Lucen use his unique magic were once again stunned by his performance. But they had different thoughts, only known to them. *****. The next match was between Myria and the daughter of another Marquess, whose name was Lorraine Verdo. Unlike the battle between Lucen and Marco, in which each attack was meant to bring them victory, the battle between Myria and Lorraine was a bombardment of spells. It was quite a spectacle to watch. Neither of them took a single step from their positions. Spells flared, collided, and unraveled midair, painting the arena with bursts of light and color. Despite both being only at the second circle, the way they used their limited spell pool to the best of their capabilities was truly amazing. Each attack was met with an equally precise defense, their timing so refined that a few veteran mages in the audience leaned forward in awe. In the end, it became a contest of endurance, of who could preserve mana the longest and who could cast with the greatest efficiency. The winner was decided the second it became an endurance contest. There were only a few people in Norvigard who could match an Aeromont in mana proficiency, and the Verdo family was not one of those. It was Lorraine who was depleted of mana first, as she had one knee on the ground. She and Myria already understood that the match was over. Lorraine did not yield, nor did Myria ask her to. The two of them simply stopped attacking each other and waited for the referee to make their announcement. Seeing the looks the two were giving him, the referee understood. The referee's hand shot up. Winner, Myria Aeromont. As the applause washed over the arena, Myria lowered her hand, her breathing calm and measured. The faint shimmer of mana that had surrounded her dissipated like a sigh. Lorraine rose to her feet and bowed slightly before stepping back. Myria returned the gesture, neither smug nor overly formal, just a quiet acknowledgement between equals. ****. The next match was the one every person was waiting to see. It was a match between ducal heirs, a confrontation between two bloodlines whose names alone carried the weight of Norvigard's history. Elira Runeskar, heir of the Runeskars, the house that forged the kingdom's strongest sword, versus Evander Judikar, whose family governed law and justice with unwavering severity, the trustworthy scales of the kingdom. When the two stepped into the arena, the crowd erupted. Even the royals leaned forward, their expressions bright with anticipation. The air itself felt heavier, charged with mana and expectation. Elira's fiery red hair matched her blazing red aura. On the other hand, the smiling blonde-haired Evander was practically glowing due to his blessings as an apprentice holy knight. Elira had a longsword at hand, while Evander had a buckler and a mace. The two stood a few paces apart, neither speaking, neither underestimating the other. Their eyes met, and for a moment the arena fell silent. They did not say a single word to each other. They already knew the only words needed would be between their weapons, as they got into their fighting stances. The referee raised his hand, his voice carrying clearly across the silent Colosseum. Begin. Elira, who was considered to be the fastest among those who were in the tournament, was the first to make a move. She charged forward like a blazing fire, with her aura mantle that was fiery red enveloping her body and sword. Evander did not move and got into a defensive stance. His aura mantle, infused with divine blessing, enveloped his body in golden light. Elira's sword was intercepted by Evander's buckler. The very second the two made contact, a small shockwave pushed out the dust underneath their feet. Elira pressed on, her sword blurring with relentless strikes, each faster, heavier, sharper than the last. Evander parried and deflected them all with surgical precision. His buckler gleamed as it turned aside the burning blade, his mace occasionally swinging, but Elira easily evaded those strikes and hit back with a faster, heavier counter. Clang, clang, clangs. Each clash rang like a hammer on an anvil. Elira's aura flared brighter, the air distorting around her sword as the temperature rose. Sparks danced at their feet. Every time her blade met Evander's shield, tongues of flame scattered like petals on the wind. Evander's aura, in contrast, grew heavier, denser, the divine light surrounding him pulsing with every breath. This was one of the basic divine blessings that enhanced one's aura. After a few more strikes, Elira backed away from Evander, who did not charge forward, instead continuing to stay in his spot, ready to block any attack. Elira glanced at the longsword in her hand. There were a few nicks here and there. It was something you would expect from a normal longsword. Still, even after enveloping the weapon with her aura mantle, it couldn't withstand that continued attack, hitting the buckler covered with aura enhanced with divine blessing. Even though Elira was faster than Evander and was able to get past the other party's shield every now and then, even when she hit him directly with her sword, she was not able to bypass his aura mantle with divine blessing. Her speed was far greater, but her attacking power was not able to get past his defensive strength. Then I need to do a more powerful move. Once she made her decision, Elira's breathing changed. Her breathing grew sharper, deeper, controlled. The fiery aura around her sword condensed, no longer spilling like a wild flame. It tightened, focused, and burned harder. The audience leaned forward, recognizing what she was doing. Aura compression, a knight in the stands murmured. This was a high-level aura technique, which one could technically do at any level of aura mantle, but the skill it takes to do it was something most aura users could not do. That's my girl. There's nothing a runescar cannot cut. Kaelvar, who was watching alongside the other judges, could not help but get excited when he saw what his daughter was doing. Seeing what Elira was doing, Evander got serious as well. Most of his divine blessings granted by his goddess were meant to judge sinners, so he did not have many options when fighting an upright person. But that didn't mean he did not have any at all. May justice guide my path. The second he said those words, Evander's aura mantle shone brighter as his divine blessing grew stronger. He knew that this next move was not something he could withstand with his body alone. He needed to block it no matter what. Elira exhaled once, slow, deliberate. It was like she breathed out mist. It was at that moment she vanished. Runescar swordsmanship first form, blazing flame. Elira's sword flared, the flame around her blade sharpening into a focused edge rather than bursting outward. When she moved, it wasn't explosive, it was clean. A precise step, a single swing, like the breath before a forge strikes true. Evander's instincts screamed. He raised his buckler just in time. Clang! A burst of sparks scattered between them, bright enough to make the front row flinch. The pressure that followed wasn't a shockwave. It was a ripple, a dense compression of aura that cracked the thin layer of dust beneath their feet. Evander slid half a step back. The flame that had been condensed on Elira's blade burst apart, scattering like embers in the wind. Evander thought that was it, and was about to counterattack, but then Elira disappeared from his sight. Elira had ducked below Evander's eyesight as she did a sweeping kick, which caught Evander off guard. The other party was about to stumble, but he quickly got his bearings back. Elira was not yet done, and hit Evander's abdomen with the pommel of her sword. Evander, who had exhausted most of his aura mantle from defending against Elira's blazing flame attack, had finally received real damage for the first time since the start of this tournament. Evander grunted as the blow landed, the breath leaving his lungs for a moment. He staggered back half a step, his shield arm trembling slightly from the earlier exchange. He recovered quickly, however. His expression shifted from calm to focused resolve. This is not enough to make a Judicar fall. Evander spoke with determination. You really are sturdy. I was planning to cut your shield in half with that move. Elira responded as she took a few steps back. Evander steadied his breath, raising his shield and mace once more. I'm guessing the next move will be our last exchange. It will be. I will show you that as a runescar, there's nothing I cannot cut. Elira responded as she got into a different stance. The hilt of her sword, held by her two hands, was now near her face as the blade pointed at Evander. "Then I will show you the resolve of a judicar." Evander tightened his stance as he spoke. The two were now ready for their final exchange. The audience held their breath as they watched intently. No one knew what the outcome of this match would be. Chapter 186. Quarterfinals end. The two energies collided, one burning red, the other shining gold. Elira's movement was the fastest it ever was. She could easily get past Evander's defense, but as she said before, there was nothing a runescar could not cut. Elira aimed for Evander's shield. Runescar swordsmanship second form, burning blossom. Her sword flared brighter than ever, petals of flame scattering behind her as she swung. The condensed aura around her blade bloomed outward, erupting in a spiral of fiery blossoms. Evander crossed his shield and mace before him, his aura flaring in response. "O light of judgment, bear witness." Elira's sword once again met with Evander's buckler. Their aura mantles collided alongside the sword and shield. Elira's sword sliced through Evander's buckler and even his abdomen. Blood flowed out of his wound and through his mouth. Evander staggered back, coughing a trail of red. He understood that even if he were to attack now, he would still lose. There was no logic in continuing. But even then, I already know it's illogical, but as a noble of Norvigard, fighting till the end is just the way we are. Evander was about to counterattack, but Elira was the first to make a move. "I already knew you would not fall down so easily." Elira had cut the nerves on his wrist, making it hard to grip his mace and shield, causing Evander to let go of his weapons. As expected of the future sword of Norvigard, Evander murmured, his smile faint but bright. "You did great as well," Elira replied quietly. "I guess I can take pride in that." Evander spoke with a bright smile on his face. Elira was about to say something more, but she noticed what had happened to Evander and no longer said anything. The referee noticed it too. Evander had fainted while standing up with a smile on his face. Despite all the blood covering him, it looked like he was still shining. The referee raised his hand. "Winner, Elira Runescar." For a heartbeat, the entire Colosseum was silent. Then the applause erupted like thunder. The cheers of thousands shook the arena as the crowd rose to their feet. The match between Elira Runescar and Evander Judicar was unlike anything they had seen from students their age. As Elira stepped past the boundary of the arena, a faint shimmer of magic enveloped her, the blood on her hands vanished, and the bruises across her body faded away. Yet her breathing was still ragged, her limbs heavy. The exhaustion of battle remained, and her longsword was still chipped along the edge. On the other side, Evander's wounds sealed themselves as he was being carried out of the arena. He remained unconscious. Rachel, who had been surprised multiple times since coming to Norvigard, was the most shocked she had been. Back in her kingdom, she had seen many so-called prodigies and geniuses, but none were at the same level as the ducal heirs. Is this the true strength of a ducal heir of Norvigard? They were all either at the second circle or at the second aura mantle. Yet despite them being nearly at the same level of strength, their abilities and the way they use those strengths differ greatly. Is this the difference of a kingdom that had a majority of its culture revolving around glory and honor in battle? Her gaze shifted between Elira and the unconscious Evander. This match, as well as the others, showed her that none of the students liked to surrender. Most of them would bite back, even if every part of their body was wrecked. "I hope some of those noble heirs in my kingdom learn a thing or two from Norvigard's ducal heirs." Rachel could not help but sigh as she looked at the final match of the quarterfinals. ****, the last of the morning matches was Isekai against the daughter of Viscount Lionel Greystone, one of the few nobles of this rank who came from a commoner background. He was one of the students who got into the semi-finals all those years ago and graduated from the Royal Academy, gaining a knighthood. He later joined a few monster wave defenses, a few wars near the borders, and even a couple of territorial wars, which then allowed him to become a viscount. Selise Greystone was his daughter, who stood proudly before Isekai. She had a two-handed battle axe at hand. Her frame was lean but powerful, her stance grounded. The weapon looked heavy, yet she held it as though it weighed nothing. Across from her, Eisen still had nothing in hand. The referee gave the signal. "Begin." Selise charged first. The head of her axe came crashing down with enough force to split stone. Eisen didn't move until the last possible moment. A wall of packed earth rose between between them with a muffled rumble. Boom! The axe struck the wall, shattering it but not completely. Selai's attack had cracked the barrier, yet Aizen had already moved. A faint shimmer of telekinetic force tugged at her ankle, throwing her stance off balance. Selai's gritted her teeth and swung again, spinning in a full arc. The air howled from the force of her strike, but Aizen's second wall rose at an angle, diverting the attack upward. Dust burst into the air, obscuring her vision. Aizen then used telekinesis to shatter the wall, making it burst into several stones. Selai's had already seen Aizen do this before and was ready for it. She took a few hits by defending her body, her aura mantle, while cutting down a few stones that were about to hit vital areas. Of course, Aizen wasn't just allowing her to do this. He used a telekinetic force to redirect some of the stones, making them hit Selai's faster. Aizen propelled himself forward with telekinesis, his steps gliding unnaturally fast across the dust. Aizen then got behind Selai's while she was distracted, and using telekinesis to move his body. He punched Selai's with incredible power and speed. Selai's, who was hit from behind, stumbled forward. Even with her aura mantle, the power of that punch was incredible. Her boots dug into the ground as she steadied herself, spinning around with a roar. This isn't enough. Her axe came swinging in a wide horizontal arc, a blur of raw power. To push me down, Aizen raised his hand calmly. An earthen wall rose again, thinner this time but angled. The axe struck it, sliding along the slant instead of breaking it outright. Selai's lost a fraction of her balance. That was all Aizen needed. The same wall that had deflected her strike suddenly burst apart, its fragments suspended midair by telekinesis. Aizen then brought down his, and a barrage of stones came raining down on Selai's. She managed to block most with her axe, her aura flaring bright against the barrage, but Aizen's control was relentless. The shards didn't fly randomly. They moved with precision, striking from blind angles, forcing her to overextend and stumble again. Selai smashed one last fragment aside and dashed through the debris toward Aizen, gritting her teeth. To everyone's surprise, Aizen actually met her midway. A mage got into a close-quarters combat with an aura user. "Are you looking down on me?" Selai's roared as she swung her axe down at Aizen, who evaded with a sidestep, and countered with a punch which Selai's blocked with the handle of her axe. "I'm not looking down on you. This is simply my best course of action." Aizen spoke while unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks that were powered by his telekinesis. Each strike Aizen threw landed heavier than it should have. Every movement was assisted, not by muscle but by invisible hands of force. His punches cracked the air, his kicks pushed like battering rams. Selai's blocked one, then another, but the rhythm was unnatural. Aizen's limbs moved with incredible flexibility, and with speed and strength of an aura user or someone using an enhancement spell, but Aizen was not using any of that. A wall of earth suddenly popped up from below Selai's as she evaded one of Aizen's punches. The wall of earth hit her abdomen, making her fly upward. Aizen yanked her back down with telekinesis, locking her body midair for a split second, long enough to unleash a barrage of crushing blows at her vitals. Selai's aura mantle could not hold, and she fainted. Aizen caught her before she fell to the ground and gently placed her down. For a moment there was only silence. Then boom! The crowd erupted into cheers that shook the entire Colosseum. Those who knew about Aizen's weird constitution, as well as his being just a first circle mage, were speechless. Such mana control, such creativity, using only 2 spells, both of which were the most basic of basics, to such a degree was an eye-opener. If only there was a way for him to form his second circle, a few instructors sighed. Due to Aizen's incredibly large mana pool, he never needed to control how much mana he used. Now, because of that, he found it extremely difficult to control his mana, which also made it difficult for him to form his second circle. The instructors and a few high-ranking mages tried to teach Aizen how to control his overflowing mana, but it all ended in failure. So now he was stuck in the first circle despite his large mana pool. ****, the referee finally reacted and raised his hand in the air. Winner! Aizen Ter! The crowd once again cheered in excitement. The quarterfinals had ended, and the 4 that remained were the best of the best. 3 of them were unsurprisingly from the 4 ducal houses. The 4th semi-finalist was the dark horse of the tournament, the only commoner to reach the semi-finals, Aizen Ter. In the next match this afternoon, everyone will see if a commoner for the first time in the Royal Academy's history will be able to reach the finals. Chapter 187, Intermission after Aizen's match, there was a brief rest period. The semi-final matches will start in the afternoon, so for now, the winners needed to do their best to restore their stamina and mana. The audience went out of the Colosseum to go around the city to eat lunch. The city was abuzz with conversations about the semi-finalist. It had been such a long time since a commoner was able to get this far in the tournament. The last one was a few centuries ago. A commoner gifted in swordplay was able to rise to become a marquess. He even challenged the Runescar family, but ultimately failed. Of course, they were also talking about the battle between Elira Runescar and Evander Judicar. Who knew that the first one among the ducal heirs to lose was Evander Judicar, the oldest of the ducal heirs. In the beginning, most people thought that it would be Lucen Thornyheart, who would be the first among the ducal heirs to be eliminated. Yet after watching his matches, they understood that they knew nothing about the heir of the Iron Duke. The taverns and streets of the capital were bursting with energy. Merchants shouted special lunch offers for spectators. Children waved small flags bearing the crests of their favorite noble houses. And soldiers off duty argued over who would win the tournament. This year's tournament is so exciting. Yeah, who knew a commoner like us would be able to reach the semi-finals? That's right. It just goes to show that even if they are nobles, they're still humans just like us. Ha ha ha. What's this guy saying? They've always been human. Are you treating nobles like some kind of monster? That's not what I meant. Who cares? Let's drink for our compatriot Eisen Ter. One of the people in the tavern raised their mug, and so did the others. To Eisen Ter, the pride of us commoners. Eisen, 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 the crowd cheered and then drank their entire mugs. A few of the nobles, who were just outside the tavern, heard their chanting and frowned. Of course, not all nobles were like them, and didn't really care much about those kinds of things. Seeing as many of the nobles now were once from commoner families that simply rose to the position through their own efforts, not by bloodline. Lucen met with Robert, Sir Thalos and his men. The very second Robert saw Lucen, he could not help but speak. Did you see that kid, Eisen? He's using just 2 basic spells with great effect. I already knew that the kid had a massive amount of mana, but he's only a first circle mage. Who knew that he would make that defect into something great? Robert continued to excitedly tell how amazing Eisen was, until Harlech interrupted him. How about we let our little leader rest, seeing as he has a match later? This guy didn't even use much mana in that last match, and his stamina is still full. That idiot from the Black Tower basically self-destructed, throwing out powerful spells without anyone to pin Lucen down. Robert answered, sounding a little annoyed when he remembered how the Black Tower mage fought. I do like these talks, but how about we find a place to eat first, before we continue talking? Sir Thalos joined in the conversation as well. Sir Thalos is right. I do want to eat before my next match starts, Lucen said while touching his stomach. After searching for a place to eat but finding every tavern packed, they decided to return to the Thornyheart estate. The chefs prepared a quick meal for Lucen and the others. While they were eating, Sir Thalos spoke to Lucen. Who do you think will be your next opponent? Lucen shrugged his shoulders as he took a bite of the meat on his plate. I don't know. It doesn't really matter who my next opponent is. I will bring back victory either way. That's our little leader for you. So confident, Harlech said with a bit of pride in it. Of course, this is the person I follow. I also wanted to join in the fun and fight all those strong guys. Thrall spoke while he still had some meat in his mouth. Since our leader says he already won, there's no point in watching, right? So can I just stay here and sleep? Daniel spoke while looking lethargic. He only had a few bites of the meal in front of him. The little leader is doing his best to bring victory. As his subordinates, we need to be there to watch him grasp glory in his hands. Harlech spoke, giving a quick glare at Daniel. Daniel could only slump in his chair as he now had no choice but to continue watching the matches. Seeing you so lethargic, do you want to drink one of my creations? It will give you the energy you need to continue watching. Robert took out a vial with a purple substance inside it. Hearing what Robert said and seeing the vial in his hands, Daniel sat properly. There's no need for that. I actually feel better now. Let's go and support the leader. Daniel tried his best to sound as energetic as possible. So, is that so? What a pity. I wanted to see how much energy this gives you, Robert said, sounding disappointed. Why don't you drink it then? Lucen asked Robert. Unfortunately, I drank too much of my own creations, so I have become rather resistant to a few materials. I either won't feel the full effects of this potion or it won't work at all. Do you want me to drink it? Thrall asked. Normally, Robert would quickly agree if it were anyone else, but Thrall was an exception. Robert had already made Thrall test out a few potions and later learned that, unlike most people, Thrall had a high natural resistance to many of the ingredients he used in his potions. So, with a similar reason as to why he wouldn't drink the potion himself, he cannot let Thrall drink it as well. No need, I'll just find someone else to drink it. How about you, Milos? You haven't spoken in a while. When his name was called, Milos looked at Robert and then at the vial in his hand. Robert paused for a few seconds before speaking. So Robert, is there a potion that can help me awaken my aura? Robert, who was about to answer, was interrupted by Thalos. What are you saying, young Milos? Are you trying to take a shortcut? To awaken one's aura, you must do it yourself, by training and continuing to train. Milos gritted his teeth and did not respond. Seeing his reaction, Lucen spoke. Milos, can you tell us what you're feeling right now? Why would you ask Robert to help you awaken your aura? Don't worry, we're all comrades here. Just tell us what you feel. Milos glanced at Lucen, who was younger than him, looking at him with such gentle eyes. It was as if Lucen was the older one and he was the younger one. Milos then glanced at the others. They all seemed to wait to hear what he had to say. Milos sighed before speaking. I feel restless. I have been training for 2 years under Thalos's teaching. I have never skipped training, not once. I have kept at it for 2 years, and I even went beyond that training and pushed myself to the very limits every single day. Milos clenched his fist hard as he breathed in and out. He paused for a little bit before continuing to speak. Yet no matter how hard I try, even now I still haven't awakened my aura. Every sunrise, I told myself today would be the day. But it never was. Watching the matches just showed me that kids younger than me already awakened their auras, or have their mana cores and are at the second mantle or second circle, while I remain auraless and with no mana core to speak of. There were now a few tears trying to fall from Milos's eyes, but he held them back. After experiencing the monster waves and seeing the leader fight those matches, I knew that in the future he would become something greater. He would go on grander adventures, to more dangerous places, and someone as weak as I would not be able to follow. Lucen stayed silent for a few moments after hearing Milos's words. The others didn't speak either. After several seconds, it was Sir Thalos who spoke. Milos, Sir Thalos put down the fork in his hand and spoke. Do you know how many people awaken their aura naturally? Milos stared at Sir Thalos and shook his head weakly. Even with proper training and guidance, there's only about 1 in 200 who would awaken their aura. Harlick, when did you awaken your aura? I was 17 when I awakened my aura. It happened during a battle when my life was on the line. When did you start going to the battlefield? Sir Thalos asked. Since I was 8. You hear that? Harlick has been honing his body for that long and only awakened his aura by chance. Even the young lord had only recently gained a mana core and awakened his aura, and he had been training since he was able to walk. Sir Thalos knew that Thrall did not use aura and something else entirely, so he skipped him and spoke to the lethargic Daniel. How about you, young Daniels? When did you awaken your aura and gain your mana core? I got both at the same time. I was 8 at the time. It was the first time I held a sword. Sir Thalos turned his gaze back to Milos. Even someone like Daniel, who awakened earlier than the young lord, is only at the second mantle and is a first circle mage. The young lord, on the other hand, is at the first mantle and second circle mage. That's because of the effort the young lord put in. Sir Thalos then showed a bright smile. I myself awakened my aura at the age of 9. At the time, there were many geniuses far above me, but now I'm at the 5th aura mantle, while those people got stuck at the 3rd or 4th aura mantle. Everyone awakens their aura at different times. There might also be a chance that you won't awaken your aura. When Milos heard those words, he lowered his head slightly, but then he was surprised to hear what Sir Thalos had to say next. But no matter if you awaken your aura or not, the effort you've poured in will never betray you. If you take a shortcut now, that would be a betrayal of all the effort you yourself put into. Sir Thalos then looked Milos in the eyes. Still, I will understand if you truly want to take that shortcut, if Robert does have one. I will not force you to follow the path I think is right. You must follow the path you yourself think is right. I think I will simply continue training under your tutelage, Sir Thalos. I will become a true knight with or without awakening my aura. I will make sure that I'll keep up with everyone, and I'll be there as the leader's legendary story unfolds. Milos, who was teary-eyed just moments ago, now had eyes that looked like they were sparkling. When Lucen heard those lines and saw this scene, He couldn't help but remember a few anime tropes he had watched in his past life. This guy might actually be the protagonist of a spin-off story or something. Really, if I didn't know Alexander was the protagonist of the game, I might have thought it was this guy. Those cheesy lines come out so naturally from him. That's good to hear. Since you put your trust in me, I promise to train you into a great knight. Sir Thalos pounded his chest. Robert shrugged his shoulders. Well, I didn't have such a thing in the first place, but I was going to try and make one for you, as long as you are the test subject. Since you don't want to do it anymore, I guess that's that. Still, the idea of forcefully awakening one's aura or mana core does sound intriguing. Robert mumbled the last part to himself. Lucen and the others, with their enhanced hearing, were able to hear those whispered words. The group once again started talking merrily at the table when they heard the ringing of a bell. That was the signal to return to the Royal Academy. Of course, after a cutscene like this, the next stage comes. All right, time to win the semi-finals, Lucen thought to himself. Chapter 188. The flame that devours. There were only 4 left in the Royal Academy tournament. The Burning Blade, Elira Runescar, the Elemental Illusionist Manhwareccomendation, the ruby-eyed monster Lucen, and finally the Mage of the Earth Eisentear. The Colosseum was filled once more, banners fluttering and drums thundering as the crowd screamed the names of their favorites. The air itself seemed to tremble with excitement. Nobles, merchants, and commoners alike had gathered for one reason to witness who would rise above the rest. The first match was Elira Runescar versus Manhwareccomendation. The two took the stage, and the cheers boomed. I have always been interested in fighting you, Elira spoke as she gripped the handle of the longsword tighter. Truth be told, I have no real interest in such contests. On the other hand, I do like the idea of going all out for once. Myria's violet eyes seemed to sparkle as she spoke. Then show me what that looks like. Elira took a deep breath as she took a fighting stance, her aura mantle burning bright like a flame. Myria pointed her staff at Elira, her mana flowing through her body at a faster pace. Seeing the two were about ready to strike at any second, the referee raised his hand. Begin, Elira dashed forward, her blazing aura mantle enveloping her sword and body. Myria was a few meters away from Elira, giving her time before Elira reached her. Myria raised her staff, and several walls of earth blocked Elira's path towards Myria. Elira swung her sword and sliced through the walls of earth like they were butter. As she was about to slice another wall of earth, to her surprise, her sword went through the wall, and because of her momentum, she stumbled forward and was about to hit another wall of earth that was in front of her. She knew that getting hit by a wall of earth with the speed she was going wasn't going to hurt that much, but it would hurt her pride. So Elira did her best to stop her momentum by straining her legs a little bit and using that to launch a horizontal slash forward, cutting down the wall. As Elira did that, several balls of flame came flying down at her. Elira evaded a few and sliced through the fireballs with her sword, enveloped in her aura. She then saw that several Myrias had surrounded her. Obviously, all except one of them was the real one, and the others were illusions. Each Myria had several elemental spells floating beside her. Unlike Reyna, who closed her eyes to sense who the real Myria was, Elira did not need to do something like that. I don't need to know who's the real one, I just need to cut down everything in sight. Elira kicked off the ground, flames trailing in her wake as she swung her sword in a wide arc. The heat of her aura mantle distorted the air, and the illusions around her shimmered like mirages before bursting apart one after another. Each step she took left a scorch mark on the arena floor. Every swing of her sword scattered burning petals of light. Yet no matter how many illusions she cut down, another took its place, circling her like phantoms. Still, that did not bother Elira in the slightest. All that was in her mind was to move faster, to lessen the excess and make sharper moves. She was not looking at her match simply with victory in mind. She was looking at this match as a chance to improve herself. As her movement was slowly becoming faster, ice had encased her legs. Of course, with her burning aura mantle, the ice started melting. But before Elira could move, several elemental spells came flying towards her. Unable to move to dodge, she was forced to cut down all that was coming. Unfortunately, though she was able to cut most of them, she still received a few hits to her body. The damage was minimal and did not hinder her movements. Instead, it made her focus even more. Once she was free, she started sliding her feet on the ground. Runescar footwork, hazy steps. The way Elira moved as she circled around Myria, and her illusions made it seem like Elira herself had used an illusion spell and became many. Myria's lips curved into a faint smile as she watched Elira blur across the stage. It was like a dancing flame forming a mirage. It's like you're dancing, Myria was a little jealous of Elira's physical prowess. Even though the aeromants were stronger than a normal person due to their mana, they could not match people with auras when it came to physical fitness. To be able to create techniques like hazy steps looked quite interesting and fun, but after taking a look at it, Myria knew she could not copy such movements with her current physical abilities. It truly is quite a dazzling sight, Myria murmured to herself. Of course, Elira heard it and responded. Then allow me to show you something even more dazzling. Elira used Runescar swordsmanship's second form, Burning Blossom, in tandem with the hazy steps, creating several dozen petals of flame throughout the stage as she cut down Myria's illusions. The audience was captivated. Every time Elira swung, the air shimmered with heat and flaming petals scattered. Myria countered with several spells and started bombarding Elira. She used illusions alongside the real ones, confusing the senses. Yet Elira did not care in the slightest. Right at this very moment, Elira was focused on one thing, and that was cutting through everything in her sight. Even when a sudden geyser of water erupted beneath her feet, she flipped backward and was about ready to attack again. But before she landed, Myria conjured an icicle below. Unfortunately, the flaming petals scattered around made it hard for any ice spells to take form properly. Myria quickly noticed that and changed the spell to Spikes of Earth. Elira slashed at the Spikes of Earth before she landed and then dashed forward to the nearest Myria, illusion or not. She was going to cut it down. Myria was actually smiling at this point. Elira allowed her to go all out and use every spell she knew at the moment. This was the first time she was able to use so many spells, and it made her extremely happy. As the two continued their exchanges, the referee spoke. 2 minutes. When the two heard what the referee said, they understood that this fun battle had to end at some point. Elira, who kept on burning with her aura mantle, was now breathing heavily. Myria was also in a similar predicament. She had used her mana without holding back and was now nearly depleted. The two understood that the next strike would be the last. Myria had already used all the spells she could think of, but none of them could defeat Elira. As a second circle mage, she understood her limitations, so she needed to be creative in how to use her spells to win. Elira had already used aura compression with the Runescar footwork, and the two swordsmanship forms she could use at the moment. She understood that to win, she needed to stop being stubborn and focus on finding the real Myria among the illusions. Fortunately for her, since Myria was running low on mana, there was only one illusion in front of her, meaning the other one was the real one. But because she was focused only on one illusion, that illusion was the best she had formed since the beginning of the tournament. Elira still did not close her eyes like Reyna, and instead focused all her senses to the extreme. She was looking at the two Myrias in front of her with extreme focus. It was at that moment that both Myrias, with staff at hand, charged at Elira, which surprised the other party. One was slightly faster than the other. As the two Myrias were closing in, Elira needed to make a choice. She would either try to attack the one at the front or the back, or try to attack both at once. A mistake here might lead to a devastating counterattack. The two Myrias were too close now, and Elira needed to make a decision. She was thinking that the Myria in front might be the real one, since it was something that didn't look like she would do in the end. But it was a sort of gamble that Elira felt Myria might do. Elira gnashed her teeth as she gripped the handle of her sword even tighter, and she roared. It doesn't matter. A runescar cuts everything. Her aura flared violently. The flames from her aura mantle looked like they were roaring as well, making the spectators shield their eyes. The stone beneath her feet cracked and glowed red-hot. Across from her, both Myrias lifted their staffs simultaneously. The air trembled as blades of wind came out from her final surge of mana. The final spell she used alongside her illusion was Wind Cutter. Elira didn't even flinch as the blades of wind hurtled toward her. The wind screamed past her cheeks, slicing a few strands of her hair, yet she only grinned. It was time to go beyond her limit and use a technique she had been unsuccessful in using before. Runescar swordsmanship third form, Crimson Veil, her sword blazed to life. Flames roared outward, twisting like a blooming lotus, and the air itself warped around her. Elira allowed a few of the wind cutters to hit her as she charged forward. Her body looked like it was enveloped in a beautiful crimson veil. It wasn't all, but most of the wind cutters that were supposed to hit her had been devoured by her aura mantle that looked like a crimson veil. This was a technique that compressed one's aura mantle to an incredible degree that it destroys any form of mana or aura weaker than it before reaching the user. Of course, this was not without any setbacks, as the user needed to use most of his or her aura to perform the technique. This runescar technique burns away one's stamina and aura very quickly, which was expected from a runescar technique that focuses on burst attacks. Myria's last gambit had failed as she looked at the charging Elira. Her mana was almost drained and her illusion disappeared. Yet, as she was about to be cut down by Elira, she was not afraid but instead was enamored by the sight before her. Beautiful, Myria whispered under her breath as Elira cut her down. The flames vanished a heartbeat later. Elira stood at the center of the stage, her sword lowered, her breathing ragged. The once bright crimson aura around her flickered weakly before fading into embers. A moment of silence filled the arena. There were no cheers, no words, just the sight of two exhausted prodigies frozen in the aftermath of their clash. Then Myria's knees gave way. The illusionist fell to one knee, her staff clattering beside her. A thin trail of smoke rose from the edge of her singed robe, and blood came flowing out of the cut made by Elira on her body. It was a similar look to when Elira defeated Evander Judicar before. Yet despite the damage she received, Myria's lips still curved into a soft smile before falling down to the ground with a thud. She had lost consciousness. The referee quickly raised his hand. Winner, Elira Runescar. The Colosseum erupted. Cheers shook the ground, echoing against the stone walls. The name Elira was shouted from hundreds of throats, followed by another round of applause for Myria's display of skill. As expected of my lovely daughter, Duke Kaelvar, who was among the judges, clapped his hands as he laughed heartily. You have done well, Duchess Serafina whispered as she looked at her daughter on the stage, lying on the ground unconscious. Elira, who was panting, her sight a little hazy, looked at her fallen opponent. That was a good match. Those were her last words before Elira fainted as well. It was quite the sight to behold. Both the winner and the loser of the match were now lying unconscious on the ground. Still, despite the bizarre sight, the audience did not stop clapping and cheering as they watched the two girls being brought off the stage by the medical staff. The first semi-final match had ended, and the next was about to start. Chapter 189. Under the golden light, Lysette Crowlorn was one of the few who only started watching the tournament on the 6th day. Even though she, too, was a student of the Royal Academy and was an aura user at the second mantle, she did not join the tournament. It was better for her that her abilities remain hidden. Besides, she understood that she likely wouldn't have made it past the 4th day, especially if she met the true monsters of the younger generation. Based on the information she had gathered, she had pretty much guessed who would reach the quarterfinals. As she predicted, those monsters had reached the quarterfinals, but when she watched the matches in person, she understood that the information she heard, though accurate, looked completely different when she saw it with her own eyes. The air itself trembled with each roar from the stands. The clash of aura, steel, and spells carried a weight that reports could never capture. She could feel every strike in her chest, as though the shockwaves resonated through her bones. Watching from afar was one thing, but here, under the blinding sun and screaming wind, power had a presence that ink could never describe. The powerful divine blessing granted to an apprentice holy knight was quite the sight to behold. It made Evander Judicar look like justice incarnate, untouchable, unyielding, one that could not be harmed. Of course, that was just the effect of his aura mantle being golden, which shone even brighter with divine blessing. Despite the great defense of the combination of the two given his body, it was still something that could be harmed. Yet, that was something hard to do with the current level of the other competitors. Now that's why Elira Runescar was someone incredible. In theory, no one at the same level of aura could bypass Evander's aura mantle, boosted by divine blessing. Yet she was able to do it with her skills. As expected of a Runescar, she was able to cut down everything in her path. She also did it with rather fiery techniques that made her look like a mage a few times. Not to mention, each of her techniques was quite beautiful to look at. Lysette had her eyes wide open as she watched that battle. She already knew that her abilities were nowhere near the ducal heirs, but she did not know it was by that much. Even the youngest ducal heir, Myria Eromont, was much more of a monster than I could have imagined. I already knew she was a genius of illusion spells. I also understood that as an Eromont, she was knowledgeable about all sorts of spells, especially elemental spells. But to see a second circle mage use all those low-level spells in such quantity and quality, Myria Eromont's elemental bombardment was a sight to behold, especially when she added illusion spells in the mix. Not to mention, she was also pretty good at using her staff alongside physical enhancement spells. There was also the ducal heir she was most interested in. Lucen Thornyheart, the man who had many monikers as of late, but now he was famous as the ruby-eyed monster. He had won each match overwhelmingly. He had not received even a scratch since the start of the tournament. Even among the ducal heirs, he felt like he was above them all in sheer power. Lysette, who had watched Lucen's match against the Black Mage, felt like he was still holding back. Well, I guess it's because the opponent was not strong enough. Lucen hasn't faced any of the other ducal heirs yet, so his true strength is still a question mark. A beautiful smile appeared on her face as she was thrilled to find out that the more she knew about Lucen, the more she understood how many more things were hidden. To her, Lucen Thornyheart was the most interesting person she had seen. Most of the time, she was thinking about him and the other secrets he was hiding. It wasn't simply his strength that drew her interest, it was the quiet certainty behind his every move. Most people sought victory. Lucen expected it. That kind of confidence didn't come from arrogance, it came from knowledge, as if he had already fought these battles in another life. There was something unnerving about that. It was also very interesting. This was one of the few things that made Lysette's heart and mind race, as she wanted to know more. Lysette shook her head. The second she thought too deeply about Lucen, she would start thinking about other things and would not be able to focus. For now, she needed to focus on watching the upcoming match, seeing as the next match was the one she wanted to see the most. The match between Lucen Thornyheart and Eisen Ter. The Colosseum buzzed with voices, half in awe of the battle they'd seen, half in anticipation of the one about to begin. The only commoner to reach the semi-finals, Eisen Ter, known as the Mage of the Earth. This person is also quite interesting. I gained quite a bit of information about him, a few I could not believe at first, but the source was reliable. To think such a person was just a first circle mage. Lysette remembered when she first saw the information and needed to double-check. Still, now that she thought about it, maybe she should not have been that surprised. Yeah, he never did use any other spells except for two, and they were the most basic spells of telekinesis and Earth Wall. Most people thought he did that because he did not need to use any other spell. Turns out he did it because he could not use any other spell. Lysette sighed as she too, like the other people, had the same idea about Eisen at first. I should have known better. Of all people, I should never forget that the truth often wears a mask. To think he has a constitution that gave him an incredible amount of mana, but because he gained it not through training and understanding, he did not know how to control it, making an amazing gift into a demerit instead. Lysette closed her eyes and then looked at the blue sky. Still, with such limitations, he was able to reach the semi-finals, beating every other student. Lysette leaned back slightly. That just shows that he too is a monster like the ducal heirs. She remembered the earlier rounds. Eisen never overextended, never tried to impress the crowd with grandeur or flair. Every spell he cast was measured, precise. He did not use his overwhelming amount of mana simply to spam spells, seeing as he could only perform two. Instead, he used calculated movements to win matches. Most mages were intelligent people, as learning the structure of spells before being able to use them was something they needed to do. Yet there were only a few mages who fought with such calculated precision as Eisen. In some ways, he is similar to the mad alchemist Robert Duskwell, but at the same time, the exact opposite of him. Robert pursued madness through discovery, pushing limits even when the results endangered him. Eisen, however, was someone who, despite his limitations, used those limitations to the best of his abilities. Both are geniuses, but their paths diverged because of the different gifts they received. Well, I guess I can't really be sure that they are different. I know too little about Eisen Ter. Lysette then looked at the stage that was being restored. Once it was finished, the last match of the day would start. Everyone was excited to see if the commoner Eisen Ter would be able to win and be the first commoner to reach the finals, or if the ruby-eyed monster, the son of the Iron Duke, Lucen Thornyheart, would put a stop to Eisen's rise. To most, this was just an exciting match to watch. But to a few others, this was a match between the heir of one of the oldest noble families in Norvigard against a gifted commoner. Lysette leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her hand. Her eyes, calm yet bright, locked onto the young man walking toward the arena. Lucen Thornyheart had that calm smile on his face, with those unreadable ruby eyes looking ever forward. You look perfectly at ease, even now, she thought, as if none of this matters to you, as if you already know the outcome. Ever since the day she met Lucen again after he had changed drastically, she had this feeling that Lucen was able to see through everything. It was like he was able to see through not only her mind, but through the future. There was also the fact that ever since he changed, The rumors about him were all about his victories. It would seem that no matter what he did, victory was assured. I wonder what kind of future you see through your eyes. Lisette had a gentle smile on her face as she looked at the stage that was repaired, and the two contestants were about to take the stage. I also wonder if you will remain ever victorious, she whispered to herself. Perhaps no one could win forever, not even him, but if anyone could challenge that truth, it would be Lucien Thornyheart. Under the golden light of dusk in Lisette's eyes, Lucien's figure looked less like a young noble heir and more like a symbol, one that promises that victory is always at hand. Chapter 190. A smile. The final match of the day was about to start, and it was the most anticipated match of the tournament, more so than whatever the final match would be. Ever since they saw how powerful Lucien and Eisen were, this became something they talked about in their spare time. The most talked about noble heir of Norvigard, Lucien Thornyheart, against the shining dark horse of the tournament, Eisen Ter. The audience cheered louder than ever before, each calling out the name of the person they wanted to win. The betting pool was so large this time around that many people would either become rich in one go or lose everything. Eisen Ter stood at the far end of the stage, his face as emotionless as ever. The dark horse of the tournament, the man who'd torn through his matches without so much as a flinch. This time around, he was wearing metal gauntlets provided by the school. Opposite him, Lucien Thornyheart, who had a confident smile on his face, the one who surprised everyone, especially those who had seen him before. He had transformed himself into someone who kept on winning. The same as the previous matches he had, Lucien took the stage still without any weapon at hand. To think you and I would be matched up, Lucien spoke to Eisen. The chances of this outcome happening were quite high, Eisen replied flatly. His voice carried easily over the noise, calm, almost mechanical. From the moment we spoke, there were already a few contestants left, meaning as long as both of us kept winning, we would eventually meet each other on the stage. You thought that highly of me. Based on what I have seen, aside from me, the ducal heirs were the ones who had the highest chances of winning against the other students. There's also the fact from my observation among the ducal heirs, you seem to be the strongest. Lucien showed a look of surprise when he heard what Eisen said, and then a wide grin appeared on his face. Ho, what makes you think that I'm the strongest among the ducal heirs? It's simple, the three of them had already shown their hand, but even now you have been holding back. Eisen replied with a look, as if saying, isn't that obvious? Lucien chuckled softly as he shrugged his shoulders. Well, I guess that is true. Since you gave me a free meal last time, I will give you some advice. Oh, you'd better do your best this time. Eisen got into a fighting stance. Hey, is that so? Very well, let's see if I really need to go all out. Lucien calmly replied. Eisen, with his expressionless face, had his one ring in his mana core start spinning very fast as mana flowed through his body. Lucien created two FN Browning M1900, which were different from the normal revolver he normally used. Seeing the different weapons created using his unique magic caught the attention of many who were watching. Seeing that the two combatants were ready, the referee raised his hand and in a louder voice than normal announced, "Begin." The second those words were said, Eisen dashed forward. He could not use the physical enhancement spell, but using his mana in the same way as aura users do, he burst out with incredible speed. Still, it was a risky technique. It devoured mana at a terrifying rate, which was why no one used it in place of physical enhancement spells. But for Eisen, whose mana pool dwarfed most mages, it was manageable. Not to mention, it was the only option Eisen had to perform something similar to physical enhancement. The second problem, doing it this way pushes the body to an incredible degree, which was another reason no one does it this way. Still, Eisen had trained his body to be able to handle this much strain, which was why he had a better build than most mages. But using it too long would harm him, which was why he only uses it when needed and in short bursts. Lucien was a little surprised by Eisen's speed, but it was not beyond what he imagined Eisen could do. Lucien aimed his two guns at Eisen and was about to pull the trigger when Eisen used the telekinesis spell to stop him. It was at this moment that something happened that surprised the two of them. The moment Eisen's will tried to grasp Lucien's hands, the air between them cracked, like iron bending under impossible pressure. A force surged outward from Lucien, unseen but undeniable, and Eisen's telekinesis shattered like glass under a hammer. The Duke and Holy Knight Elander Judicar, sitting on the judge's table, felt it for a brief moment. It was a familiar feeling, a divine blessing had been used, though it was a different feeling from the divine blessings given by the goddess of justice and judgment. It felt more primal, more warlike, with an unbending will. There was only one deity known to him that fit what he felt, the god of war and honor, Varkan. Did the son of the Iron Duke gain the approval of the god of war and honor? Elandor thought to himself as he focused his attention more on Lucen Thornyheart. On the stage, neither Lucen nor Eisen understood what happened, but Lucen did not let this chance go and started firing at Eisen, who protected himself using earth wall. The bullets could not pierce through the wall. Lucen already knew Eisen would do that, so he activated the skill ricochet and fired the second round of bullets, making them hit one another to change their trajectory. Eisen had already seen Lucen use this move before, and was ready as he quickly cast Earth Wall a few more times, surrounding him from all angles. Still, there was one area that was not defended, and that was above Eisen's head. Lucen was now above Eisen, his guns pointing at him. As he was about to shoot, Eisen quickly made a move and used telekinesis to move one of the rock walls to block the shots from above. Unfortunately for Eisen, those bullets were not normal bullets, but ones imbued with the element of fire. The moment the bullets made contact with the rock wall, they exploded. Debris from the rock wall had scattered everywhere, as smoke and dust covered the stage. Lucen had landed on the ground, his guns still pointed at the position he last saw Eisen. When the dust cleared, Eisen was not there. It was a good thing that the second Eisen blocked Lucen's sight using the rock wall. He moved away from the spot, thus avoiding the explosion. Even though Eisen had only seen Lucen fight a few times, he understood that Lucen seemed to like to slowly escalate the way he attacked. Once one thing did not work, he would immediately compensate and do something else. Eisen also saw Lucen use those exploding bullets before, so the second the direct attack and the ricochet did not work, Eisen made a gamble. He guessed that Lucen would use those exploding bullets this time around. Lucen spotted Eisen and shot at him with those exploding rounds. Eisen backed away after summoning several earth walls, which exploded upon contact with Lucen's bullets. Once again, the entire stage was covered in smoke and dust. The shockwaves reached the stands, ruffling hair and cloaks. Children gasped and even a few adults gasped. Now there were numerous rocks on the ground, and Eisen breathed in as he used telekinesis to lift up all of the rocks on the ground, as well as the nearby earth walls he had created before. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone saw what Eisen was doing. The numerous rocks and earth walls were now floating above the stage. The sky itself dimmed under the mass of levitating stones. Dust and pebbles circled upward, as if drawn into Eisen's gravitational pull. The audience had fallen silent. Even the gamblers, who'd been screaming seconds ago, stared in awe at the floating sky of rock. This was something no other First Circle mage could ever achieve. Only someone like Eisen with a ridiculous amount of mana would even try to do something like this. This move looked like Eisen used the Fourth Circle spell Obsidian Rain. The only visual difference was that the rocks weren't molten rock. This time, it's my turn to attack. Before I do so, I will give you a chance to yield. Eisen spoke to Lucen. Hearing what Eisen said, Lucen smiled widely as he replied, "How kind of you. Sorry, but I won't yield." "Why? Surely you know, with a second circle and only a first aura mantle, there's no spell or ability you can use to survive this next attack. The only thing I can think of that could possibly do something that I won't understand would be your unique magic. But even if there was a way, you would surely exhaust all of your mana on defending, which would then end in a loss nonetheless. So why don't you yield? Why are you still smiling? I do not understand," Eisen asked, completely confused by Lucen's illogical choice. In his eyes, there was no chance for Lucen to win. This was already at checkmate. Eisen understood that Lucen was an intelligent person, so surely he could see that continuing would only bring him pain and gain nothing more. So why won't he yield? Why was he still smiling? Why keep on smiling? Lucen tilted his head as he responded, his hand holding a gun which was on his chin as if deep in thought. "Well, a demon once said that a smile was a tool. Just because you see a smile, don't think you know what's going on underneath. It inspires your friends, keeps your enemies guessing, and ensures that no matter what comes your way, you're the one in control. Like I am in this situation." Lucen showed an even wider grin despite the current circumstance, and he continued explaining. "A hero also said he smiles to trick the fear inside of him. He also said that the people who keep on smiling are the strongest. I, on the other hand, am smiling because I'm still confident that victory is within my grasp. That is also the reason why I will not yield." Hearing Lucen's response, there was a slight ripple in Aizen's emotionless, calculating face. He could not understand it, but he felt that Lucen was not lying. Lucen truly believed victory was his to take. "Very well, let me see how you will deal with this." Aizen made a downward motion with his hand, and the rocks floating above came crashing down towards Lucen. Chapter 191. The boy who watched the world. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. The sky itself seemed to darken under the countless floating rocks, blotting out the fading sun. Dust lifted from the ground, swirling into faint spirals that shimmered with energy. The light of the setting sun fractured into 1,000 broken shadows, each shard of rock glowing faintly with residual mana. The sheer quantity was far greater than the normal obsidian rain spell that it mimicked. She had gained information that said Aizen Ter was a first circle mage, but seeing the scene before her made her doubt that information. There was also the match between Elira and Myrya before, and then there's this unbelievable sight before her. Are there so many monsters in Norvigard? Is this what it means to be a kingdom of warriors? Even the guard beside Rachel, who was around the fourth aura mantle, had his eyes wide open, finding it hard to believe the sight before him. It was not just them. Most of the people in the audience seats could not help but look up in awe. A few mages strengthened the barrier protecting the audience, especially the area where the royals were watching. Harlick and Milos looked at the stage, getting a little worried about their little leader. Even though they believe the little leader will once again emerge victorious, they were worried about how much he would get hurt. Sir Thalos looked at Lucen, and when he saw the smile on his face, as if what was before him would not impede his victory, this made Thalos smile as well. Since Varden wasn't here to witness this scene, Thalos will bear witness to how Lucen would grasp victory against overwhelming odds. Thrall was also getting excited. He was thinking about what he himself would do if he fought Aizen. Robert looked at the scene before him, and a manic smile appeared on his face. This guy is something else. To be able to combine 2 first circle spells and create something like this. I wonder what goes on in his head. It was only Daniel among them who wasn't really that interested in the fight. He was hoping instead for the fight to be over with so he could go back to his room and sleep. Asterisk. That kid is quite something. He's getting me so excited. He's making me want to jump into the ring myself. Kael'var had unconsciously grabbed his heavy sword, and his aura mantle flared outward. His battle spirit had been stirred, and by a child not even half his age. Calm yourself, you foolish oaf. Elandor grabbed Kael'var's hand. He was using quite a bit of strength just to hold back the excited Kael'var. Seraphina's eyes were practically shining when she saw the combination of 2 basic spells create something similar to a 4th circle spell. Of course, she knew of Aizen Ter beforehand. He was a person with a very unique constitution. She was actually the person who noticed him in that small village. Watching this fight, she could not help but remember that day she met him. She was just passing by, but she sensed an incredible amount of mana. The first thing that came to mind was that an adult dragon was attacking the village. She told her men to gather any capable person and evacuate the village while she stopped whatever enemy had come. As one of the 4 dukes of Norvigard, Seraphina was ready to lay down her life for Norvigard and its people. Still, she remembered her only daughter and hesitated for a second. No, as a person of Norvigard, as the heir of the Aeromont name, she will eventually understand my choice. With her resolve strengthened, she used a flight spell and headed to the village as quickly as possible, but to her surprise, there was nothing. The village looked peaceful, too peaceful. The smell of bread baking, the sound of children laughing, all clashed with the suffocating mana still pressing on her senses. It was just a normal-looking village, and the villagers were surprised to see her floating above them. She landed on the ground, and the village elder who had recognized her approached. "Lady Aeromont, to what do we owe the pleasure? Have you had any monster problems recently?" Seraphina asked, scanning the horizon. "Or perhaps you've seen a large flying creature in the skies?" The elder blinked, shaking his head. "Neither, my lady. For several years now, for some reason, no monster comes close to our village. As for a large flying creature, I haven't seen any." When Seraphina heard the village elder's answer, she grew even more confused. That was when she once again sensed that vast amount of mana. She turned around, ready for battle, her mana forming a defensive spell, but before she could unleash it, what she saw stunned her. The vast amount of mana she was feeling was coming from a child sitting under a tree who was watching other children play. For a moment, Serafina thought her senses were deceiving her. That much mana, coming from a child who looked to be only a year or two older than her own daughter. She approached cautiously, her boots crunching against the dirt path. The village elder was confused as to why Serafina was suddenly walking away from him, but still, he did not say anything and simply followed behind her. The children noticed her presence and looked at her. Seeing the unknown adult coming their way, they stopped playing as they ran off in fright, leaving the boy sitting alone under the tree. The boy under the tree looked up at Serafina with calm, unblinking eyes. Those eyes were far too still for someone his age. Those deep, dark eyes looking directly at her made Serafina feel a little uncomfortable. It was like the young boy was trying to look directly into her soul. "You," Serafina said softly, lowering herself slightly to meet his gaze. "What's your name, child?" "Eisen," he replied. His tone was quiet but steady. There was a lack of emotion in those black eyes of his, which was rather eerie. Eisen Ter. Now that she was so close to the child, he felt that mana again uncontrollably leaking out of him. The mana of the young boy was like a tidal wave trying to drown her, so she stopped trying to see how deep his mana pool was. "Child, where are your parents?" Serafina tried to speak as gently as possible. "They're gone," he said simply, "but the villagers help me so I can manage." Serafina then looked at the village elder. "Mr. and Mrs. Ter died from a monster attack, and the only one who survived was their 1-year-old child. Many were indebted to the kind couple, so we all have been helping raise Eisen." Serafina glanced back at the boy. Despite the tragic story, there wasn't even a flicker of sadness in his expression. Children who lost their parents that young usually carried some kind of shadow, fear, confusion, or anger. But this boy's gaze was clear and still, like a pond untouched by the wind. Yet she understood that this child, who seemed to see the world through a different lens, was simply hiding so deeply that even she was having difficulty perceiving it. Child, why weren't you playing with the other children?" Eisen tilted his head slightly at her question, as if he didn't understand it at first. "I don't see the point in playing," Serafina blinked. "The point is they run, fall, laugh, and get tired. It doesn't change anything. I do not understand what playing achieves. If it doesn't achieve anything, why do it? We eat because we hunger, we sleep because we tire, so what does play do for us? I do not understand, so I simply watch so that I can understand." The second Serafina heard Eisen's reply, she was truly stunned. Not only the fact that such a young boy has such thoughts, but the very idea that this child was rather articulate for his age. There was also the fact he had that immense amount of mana. This boy was truly special. For a while, Serafina simply stared at him. This child wasn't just intelligent. His way of thinking, it was rather detached, logical, without warmth, and yet there was no malice in it. "You watch to understand," Serafina repeated softly. Eisen nodded once. "Yes, someday I'll understand why people laugh when nothing is funny, and why they cry when they already know it won't help with anything." His words struck her deeper than she cared to admit. A child shouldn't sound like that. No child should look at the world as if he were apart from it. This child could either become a great gift to Norvigard or something that would harm it. Serafina looked at those clear, deep, dark eyes. "I'd better tilt it a little to Norvigard's favor. Child, do you wish to learn more?" Eisen blinked, tilting his head again. "Learn more, yes," Serafina said, her tone soft but deliberate. "About the world, about Manus, about why people laugh and cry." For the first time, something flickered in Eisen's eyes, faint curiosity. "Would that help me understand?" "It might," she said with a small smile, "but it will not be easy. You will have to train, to study as much as you can. You will then fail at times and of course succeed in others. You'll see many things that will confuse you, and even some that will hurt you. That's fine," he said plainly. "If it means I'll understand. Who knows, maybe you can find a friend who will make you understand. Is that so? Even when most people think I'm strange, you still believe someone will be my friend, that someone would make me understand." Hess, no one can be sure of anything in this world, but if you don't try, then nothing will ever happen. So come with me and I will show you a bigger world. Years had gone by, yet Eisen still did not understand why people laughed or cried. To him, such things were meaningless, wastes of time, hollow gestures that changed nothing. As Serafina watched from the judge's table, lost in the memory of that strange boy beneath the tree, she suddenly heard Lucen's voice echo across the arena. His answer to Eisen's question about why he smiled and refused to yield. That confident, burning answer, that defiant grin as if victory was always within his grasp. When Serafina heard Lucen's answer, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Varden's son is truly an interesting child. Her eyes shifted back to the stage where Eisen stood beneath his sky of rock, facing Lucen's unwavering smile. I wonder if he will be the one to make you understand Eisen, Serafina whispered to herself. Chapter 192. Beyond understanding. Just before Eisen threw the rocks down at him, while the two of them were talking, Lucen activated his trump card. The one skill he only used when there was no other choice. Release. He had only used this technique a couple of times, and most of the time he used it in the beginning, he would faint afterwards. But after a while, he learned how much he could take before fainting. The moment he invoked release, pain lanced through every muscle fiber, sharp and burning like molten steel being poured into his veins. His bones creaked under invisible pressure, and his heartbeat thundered in his ears. But beneath the agony came a flood of raw power, wild and untamed, surging through him like a raging tide. His muscles started bulging a little as his heartbeat accelerated even faster than before. Very well, let me see how you will deal with this. Eisen made a downward motion with his hand, and the rocks floating above came crashing down towards Lucen. Seeing the scene of so many rocks falling towards him at incredible speed, Lucen continued to smile as he made his mana flow towards his hand. He had seen a similar technique used in an anime he watched before, when a girl who had the ability to make things float with a touch fought against an aggressive explosion guy. Though the sheer amount of rocks coming at him was easily thrice the amount in that anime, and they are moving at an even faster speed due to telekinesis. I'm going to recreate that scene here and now. Lucen thought to himself as he expelled a lot of mana outward, the same move he used against the young fire dragon. A huge ball of Lucen's concentrated mana came flying out of his hand and met the numerous falling rocks. The collision happened midair, then the world turned white. The sound that followed was not a sound, but a roar that devoured everything. A blinding explosion erupted, swallowing the entire sky. It was so loud that quite a few of the audience had their eardrums pop. The shockwave tore through the stage, cracking the arena floor and slamming against the reinforced barrier with a thunderous boom. The dust and smoke spread everywhere. The barrier shook as the mages strengthened it further. The first thing that came to mind for most people when they saw this scene was a question. Were these two truly just teens? These children, as expected of the child of my rival and best friend. Kael'var became even more excited, and his aura was unconsciously leaking like a wildfire. It was a good thing that the people near him were at his level, so they weren't affected too much. Elandor did not dare to loosen his grip on Kael'var. This was a fool who could very well start a war, simply because he wanted to fight someone strong. ******. So that's what happens when you use your mana outside your unique magic. Also, the ability to burst out with more mana and aura, with obvious signs of strengthening your physical body. I wonder where you learned that trick, and how far you can go with it. Robert started mumbling excitedly to himself as he watched the explosion before him. Even he, who was a fourth circle mage, couldn't reproduce such a strong offensive spell. Eisen was surprised by Lucen's spell, and blocked the incoming debris from the explosion using telekinesis. Using that much mana should have nearly exhausted his mana supply. So what else would he do now? While Eisen was thinking, he saw some movement in the smoke. Lucen appeared from the smoke, and his two guns were pointing at Eisen. Before Lucen made a shot, Eisen had already evaded by sidestepping. The sound of gunshots could be heard echoing. Lucen had already anticipated Eisen to dodge, and did a backfist, aiming at Eisen's head. Eisen blocked the attack with his hands, wearing gauntlets. Lucen's fist, enveloped by his aura mantle, made Eisen slide backward from the impact. Lucen then aimed his left gun at Eisen's abdomen. The moment he fired, Eisen had predicted this, and was ready to slow down the bullet using his telekinesis. It was rather effective, making Eisen able to dodge the bullet. Unfortunately, Lucen had also made his own prediction, and foresaw Eisen dodging that way, and had fired a bullet aimed at the area where Eisen's feet would land after dodging. Frost bloomed from the point of impact, racing across the stone floor like living veins of white lightning. In the blink of an eye, the ground crackled, and Eisen's boots froze solid. Eisen glanced down at his feet, and when he saw what had happened, he raised his hand slightly. Then the air rippled as cracks spiderwebbed through the ice, lifting every shard into the air. A faint cracking sound followed. Every shard of ice around him shattered at once, lifted by his telekinesis, and turned into floating projectiles. Lucen's eyes widened. This guy's proficiency in using the telekinesis spell is so F***seeking insane. Aizen made a motion with his finger and pointed at Luce. The shards of ice flew like arrows towards Lucen, who started shooting, aiming at the shards of ice. Lucen's marksmanship skill synergized with his gun kata skill as he shot down the shards of ice while having time to twirl his two guns. After shooting down the shards of ice, Lucen lost sight of Aizen. It was at that moment that his battle instinct sounded an alarm, as he looked down and saw Aizen crouched as he unleashed an uppercut. Lucen swayed his body backward, evading the strike. He then countered with a frontal kick. Aizen caught Lucen's leg with both hands, the impact sending a ripple of dust outward. His boots cracked deeper into the stone beneath, but his expression remained composed. Aizen was about to use Earth Wall to attack since he had a grip on Lucen's leg, but before he could do so, Lucen fired his aim at Aizen's head, who was forced to let go of Lucen's leg and duck to evade. Lucen then took some distance from Aizen. The two stared at each other. Lucen still had that smile on his face, while Aizen looked as emotionless as ever, his black eyes staring at Lucen, calculating the next few moves to make. The smoke had finally cleared, and only a few of the audience members caught that dazzling exchange of attack and defense between the two. The crowd had forgotten to breathe. Even the nobles leaned forward, eyes wide. No one wanted to miss a single movement from the two. Lysette had her eyes wide open as she watched the match between Lucen and Aizen. She had predicted that it was going to be a match like no other, but she never expected it to be like this. She looked at the devastation of the battle between the two. The stage that was enhanced with runes had crumbled and nearly disappeared. Yet even after all that, neither of them had received any significant damage. Lucen, who had never been hit in the entire tournament, remained smiling, his trench coat just a little dusty. A smile was a tool. Those words spoken by Lucen about smiling had resonated within her, as it was something she had always done. Is that smile due to your certainty of your victory, or is it a smile to hide the fear of failure? You truly are an exciting person to observe. Lysette did not notice it as she was so focused on that match, but her heart was beating faster and faster, and there was even a slight blush on her face. It made her look as if she were intoxicated. I see. So you're something similar to a magic knight, having both a mana core and an aura mantle. Is that why you did not hesitate to gamble a majority of your mana? Aizen asked as he continued to observe Lucen's movement. A gamble implies that I wasn't certain of the outcome, Lucen said with a grin, his eyes glinting with fiery confidence. In my past life, I was the type to play MMOs, counting the cooldowns of my skills and of my enemies. You're telling me every move you made is planned? Lucen shrugged his shoulders before he answered. Who knows, maybe, maybe not. Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly. You speak as though you can predict every variable in a battle, like in some game. But combat isn't a game, Lucen chuckled. Well, that depends on how you look at things. Aizen looked at Lucen, scanning his expression and his subtle body movements. I have seen many different people, and even now I have difficulty understanding most of them, but even then they move in certain ways that even someone like me can understand a little. But with you, I can't understand at all. That's normal, isn't it? To understand yourself is already hard enough, but to understand someone else, well, that's even more difficult. Aizen stared at Lucen, who continued to have that confident smile on his face. To understand yourself, now that I think about it, I have always observed others, but I never observed myself. Do I even understand myself? Aizen clenched his fist, and his mana started leaking out like a tidal wave. For the first time ever, there was a distortion in that emotionless face of his. It went by quickly before he returned to that emotionless look, but those who were focused on him saw it. A subtle hint of emotion. I see. That is something to think about. I would want to continue this conversation, but our time is almost up. This match must end. When Lucen and the audience heard what Aizen said, they finally remembered that this match had a time limit, and there were only 2 minutes left before the end of the match. No, I can't accept that. I want to continue to watch you two battle. Don't worry about the time limit. The only reason we even put that there in the first place is because there were too many contestants, but now there are only a few of you. So it should be all right if you don't care about that time limit. That should be fine, right, Principal Aldrin? Kaeldar spoke in a loud voice so that everyone could hear as he asked the principal if he agreed. Principal Aldrin sighed as Kaelvar's booming voice echoed through the entire arena. He could hear the audience members also agreeing to it. Principal Aldrin then looked at the king, who smiled and nodded his head. Aldrin sighed as he spoke up. Very well, the time restriction will be lifted for this match onward. The audience cheered after hearing Aldrin's words. Lucen widened his grin as he spoke amidst the cheers. It would seem our playtime has been extended. Chapter 193. The first smile the second that it was declared that there was no longer any time limit for this match, Aizen dashed forward in a burst. Lucen, seeing Aizen charged at him, had already guessed why a mage like Aizen would do this. The range of his telekinesis should have a certain limit, and the further away from him, the lesser his control. The earth wall had an even shorter range, which forces Aizen to get into close combat if he didn't have anything to throw at him. When Aizen got into range, he raised an earth wall in front of Lucen, cutting off his view. Aizen was about to break apart the earth wall with telekinesis to attack Lucen and then use the debris as weapons. But before he could do that, he heard Lucen's voice from behind. "Don't you have any other tricks?" Aizen ducked and did a sweeping kick. Lucen jumped upward, aimed his guns and shot at Aizen. The second Lucen made the shot, Aizen had already instinctively used earth wall to block and was ready to back away, expecting the earth wall to explode, but something else happened. Instead of exploding or turning to ice, the bullet pierced through the earth wall. Aizen could feel the static in the air. Lucen had used something similar to a lightning spell. Lucen once again got behind Aizen, but this time Aizen had his own ammunition. Several rocks floated beside Aizen, but unlike before, he did not use them to attack. The second Lucen started shooting, Aizen used the rocks to block or redirect the bullets. Aizen also used the rocks to block Lucen's sight. As the two continued exchanging attacks, Aizen suddenly spoke. "I don't understand. If you continue to fight this way, you'll eventually exhaust your mana." Lucen, before giving a response, used a ricochet shot to hit Aizen in his blind spot, but as if he had eyes at his back, Aizen blocked the bullet with a rock. "Well, the same can be said of you. Using telekinesis, the way you do drains a considerable amount of mana. Also, you keep on using earth wall like it's nothing. If it were anyone else but you, their mana would have been depleted long ago. Are you saying I will deplete my mana first before you do?" Aizen, who usually had a flat tone, sounded truly confused as he spoke this time. "Can't even imagine it, can you?" While the two were talking, they kept on attacking and defending. Lucen, who was fighting Aizen, noticed something. "What the F***ck, why didn't I realize this earlier? The core of Aizen's fighting style is like the espers in anime. I was thinking of telekinesis as just a spell that's like having extra arms. I forgot, there was a whole *S genre for this type of power system. Well, I guess, unlike espers in anime in this world, telekinesis uses too much mana, which other spells could accomplish with less mana. Only someone like Aizen could fight like an esper with the telekinesis spell." Lucen got a little excited upon gaining that realization. Aizen noticed the excitement in Lucen's expression and wondered if the other party liked fighting similarly to Duke Kael'var. As the two continued their exchange, waiting for an opening, Aizen noticed that the way Lucen was breathing had changed. Aizen understood that breathing was important to muscle control. He figured this out while watching Knight's training. Lucen was about to make a big move. The second Aizen thought of that, he lost sight of Lucen. Below, the second he realized where Lucen was, Aizen quickly backed away, as he barely evaded a bullet from below. Lucen disappeared from his position and got behind Aizen and shot. Aizen blocked using a rock, but it exploded upon contact with the bullet. Aizen had already expected that a few of these bullets would have some elemental spell, but it should only be a few since Lucen had used a lot of mana already. Lucen then arrived at Aizen's side and performed a tornado kick. Aizen ducked to evade, but then Lucen pointed one of his guns at Aizen the second he moved and shot at him. Aizen used his telekinesis to slow down the bullet again and move one of the floating rocks beside him to block. This bullet also exploded, and the explosion was a little stronger than before. The burst of debris was about to hit Aizen's face. Aizen lifted his two hands, wearing gauntlets to block the debris. A few of the debris cut Aizen's uniform and a bit of his skin. This was the first clear damage received in this entire match. If there was still a time limit, Lucen would have more points now, but this match had no limit. So the only way to win was to knock out the opponent or make the other surrender. Aizen looked down at the thin cut on his arm. A faint line of blood trickled down. There were also a few scratches on his body, but his expression did not change. Yet he had no time to continue to assess his current situation, as Lucen continued his attack. The speed at which Lucen moved was fast, and hard to predict where he would appear. The only good thing was that before he made an attack, he needed to slow down, giving Aizen enough time to respond. Still, the intensity of the attack did not give Aizen enough time to think of what to do, as he slowly received more and more damage. Aizen then thought of a way to escape Lucen's assault. He used his telekinesis spell in a way he never did before as he lifted himself into the air with it. He was now several meters above ground. This way of flight looked similar to the third circle spell float, which, as the name implied, made the user float. This spell was usually used to stop the mage from falling to his death. Aizen, whose body hovered several meters above the ruined arena, had dust swirling around him with pebbles and rocks floating in orbit like a miniature asteroid belt. Lucen lowered his guns slightly and smirked. "So you can fly now, but I can do that as well." Lucen jumped upward and started shooting at the ground, making small, precise explosions, propelling himself forward towards Aizen. Aizen's eyes tracked Lucen's every movement as he soared upward, propelled by the rapid detonations. Each shot echoed like thunderclaps, the smoke trailing behind him forming a spiral of flame and dust. He and the audience had already seen Lucen use this trick in the match before, but only briefly. Now he was using it continuously. Lucen then continued his attack, this time in midair. But it was slower than when he was moving on the ground, since there was a limit to the speed given to him by propelling with explosions. Aizen evaded the attacks by moving his body around using telekinesis and blocking a few he could not dodge with the orbiting rocks, which he then used to counterattack. The audience on the ground was in awe. To those who knew how many circles the two had in their mana cores, this feat was even more impressive. A first circle mage and a second circle hybrid were able to perform something that only those at the sixth circle and above could do, which was flight. Aizen's expression remained calm, but his focus was sharper than ever. The pebbles and rocks orbiting him began to rotate faster, forming an invisible barrier that deflected Lucen's bullets with razor precision. This was the best option he could do for now. Lucen then got close enough and let go of one of his guns, pointing his open palm at Aizen at close range. The second Aizen saw this, he immediately remembered Lucen's explosion attack that destroyed all the rocks that covered the sky before. Aizen quickly backed away as he placed all of the rocks he had gathered in front of him. That was when he heard the now familiar sound of gunshots, but the barrier of rock he created did not break. Instead, he felt something from behind and tried to evade, but it was too slow. Something hit his shoulder from behind. A bullet had pierced his brachial plexus, making him now unable to move his left arm. "Well, it doesn't matter. The pain is bearable, and I can still move this arm using telekinesis." As Aizen continued to fly around, he saw that Lucen, who had tricked him, had landed on the ground. The two guns were no longer in his hands. Did he finally exhaust his mana, or is he about to yield? The second Aizen thought Lucen was going to yield, he shook his head. The thing he learned about Lucen through this battle was that this person will never yield. So then what is he about to do? Not knowing what was about to come, Aizen went lower to the ground and used earth walls several times, and then used telekinesis to lift up all the earth walls to create something similar to a floating fortress that surrounded Aizen. An unfamiliar weapon to Aizen then appeared in Lucen's hand. This was the bolt-action rifle Lucen used when fighting the Goblin King. Lucen then imbued the bullets with the lightning element. He was not really bothered by the floating fortress of rocks that Aizen had suddenly built in the meantime. Lucen fired the rifle, and a lightning round shot out at incredible speed, making crackling sounds, and showing a blue streak of light passed by, followed by the sound of thunder. The bullet pierced through everything that blocked its path. Aizen tried to slow it down, but he could only barely do it. Aizen then lifted his two hands, wearing gauntlets. The sound of the bullet hitting the gauntlet rang. The gauntlets then cracked and broke. Aizen then fell from the air and was about to hit the ground. As he was about to use telekinesis to stop his fall, for the first time in his life, he actually felt a bit of exhaustion from using his mana. Even though he had stopped his fall and had survived Lucen's attack, Aizen had a confused expression on his face. This was the first time a clear expression was seen on Aizen's face. Lucen, who was steadying his breathing as he also exhausted most of his mana after that attack, he smiled at Aizen and spoke. "Is your mana pool finally getting depleted?" Aizen didn't answer. He simply stared at his trembling hand, still faintly glowing with mana. For the first time, that glow flickered. The confusion that was stuck on his face returned to a serene calm. "I see. A human's mana, after all, is finite." Seeing his reaction made Lucen sigh. "How boring, are you truly not a robot?" "I don't even know what a robot is," Aizen replied flatly. "It doesn't matter." Lucen tried to change the topic. "Seeing as both of us are exhausted, and seeing as you are the one who has received quite a bit of damage to your body, How about you concede? You've run out of tricks, Aizen. You don't have any moves that can harm me, and you're bleeding out. The logical move is to concede, right? Aizen's eyes stared at Lucen for a few seconds, and then he looked at his body. The only reason he was even able to move now was because he was using telekinesis to move his body. The amount of blood flowing out of him would eventually make him faint, thus making him lose. There was also the fact that what Lucen said was true. He had used every kind of trick he could perform, but not a single thing had hit Lucen. It would seem that the factor of battle experience had played a huge role in this outcome. Yes, what Lucen said was correct. The logical thing to do is not to waste any more time and surrender, but Aizen could feel his heart racing. Even though his thoughts were to yield, there was something else. He did not want to admit defeat just yet. Fighting and talking with Lucen was enjoyable. He had learned so much just from this simple clash and a few words from him. If he continued, he should be able to learn more, but much more than that. He simply did not want to lose to Lucen. He did not know where this illogical feeling was coming from. It's not like he has never lost a fight before. He had lost many times against the Duchess Seraphina. Yet for some unexplainable reason, he did not want to admit defeat against Lucen. Everything you say is correct. Aizen finally spoke after that long pause. So will you concede? No, I will not, Aizen answered while shaking his head. This time it was Lucen's turn to be confused. The crowd was silent. Everyone was waiting to hear what Aizen was about to say next. Everything you say is true, but I don't feel like losing to you, Lucen Thornyheart. For the first time, the logical voice in his mind fell quiet. The noise of the crowd faded, replaced by the steady thrum of his heartbeat. It was at that brief moment, for the first time in his entire life, that Aizen showed a smile. Lucen blinked. He then showed a bright smile when he heard Aizen's reply. Hey, this dialogue, it's like something from those hot-blooded animes. Did I somehow gain a rival? Chapter 194. More human Seraphina was momentarily stunned as she saw Aizen's smile. The child who, no matter the situation, had always worn that serene, unreadable mask, smiled. It wasn't wide or bright. It was faint, almost fragile, but it was there. When the two continued to fight, unlike everyone else who saw an intense fight, all Seraphina saw was a young Aizen playing with his new friend. So you finally found someone that you're willing to play with. *****, the spectacle of Aizen using his two spells to great effect, and Lucen using his unique magic in different ways, had stopped. Now the only way to describe what they were seeing was a simple one-sided match. Aizen, who had continued attacking Lucen as usual without any regard to his mana supply, had nearly exhausted it. Aizen knew that if he kept using mana in this state, he'd collapse instantly, but since he refused to end the battle yet, he stopped relying on it entirely. But of course, even though he was good at close-quarters combat for a mage, he was not at the same level as Lucen, who easily evaded and countered all of his attacks. Lucen was quite surprised by Aizen's actions, by his tenacity. He had tried a few times now to knock Aizen, but he would not go down. His close-quarters combat skills had improved, but not enough to unlock a skill. Aizen was able to get back up no matter how hard he was hit. The only thing Lucen can think of that could finish this match is by grappling, but Aizen isn't allowing him to do that. The Aizen in front of him was completely different from the Aizen he was fighting just moments ago. Did his character change? Does he have split personality disorder? Did he have an awakening or some sort? What happened to the robot-like character from before? Now he's like a hot-blooded young man from a shounen manga. Seeing Aizen getting back up, ready to fight, no matter how many times he fell, Lucen shook his head and sighed. Well, it's not like I hate those kinds of characters. ****, how nice. For these boys to find each other. It's like me and my best friend and rival Varden. Kael'var watched as Lucen kept on attacking and Aizen refused to go down with great interest. Should we stop the match? Elander's tone was firm, his eyes narrowing. The winner is already obvious. Don't you dare stop that match. Kael'var, who was smiling, suddenly frowned when he heard what Elandor suggested. How can a winner be obvious? As long as one can keep on standing and never gives up, victory can still be achieved. I already knew you were going to say something like that. How about you, Seraphina? What do you think? Surely we need to stop the fight now, right? Why should we stop it? Can't you see the two of them are still having fun playing with each other? It's the first time I've seen that child have any kind of fun. Seraphina answered without her eyes leaving Aizen. You hear that? What kind of person would stop two children playing with a friend? Only a heartless person would do such a thing, if you ask me. Elandor was quite stunned. He expected such answers from the idiot Kaelvar, but for Seraphina to agree with the oaf. He was starting to think that he truly was in the wrong this time. Rachel could not help but watch the two fighting on the now non-existent stage in awe. These two who were near her age were beyond the term genius. These two were monsters. Do you think you can defeat those two? Rachel could not help but ask her bodyguard standing beside her. I must admit that those two are beyond any at the same rank. They could even defeat those of a higher rank, but I will be able to win against them. The only chance they have against me is if they fight together. So you do admit that they can defeat you? I cannot lie to you, my lady. Those two, if they work together, would be difficult even for me to win. The bodyguard at the fourth mantle answered honestly. To think that the young lord found a playmate his age, instead of messing around with an eccentric mage nearly twice his age. Thalos happily spoke, while also giving a little jab to Robert. Unfortunately, Robert was not listening, as he was still mumbling to himself. I guess that kid is going to be a good friend to our little leader, Harlech said, with a rather happy smile on his face. Will I ever be able to reach the same prowess as those two? Milos thought to himself. No, I've got to stop thinking like that. I just need to get stronger at my own pace. Now this is looking like a better battle than before. Yes, who needs all that fancy stuff from before? Just punch and kick each other to see who's stronger. Thrall excitedly spoke his opinion. Why won't he just fall down already? I just want this match to be over, so I go to my room and sleep. Daniel thought to himself as he slumped back into his seat. He tried a few times to take a nap on the seat, but the second he did so, Harlech would smack the side of his head, waking him up. Eisen, who had stood up once again, started to question himself. Why am I even doing this? It's already obvious that Lucen had won. My mana had depleted so greatly that if I used it now, I might faint. My physical skills are nowhere near the same level as Lucen's, without the boost of telekinesis. There's no chance of winning. I already know all that, yet why won't I just concede? Eisen's entire body was aching. This was the first time he had hurt this much. He had actually lost consciousness twice. When he came to, he found himself already standing again, fists raised, as if his body had refused to listen to reason. Eisen, who was in mid-thought, had already started doing jabs at Lucen. He did notice it, but his face, which was already full of bruises, had his lips curled a tiny bit upward. How incomprehensible! Despite knowing defeat is imminent, I'm doing something so illogical. Lucen slipped past the punches easily and easily countered. Eisen had moved before Lucen countered, but his speed was not fast enough to dodge. Still, for some reason, I think I'm getting used to Lucen's movements. Eisen could predict a few of Lucen's moves before he even made them, but unfortunately, despite knowing what was coming, with his current state, he could not use that knowledge for anything. Oh, what a surprise! To think you took what I said to heart. So what reason do you smile? Smile. Am I smiling? When Eisen heard what Lucen said, he touched his mouth, and it was as Lucen said. He was indeed smiling, even though it was just a slight curl in his lips. You are Eisen. You're smiling right now. You no longer look like a robot. I guess you look more human now, maybe a cyborg. I don't understand a few of the words you said. Still, you said I look more human. In your eyes, did I not look human before? Lucen shrugged his shoulders before answering. Well, you did seem to lack a few things. Is that so? Yet, but doing something so illogical like this makes you feel more human than ever. I'm sure even you don't understand why you keep on going. That's true, I don't understand whatever is happening right now. But, for some reason, I'm all right with it. I just don't want to concede to you. When Lucen heard what Eisen said, his eyes widened a bit. He had already thought of many things as to why Eisen was doing what he did. Of course, he also thought that this was similar to a rival in the making story, but to think it was actually that. Lucen couldn't help but start to chuckle, and then he started laughing heartily. Lucen couldn't stop laughing. It wasn't mockery, it was pure delight. There were many in his past life who wished to transmigrate or reincarnate into an anime or a game-like world, and he actually did. There were also quite a lot who won't admit it but actually think it, wanted to have a harem in said world. Of course, there were also those who simply liked the idea of seeing or fulfilling shounen tropes. Lucen was one of those people. You really are something else, Eisen. Lucen clenched his fists, flexing his sore knuckles. Very well, let's do this. Eisen steadied himself, raising his fists again despite the tremor running through his arms. His breathing was ragged, his body screaming for rest, yet his eyes, those usually calm, detached eyes, now burned with a quiet, determined light. The two moved. Lucen no longer evaded Aizen's strikes. Instead, he either blocked or redirected the attack. Lucen was then able to grab hold of Aizen's wrist, and he performed a hip throw. Aizen's body hit the ground with a dull thud. When Lucen was about to shift into a grappling move, his battle instinct skill kicked in, and he backed away instead. "So you were even able to sense that?" Aizen spoke as he tried to get up, but his knees could no longer hold him up. Despite knowing that it might make him faint, Aizen still used telekinesis to push himself up. He then lifted his two shaking arms up into a fighting stance. Aizen did not say anything more, but his actions spoke louder than words. Lucen also responded not with words, but with his actions as he dashed forward. Lucen's right hook aimed at the chin cut through the air, met halfway by Aizen's desperate cross. The sound of something hitting echoed in the Colosseum. Lucen had dodged Aizen's last attack, but he got a little nick on his cheek. On the other hand, Lucen was able to hit Aizen, but not at the chin he was aiming for, but the side of Aizen's face, as Aizen was also planning to evade, but failed. "Damn, I will win. Next time," Aizen said his first curse word before losing consciousness. Lucen caught Aizen's body before it fell to the ground. There was a very long moment of silence before the referee, who had left the stage long ago, finally spoke. "Winner, Lucen Thornyheart." The second those words echoed in the Colosseum, the audience roared in cheers, not only for Lucen but even for the fallen Aizen. Even those who bet on Aizen winning could not say anything bad at the moment, and simply clapped their hands. Lucen, with Aizen in tow, carried his opponent out of the ring and headed to the infirmary. As I expected, once again you took victory into your hands. Lysette mumbled to herself with a knowing smile on her face. Though she appeared calm on the outside, Lysette was quietly trying to steady her racing heart as she watched Lucen carry Aizen to the infirmary. Chapter 195. Semi-final matches end and aftermath. Lucen, who had carried Aizen to the infirmary, placed him on the bed. Lucen sat on the little wooden stool beside the bed, tapping the edge of his boot lightly. He glanced around. The walls were plain, cracked in a few places, and the single window let in only a sliver of light. This was another trope he also wanted to experience, but he imagined being the one brought back to the infirmary after giving his all, and waking up to a cute or beautiful woman's face. Yeah, well, I guess this guy wouldn't really care who comes here to greet him. Still, that was the first hit I received in a match. Lucen touched his cheek that had been nicked. The scratch was no longer there, but he could still feel Aizen's fist that had nearly hit him. Now that I think about it, I do tend to be able to avoid most hits due to battle instincts. When it was at the novice rank, it warned me a second or two before something dangerous was coming. But now at the intermediate rank, it tells me a few seconds earlier, and my body even moves before I think about it. Yeah, this skill is pretty great. I wonder what will happen when it reaches an advanced rank. Will it be like a certain spider hero's senses? While Lucen was thinking about such random things, Aizen opened his eyes. The first thing he did was look at his surroundings. "I see. So I really lost." Aizen spoke as he then looked at Lucen. His mind attempted to catalogue the experience, to sort emotions the same way he sorted the books in his room. But there were too many of them, overlapping, contradicting. He couldn't find a proper category to place them. As he was deep in thought, Lucen's voice brought him back to reality. "Well, you did your best," Lucen responded. Aizen exhaled softly, not dramatically, just a simple release of tension. His eyes didn't hold frustration or disappointment, only a faint trace of acceptance. "Yeah, I guess. You could even say that was the only time I actually tried to do my best. Is that so? So how does it feel doing your best?" Aizen paused at the question. He didn't answer immediately, which was unusual for him. His gaze drifted upward to the ceiling, as if searching for the correct word in the shadows between the beams. He was trying his best to think of what answer he wanted to say. This was the first time he had felt so many things at once. It was rather confusing for him. After several seconds of thought, Aizen finally gave an answer. "Uncomfortable," Aizen said while opening and closing his hand. "Uncomfortable," Lucen blinked as he stared at Aizen. Aizen nodded, slow and deliberate. "My chest felt tight," as I continued despite breathing becoming difficult. "My arms and legs hurt. My heart was beating too fast. My mind kept telling me to stop, to conserve mana, to think rationally. But my body kept moving without permission. It was, I guess very inefficient." Lucen couldn't help but chuckle. "You're the first person, in this life and the last, to ever say going all out is inefficient." Eisen watched Lucen's shoulders shake with laughter, and though he didn't fully understand what was amusing, he found the sound strangely comforting. It differed from the others, who seemed to laugh at him mockingly or sarcastically. There was a sort of authenticity in Lucen's laughter. Eisen tilted his head lightly, considering that, yes, it was a rather inefficient way to use one's body. Still, to never stop, to continue onward despite how illogical it felt. Good, Lucen raised an eyebrow. Oh, good is it? Yes, Eisen continued softly. I've never pushed myself like that before. Well, to be fair, I was never pushed to my very limits before. Never fought without calculating every possibility. Never acted without logic. It felt reckless, irresponsible, and well, pointless. He then looked at Lucen with a slight curl to the right side of his lips. And yet, it was enjoyable. Lucen was rather shocked to see that small smile on Eisen's face. He then showed a grin as well. Well, that's good to hear. Eisen's expression shifted minutely, no smile this time, but something warmer, like a quiet acknowledgement. I'm glad that you were my opponent. Hearing what Eisen said, Lucen shrugged his shoulders. Well, you did entertain me as well. I find you quite interesting. Is that so? I guess I do too. I also learned a lot from this match. So many things about myself as well. It would seem that before looking outward, I need to look inward first. Eisen then placed his hand on his chest and spoke. It would seem that I don't like losing. Nobody does. Then I'll make sure to win next time, Eisen responded with that flat tone of his. Lucen looked at Eisen's expressionless face a little, and then started laughing. Sure, you can try, but I don't plan on losing anytime soon. Eisen blinked at Lucen's laughter. His head tilted slightly, that tiny gesture he always made whenever he encountered something he didn't fully understand. Now that he looked at Lucen, for some reason, Eisen could not begin to imagine this person losing. I lost to him once, and I'm already thinking about such things. I guess while I'm at it, I'd better study how people's minds work. Eisen was feeling excited to do something. There were so many firsts that were happening to him today. To challenge something, to try and achieve a goal. It would seem that I did not truly understand such things until today. While he was thinking, Eisen's stomach growled rather loudly. It would seem that I have depleted too much energy and require sustenance. The second Eisen said those words, Lucen once again started laughing heartily. You really are something else. When I thought you were getting close to looking like a human, you suddenly spoke like that. What do you mean? I'm simply stating a fact. I am human, which is why I need sustenance to replenish my energy. Lucen wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, still laughing. Yes, you are indeed a human. All right then, come with me, let's go and eat. Will it be free? Of course. The two of them then left the infirmary. Eisen followed behind Lucen as they headed to the Thornyheart estate. While Lucen and Eisen were talking, the people in Kaleheart were talking even more excitedly than in the past few days of the tournament. No matter where you went, no matter what corner of Kaleheart you were in, there was only one thing anyone was talking about, and it was the match between Lucen and Eisen. Children swung imaginary punches at each other, reenacting the final exchange between Lucen and Eisen. In every tavern, mugs clattered on wooden tables as patrons argued over techniques, footwork, and exaggerated stories of the fight. Some insisted Lucen had eaten monster meat and drank their blood to become that strong. Others swore Eisen was some secret noble from a fallen house of a different kingdom. The stories ranged from word-for-word boring facts to wild, imaginative stories about Lucen and Eisen's lives. Even in the betting places, no one was shouting that they lost their money. Instead, they kept on talking about Lucen and Eisen's match. Those who won the bets sang praises for Lucen's undeniable skill and power. There were even some drunks shouting, for the north, to Lucen Thornyheart. Who would have thought the person most people considered to be the weakest of the four ducal heirs was actually the strongest? After watching Lucen's matches, and knowing that the only damage he has ever received from the beginning of the tournament to now was the nick on his cheek. Now, many people can't even imagine Lucen losing. It was like he wore victory like it was his and his alone. There were also quite a few who were talking about Luce and Eisen's conversation, especially that line Lucen said about a smile being a tool and also a way to strengthen one's resolve, and to even trick yourself to make the fear disappear. Those words of his resonated with quite a lot of people. To the children who dream of becoming knights and mages, to the veterans who had been to countless battles, there were now a few who started smiling without much reason, but simply to hide what they truly thought. Some even decided to continue to smile and never show another expression again. Right now, the very idea of Lucen Thornyheart losing in the finals against Elira Runeskar was something no one could imagine ever happening. So no one was that excited to see the match tomorrow, since unlike all the other matches, this one seemed so one-sided. It was not that Elira was weak. In fact, she had proved time and time again that she was someone not to be trifled with, but her opponent, Lucen, was something else entirely. Chapter 196. Under the moonlit sky, while everyone was drinking and having fun conversing about the match between Lucen and Eisen, there was someone training. Elira Runeskar had started training the moment she arrived home. She didn't even change clothes. Her crimson-red hair, the shade of fresh spilled blood, swayed and glimmered with every movement, catching the moonlight as though she were a flame burning alone in the quiet courtyard. Her breath came out steady, controlled, measured, each exhale a disciplined promise to herself. Her longsword moved alongside her body. Each of her movements made it look like she was dancing. She was not practicing for the sake of beauty, yet her movements possessed it, sharp, fluid, purposeful. The silver edge of her sword reflected the moonlight, tracing arcs in the cold air. With every strike, the ground beneath her feet scraped, the tiles whispering under her boots. Lucen, she once again envisioned that match. If she were the one against Eisen, she might not have lasted long before she was defeated. She did image training with Eisen and Lucen as her opponents. With Eisen as her opponent, she had won 4 out of 10 times. Even against someone at that level, she could picture herself winning. But when she did imagine Lucen as her opponent, the outcome was pretty one-sided. No matter what she did, no matter how she moved, she could not even imagine herself touching the other party, much less winning against him. She stopped mid-swing. Elira looked at the full moon outside and took a deep breath as she closed her eyes. Even now, I can't picture my sword being able to reach him, much less gaining victory from him. She simulated countless scenarios in her mind to visualize her way through her opponent. But no matter what she did or how she moved, it felt like Lucen would be able to predict them. She tried again. A step forward, a feint, a downward cut, a spin, a thrust, a parry and a counter. She imagined Lucen's movements again, faster than her mind could predict. Lucen slipped past every strike in her mind's eye. Even in her imagination, her strongest hit felt sluggish compared to his. Even her fastest footwork felt predictable. Even her most precise technique faltered under the hazy memory of his movements. Her sword cut through empty air again and again, yet she forced herself to stay calm, searching for the rhythm hidden in his imagined strikes. What am I lacking? Why can't my sword reach you? Elira grit her teeth, not in anger, but in an unfamiliar bitterness. She was not used to failure, not used to doubt. Her entire life had been shaped, refined, and polished into a blade designed to cut through anything that stood before her. She who had been praised as a prodigy, a genius of the sword since she was young. She who continued to train to be able to cut everything in front of her. She who was like a sword, sharp and unhesitating, had found a wall that she could not cut through. Doubt was an unfamiliar companion. Her life had always been about clarity, precision, and control. To feel uncertainty clawing at her mind was rather distracting. My lovely daughter, training without even eating your dinner. Kael'var suddenly appeared behind Elira. Elira didn't turn around immediately. She kept her blade lowered, breathing once, twice, 3 times before slowly facing him. Her father's silhouette stood framed by the moonlight, a towering figure with messy hair and a relaxed posture, completely the opposite of the polished nobles in the capital. I'll eat later, Elira responded. Is that so? I'm guessing that now than ever before, you're having a problem picturing winning against Lucen. Elira did not answer immediately. She turned her gaze away from him, looking at the ground where her repeated strikes had chipped the tiles. Yes, she finally admitted. Her voice didn't shake, but it wasn't steady either. No matter how many times I try to imagine it, I can't see myself winning. I thought that after all that training, this time my sword would be able to reach, but it seems like I just got farther away from him. Kael'var crossed the distance in a few large steps and stood beside her, not looming, not looking down, but simply existing in that quiet space with her. He stared at the moonlit courtyard, and then he looked at his daughter. Well, I guess that's normal. After witnessing that match he had with Eisen Ter, I even wanted to jump then and there to play with them. Those two have gone beyond the limitations. Then what should I do? How can I win against Lucen? How can my sword reach him? Elira lowered her head, and the hand holding the hilt of her long sword tightened, asking so many questions, so many hows and what are swirling in your mind. What's the point of thinking so much about all this? How can you win against Lucen? How can your sword reach? Didn't we already have a similar conversation before? I know that, but no matter what, I can't even imagine my sword ever reaching him. No matter how fast or sharp my sword becomes, it always seems like it won't reach him. Hearing the concerns of his daughter, Kaelvar sighed and shook his head. Your mindset is wrong, my daughter. You keep on asking questions on how to win, on how to make your sword reach him, but all those things don't matter. Kaelvar took out a coin from his pocket and threw it behind Elira. It was at that moment Kaelvar, with quick, swift movements, drew his heavy sword from behind and slashed at Elira. The sword did not reach her, but she could feel a breeze pass by as her father swung the sword in front of her. She then heard the sound of 2 coins falling to the ground, but he only saw that her father had tossed one. Elira turned around and saw that the coin that was thrown behind her was cut in half. When he sliced the coin in half, he let his eyes linger on Elira's reaction. You see, my cute daughter, moving forward comes not from imagining your enemy, but from imagining the path your own will should take. Everything else is noise. Kaelvar sheathed his sword and showed a gentle and caring look as he continued speaking. Stop thinking about so many things and only focus on the sword in your hand and on the thing you want to cut down. I'm sure it's not Lucen that you want to cut, right? When Elira heard what her father said, the words struck her harder than any sword blow. She suddenly came to a realization. It was true, Lucen wasn't the one she wanted to cut. Her gaze lowered to her hand. The hilt of her sword trembled slightly with her grip. The truth was, she wasn't frustrated that she could not reach him. What frustrated her was none other than herself. What she truly wanted to cut was her weak self. Yes, what she wanted to cut was never Lucen. It was her weak mindset and her hesitations. I see, so that's how it was. A long breath escaped her lungs, slow, steady, freeing. Her shoulders dropped, her fingers relaxed, and her eyes sharpened. When the realization came to her, a bright smile appeared on Elira's face as her aura burst outward. What was once an aura like a fiery explosion became more refined. It was at that moment that Elira's 2 aura mantles seemed to be changing. Another mantle appeared, and though it was faint, there was now a 3rd mantle that appeared enveloping Elira. Congratulations, my lovely, talented daughter. You are now the youngest 3rd mantle aura user in Norvigard. Moonlight caught the edges of Elira's new mantle, illuminating it like a halo. She looked at her father with a gorgeous smile on her face. Thank you, father. Kaelvar, who also had a smile on his face, shook his head. There's no need to thank me. I didn't do anything. It's all you, my wonderful daughter. You have cut down the old weak you have cut down your hesitations and all those messy thoughts, and have emerged a better you. Kaelvar's voice softened, though it still carried that wild undercurrent that defined him. He ruffled Elira's hair lightly, a habit she always pretended to dislike but never truly protested. Now then, he continued, since you've already bettered yourself, it's time to eat. Once you're done filling your belly, I'll teach you more of the Runeskar sword forms. Since you're now at the 3rd mantle, your body should be able to handle it. Elira nodded firmly and sheathed her sword. As she walked beside Kaelvar, her steps felt lighter, steadier. For the first time since the tournament began, she wasn't weighed down by doubt. Her mind was clear. She was no longer thinking about winning or losing against Lucen. She was now only thinking about how to better herself. ***** in the Thorny Heart estate, Lucen with Eisen, Sir Thalos, Robert, and the members of Thornifang were having a meal together. Robert was having a heated discussion with Eisen about how to use a certain spell efficiently. They also reeled Lucen into the conversation. The group ate their meals with smiles on their faces, and unlike Elira, Lucen was not bothered by the upcoming finals. Even now, he truly believed that victory was already in his hands. Chapter 197. Under the same moon even now, Myria, who was lying on her bed, was in a state of stunned silence. She knew that Lucen was strong, but she never imagined he was strong enough to defeat Eisen. She had known Eisen since she was very young. She was someone her mother personally scouted, and he was also someone Seraphina taught alongside her. The first time she felt that vast amount of mana, she was so afraid that she cried then and there. Myria was convinced that no one of the same generation as Eisen would be able to beat him, but then Lucen showed up and did it. She had only seen half of their battle and was amazed by the sight. She started to wonder if she and they were truly of the same generation. Her fingertips brushed against the fabric of her blanket as she whispered to herself, "Am I falling behind?" Myria, who did not really care too much about strengthening herself and only cared about learning more, suddenly felt something weird. She never wanted to compete. She never wanted to compare. She loved learning, not fighting. She preferred books over blades. As an aeromont, there was no question of her talent. She had only done the bare minimum of training for combat, and focused on learning new things, new spells. Yes, they might be ahead of combat, but I'm good at other things. Myria comforted herself. Still, I guess it won't hurt to get a little stronger than I am now. Just a little. Myria decided to ask her mother to help train her for combat. She then tried to sleep, but as she closed her eyes, the memory of Lucen and Eisen's final exchange would not leave her mind. Myria then got up and got into a lotus position. Since she was unable to sleep, she might as well do something productive until she gets sleepy. Myria felt the mana core in the center of her abdomen. She then sensed the two circles that spun like rings around her mana core. She breathed in and out, allowing her to sense the flow of mana within her and outside. The faint moonlight that entered her room through her window shone down on her, matching the light of her mana that enveloped her. In another area of Kaleheart, Evander Judicar was inside the temple of the goddess of justice and judgment. The temple was quiet, its marble floor cold beneath his knees, its tall pillars lit by only a few lanterns. The faint scent of incense drifted through the air, heavy yet calming. Unlike Elira and Myria, who felt inadequate when they watched the battle between Lucen and Eisen, Evander did not feel such a thing. He was in awe of the skill the two had shown in the last match, but that was it. He did feel a little embarrassed that, as the oldest among the ducal heirs, he was also the first to be eliminated among them in the tournament. Despite his image of someone with grace and maturity, he was still a teenager. In his mind, the reason for this shame was that he was not pious enough. Evander lowered his head further, pressing his forehead against his clasped hands. As an apprentice holy knight of the goddess of justice, he murmured quietly, I should not be swayed by pride, or by comparison. The pale blue flames in the lanterns flickered as if responding. In truth, it didn't matter if he was not as good as the other ducal heirs in combat. His purpose was different. His path was different. He was meant to embody fairness, discipline, and unwavering faith. And yet, he still felt a sting of disappointment when he thought of losing first. To feel envy, to feel humiliation, he whispered, hands tightening. They are impure thoughts. I should not have them. As an apprentice holy knight who serves the goddess of justice and judgment, I must never waver in my path. He clenched his fist and tapped it lightly against his chest, a knight's vow. He inhaled deeply, letting the incense fill his lungs, then exhaled slowly to calm his thoughts. Evander lifted his gaze to the beautiful statue towering before him, her blade in one hand, and the scales in the other resting in elegant stillness. Please forgive my weakness, he whispered. Grant me clarities. Allow me to walk the path of justice without faltering. The temple remained silent. No divine voice answered him, no miracle occurred. No light shone down from the heavens, but Evander didn't need any miracle. His faith was not so fragile that it could be shaken by his uncertainties. It never had been. He closed his eyes. He accepted his emotions, not as sins that needed to be forgiven, but as reminders. Then I shall reflect. I shall refine myself. I shall grow not to compete with them, but to uphold your justice more perfectly. He did not notice it, but there was a tiny light that seemed to embrace him. He rose to his feet slowly, his posture composed once more, his mind quieter. There was no bitterness in his heart, no jealousy, only resolve. He was going to become a better knight who could uphold the justice the goddess he served stood for. He placed a hand over his chest, a gesture of prayer and promise. I will become someone worthy of my title. With that, he left the temple in silence, stepping into the moonlit courtyard, his shadow long but his resolve unwavering. In another area of Kaleheart, Lysette Crowlorn was sitting in front of her desk in her room. The mana lamp illuminated her desk. She was looking at the documents she had written about Lucen Thornyheart. Among all the documents she had, Lucen was the one she had revised numerous times now. She was a little confused right now. She was unsure when it started, but now every time she thought of Lucen, she could feel her heart racing. She was already very interested in him, long before he changed, when he was still that young boy whom everyone thought was talentless. The effort he put in back then was something no one his age would have done. He was already interesting back then, but when he reappeared in front of her sight in the underground arena, he became even more interesting. It didn't just stop there. Every time he sees him, the changes he produces were significant. From the weapons he made in secret to the toys he shared with the children. He wrote the most compelling play in all of Norvigard, and he had become a powerful fighter beyond any of his generation. Lysette wanted to know more, much more. The interest he had in knowing about others paled in comparison to her interest in Lucen Thornyheart. What was he really? Sometimes he was a shrewd businessman, other times he was an inventor, and so much more. She knew that everyone had a mask to wear, and the mask they showed others was different depending on who they were facing, but Lucen seemed to have so many masks, yet at the same time he had none. He was someone who looked like he had many masks to wear, but every time Lysette saw him, it felt like he was just being his genuine self. This confusion, this duality, frustrated and excited Lysette. She could not truly comprehend what Lucen was to her at the moment, but she understood that to her, Lucen was someone who took most of her attention. I wonder in tomorrow's match, will you, as always, be able to take victory into your hands? Lysette mumbled to herself. Yes, I can't imagine you ever losing. That confident, cocky grin of yours, that seems so sure that everything is going as planned. The only way I can see you losing is if you allowed yourself to lose, if you plan to lose. Lysette froze for a second as her hand trembled. It was an unfamiliar loss of control, a detail she noticed and instantly frowned at. My mind seemed to be a mess. It's hard to concentrate on other things. Why do I keep on thinking about him like this? Am I so interested in him that I see nothing else but him? She leaned back in her chair, folding her arms. She stood up and walked toward her window, pushing it open. Cold night air brushed against her cheeks. The moon hung high above the city, the same moon that watched Elira train, the same moon that illuminated Myria's meditation and Evander's prayer. Lysette rested her elbows on the windowsill. A gust of cold wind swept into her room. Lysette shivered, but she didn't close the window. Her eyes, sharp and analytical by nature, softened as she whispered, "You're infuriating, making me think about you so much." Lysette closed the window and returned to her desk. She stared at Lucen's name scribbled across page after page, neat lines, organized research, detailed observations. She hovered her hand over the stack. The answer to all her questions was already in the back of her mind. It was hazy, but it was there. I wonder what kind of surprises will you show me tomorrow? Lysette's fingers brushed the topmost sheet, tracing Lucen's name as if confirming it was real. Her chest tightened, not painfully, just strangely. She let out a soft breath, unable to suppress the small, conflicted smile tugging at her lips. "Tomorrow, show me something new again," she whispered. "You always do." She extinguished the mana lamp. Only moonlight remained, washing her room in silver calm, while her heart, rebellious and warm, refused to quiet. Chapter 198. The finals, the morning sun rose over Kaleheart, gilding the arena's spires in gold. The cheers of thousands rolled like thunder through the air, shaking the very ground. Today was the day, the finals of the Royal Academy tournament. The city itself seemed alive. Bells rang from the towers, merchants shouted in the streets, and streamers bearing the colors of the 4 ducal houses fluttered in the wind. The air smelled faintly of roasted almonds and hot oil from the vendors outside. Street performers mimicked sword duels for laughing children, while guards struggled to keep the crowd flowing toward the Colosseum gates. Even those who couldn't get in stood outside the Colosseum, simply wanting to hear what was going on inside. From every district, nobles and commoners alike gathered toward the Colosseum, their excitement echoing through the stone-paved roads. The mana barrier shimmered faintly around the Colosseum, catching the sunlight in iridescent waves. The vast crowd filled every tier of the stands. There were the students who had already lost, nobles, knights, the tower masters, commoners, merchants, visiting incognito nobles from other kingdoms, and even the royal family was present. Even though they were no longer needed due to the removal of the time limit, on the judges' seats were 3 of the 4 dukes, and the principal of the Royal Academy. In the audience seats where Sir Thalos and the others were sitting, they were holding the banners of the Thornyhearts and of Thornifang. Sitting with them was Lucen's new friend Eisen Ter. The air was electric. Every sound, every heartbeat seemed to converge toward the arena floor, where 2 names were on everyone's lips. Lucen Thornyheart, Elira Runeskar, the crowd murmured with restless excitement. The ruby-eyed monster against the burning blade. I was already expecting 2 ducal heirs to reach the finals, but this entire tournament was full of surprises. So who do you think will win? I know that Elira Runeskar is strong, but I just can't imagine Lucen Thornyheart ever losing. That's true. After witnessing that match between him and Eisen, I don't think anyone in the same generation would be able to defeat him. I guess, even among the elite, Lucen Thornyheart is above the rest, truly a monster among monsters. Not a single person present could imagine Elira winning the tournament. Most of the bets now were on how long she could last. The crowd's chatter built like a storm, their excitement a mixture of awe and cruel certainty. High above the arena, in the judges' seats, Duke Kaelvar Runskar was amused. As of now, he was the only one who knew that his lovely daughter had achieved the third mantle of her aura. He leaned back in his chair, one hand stroking his chin, sky-blue eyes gleaming with quiet amusement as he watched the stage below. Seeing as it was already time, the principal stood up from his seat and spoke using his aura to boost it to make it resound throughout the Colosseum. Proud citizens of Kaelheart and guests from afar, his voice rolled like a calm tide, making the murmurs stop. Today is the day we witness the birth of new legends. Today, we see our younger generation move up. They have shown us their resolve, their skills, and their courage. After countless challenges, these two stood above the rest. His voice echoed across the vast arena, carried by aura rather than mere sound. Even the restless wind seemed to pause, the crowd hanging onto every word. The final match will be fought by these two. Principal Aldrin raised his hand and pointed to the west side of the arena. Lucen Thornyheart. At the end of the stage stood the young man who had been the talk of Norvigard for the past few months. The heir of the Iron Duke, the Dragon Slayer, the ruby-eyed monster, and the most recent moniker, he gained the ever victorious. He stepped onto the stage with a confident stride and a smile on his face. He was unfazed by the intense cheers of the audience. The sunlight caught his crimson eyes, making them gleam like twin rubies beneath the arena's golden light. His silver hair shone like moonlight, his trench coat fluttered lightly in the morning breeze, the Thornifang insignia glinting faintly at his shoulder. This time he did not enter the stage unarmed like the previous matches, and was holding a katana. The cheers for him were deafening. Lucen, 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 the pride of the North, the undefeated heir. The young man merely raised a hand, acknowledging the cheers with that same calm composure that had earned him both admiration and envy. The principal then turned to the opposite side of the arena and raised his hand once more. And facing him, Elira Runskar. From the east gate, Elira stepped forward. Her stride was measured, her presence radiating quiet strength. The moment her boots touched the arena floor, her crimson hair fluttered in the wind. Her crimson eyes glowed faintly beneath the sunlight. She could feel thousands of eyes on her, some hopeful, some pitying. Every cheer and whisper was a weight pressing on her shoulders. But under that pressure, her heart burned hotter than ever. Despite everyone thinking she was about to lose, Elira, the Burning Blade, also newly nicknamed the Fiery Flower of the Battlefield, stepped onto the stage, believing she would snatch the victory from Lucen's grasp. The crowd erupted once again, though their cheers carried a different tone, less frenzied. Elira, do your best. Don't get beaten too fast. Show everyone why you're called the Burning Blade. Elira stood on the stage, now standing face to face with Lucen, her crimson hair catching the wind, the standard Royal Academy uniform fluttering lightly around her. Lucen's gaze met hers across the arena, crimson against sapphire. For a brief moment, the roar of the crowd dulled into silence, as though the world itself held its breath. The sunlight bathed the two ducal heirs in gold, one radiating overwhelming confidence, the other quiet, tempered resolve. Who would have thought our rematch would be set on such a grand stage? Fate is truly unpredictable. This time I plan on taking the victory. Elira responded, her hand resting on the hilt of her longsword. Lucen's lips curved into a faint grin. Heth, I do look forward to seeing how much you've improved since the last time we fought. His tone wasn't mocking, it was genuine, edged with thrill. Lucen wanted to see how far Elira had improved, if she was a little bit closer to the skill she had as a named character in the game. I have improved much more than you think. I see that you brought the katana the same as the last match. Do you think I'm not worthy enough for your unique magic? Elira spoke. Her voice sounded like she was holding herself back. No, it's not that I don't think you're worthy, but I just wanted to see how far you and I have gone from that last match. Is that so? Then allow me to show you how far I've reached. As she was speaking, Elira's aura burst out, and it was then that everyone saw it. Even though it was faint, it was there, a third mantle. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Is that a third mantle? A 14-year-old aura user at the third mantle, a genius among geniuses. Those who were confident of Lucen's victory were shaken by the sight of Elira's third mantle. Quite a few were now betting that Elira would win this match. Heth, it would seem that you have indeed got a lot farther than I expected. Then show me if you could make me use my unique magic. Lucen provoked her lightly, settling into a familiar stance, the same stance he used before Batajutsu. Lucen then activated the trait, Acting Adept, using a character who was adept in using the Batajutsu. He got into a lower stance. It has been quite some time since Lucen used Acting Adept so fully. Elira was the first to notice that Lucen's demeanor had suddenly changed. The same thing happened in their last match when he used a katana. A few skilled people in the audience also noticed the sudden change in Lucen's demeanor. His subtle movements, from his breathing to the expression on his face, had changed. The easy confidence in his stance vanished, replaced by a stillness so profound it was almost suffocating. His expression softened, his breathing quieted, and the air around him seemed to fold inwards, like a predator lowering its body before the strike. "Very well, I will force you to use your unique magic." Elira unsheathed her longsword and got into a fighting stance. For this final match, the referee was not present. Instead, it was the principal, Sir Aldrin, who would make the calls for this match. He saw that the two were about ready to strike at each other. The two combatants, as well as the audience, were simply waiting for him to announce the start of the match. Principal Aldrin slowly raised his hand, his aura expanding just enough to command the attention of thousands. The sunlight glinted off the arena's barrier, scattering gold over the two airs below. Lucen's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers brushing the hilt of his katana. The stillness around him deepened, so absolute that even the crowd forgot to breathe. Across from him, Elira's aura flared brighter, her hair rippling like scarlet flame, her blade trembling in anticipation. The third mantle shimmered faintly behind her, proof of her defiance against all expectations. Aldrin's voice rang through the air. "Begin." In that instant, both vanished. A flash of crimson and silver tore through the golden light. A shockwave exploded across the arena, hurling dust and air outward like a storm. Gasps erupted from the stands as the barrier flickered violently. When the dust began to settle, two figures stood in the center of the cracked stone floor. Lucen had his sword still sheathed, and Elira had her sword on the ground. Lucen had redirected her sword, making her blade miss its mark by an inch. The sword-drawing speed displayed by Lucen was incredible, and he did so with his aura only at the first mantle. That meant his basic physical body was stronger and faster. It was beyond normal. Lucen was about to make a second strike, but before he could do so, Elira swung her sword upward, which seemed to ignite the air. Lucen evaded the strike by backstepping. The two combatants stared at each other, and in another breath, moved at an incredible speed that those who had no aura or mana could not follow their movements. The finals had truly begun.